I'm Spider-Man.
Welcome to the waiting room where it's the 5th of July. Happy export. He's got a hangover.
Nope.
Jet does.
I just don't like fireworks, man.
As a pet owner?
As a pet owner.
Yeah.
It's especially the 3 a.m. fireworks. Like, if everyone just picked a window, 8 to 10,
My dog's going to be sad.
I just go out of town. But you come back and 3 a.m. you wake up again, and they're going to keep happening for the rest of the month.
Yeah?
Yeah.
They're just going to keep shooting off fireworks.
For a while.
Like all the ones they didn't get through tonight, got to shoot them out later some point.
Why didn't you get it through them last night?
I'm just saying I'm a little upset. Okay, there's a conspiracy here. The fact that last week we ended the broadcast a day before Canada Day. Do we have a reason for that? Do we just hate Canadians here?
Because we don't want to be on weekends.
Why are you
day
saying
before
this
Canada
with
Day.
a slight southern accent?
I did not say. I think it's just a habit now. at this point.
Raz, we also weren't on for America's birthday.
Yeah, we missed
Yeah,
both
he's saying
of them.
we don't like national North American.
Oh, I thought,
Yes,
I thought
exactly.
I thought he was as a
He
Canadian.
wants to specifically be
thinking
on-
we were-
No, Jack covered me, actually.
Yeah,
You were
yeah.
right.
All right, before we...
You could watch it out. There are also holidays.
True, I could.
Whenever
yeah.
off on holidays, because like, apparently you don't celebrate on Wednesday, Thursdays or something. Anyways, let's move ahead to the schedule/standings graphic. We need a cooler name for this, standings and schedule.
Yeah, let's check out
It is a cool
Schedule.
graphic.
the LCS.
It's a great
Standings.
graphic. The name needs to be cooler.
Standings.
Big games today. C9 versus Golden Guardians. Any
The
other ones
Guardians.
jump out to you guys?
The rematch. No, that one for me, it has to be it, because it feels like every time Golden Guardians face Cloud9, they get better, but not good enough to beat them.
I think the big thing that jumps out to me is that Dignitas right now, who are very unexpected 4th place tie with Team Liquid Honda, have a very difficult schedule this week with EG, C9, and kind of a resurging FlyQuest that they're going up against, that I can see this being a really tough week for them.
It's easy. They beat EG last time. Remember, JoJo was like, we're really good. We just lost to those frauds, Dignitas. It turns out Dig's actually just not that bad, and they're going to beat them again.
Not bad. The one I want to watch is TL versus NRG, because those two teams are just really hard to catch for us. So like NRG just been throwing massive leads. Their actual standings would have been better if they had those 2 wins where they had a humongous lead. Suddenly they're in that bunch that we were just talking about.
You know who else would be better if they had those 2 wins?
Who?
Everybody else.
Yes, but they should have had those wins.
Undefeated.
A 10K goal lead?
To be fair, some
know,
losses
I
are
know,
closer to
I
wins.
Those are like, and the person that gets tilted the most out of any loss is Dokla. And so losing in
Yes.
those ways, in that type of way, as frequently as they have been, I would lose my mind. My mind would be blown.
Hopefully, things will go better for them. On the new patch 13.13 is out. It's a very pro-focused patch. What stood out to you guys about a lot of these changes?
It felt a little small, and the game designers did mention that this is also intentionally conservative because we're going to be on this patch for 3 weeks instead of 2. So actually, as far as I know, this patch is going to be the patch for the next 3 weeks of LCS, which is the remainder of the regular season.
Yeah, I think obviously the big one under systems is static shiv. As much as we've joked
Ripping
about how
pepperonis.
broken that item is, it is
No longer
broken on this patch. So you're not going to see, I think LeBlanc will still be a high prio pick, but you're not going to see the static shiv build with her. You're probably not going to see the Zeri. The Zeri, the build that we
AP
saw,
Zeri.
Berserker and M&S both try out. So it does change a few things for certain champions with Static Shiv getting out of the way.
Yeah, so that one's going to be interesting for me. It's going to be Aphelios. Aphelios is the champion that's had probably the most of... Look, there have been a lot of obnoxious champions that have been thrown out there. We've talked about Vi's presence rate. We've talked about the presence rate for like Nico and Zeri. One champion that I focused on pick rate a lot of the times. Pick rate, the difference is literally just like not banned as much, but picked a hell of a lot has
Pick
been
rate.
Aphelios. So just a champion that people will not ban as nearly as frequently, but I've seen in nearly every game has been Aphelios. So the nerfs that we've seen here,
Mr. 200 years.
Yeah.
yes, hoping that he gets chipped down because he's such an obnoxious front-to-back carry that we've seen in the LCS and just globally. And so it's nice to just see him lead. Because if you look at just the rough numbers of how many times it's been played, I looked at the LPL and I was like, wow, this is literally doubling the second next picked champion. Because Zeri, at least a lot of the times, is banned.
Yeah. Do you think the nerfs will change this a lot.
Sadly, no.
No,
Not at all.
that was actually going to be my kind of hot take coming in is like, I talked going on to 13-12, right, about how a lot of shifts we were going to see were actually from 13-11, like the Azir, pretty much everything that wasn't based around like static shiv.
Yeah.
I don't think these are enough. I think like Aphelios is still going to be super high prio. I think people are still going to be picking Annie. A lot of other things that I don't think are enough to push pros to find other answers.
Mid is actually the thing that I'm most frustrated by, and why I hope some of like the Vi changes and these like things will change it, because it's been like the Ahri, Annie, Vi mid gank combo assassin thing. They also slightly hit jungle Wukong to try and break up what has been a very stale mid jungle combo. I think for me, there are some iterations like Poppy coming in that's maybe interesting and this kind of stuff, but there's a lot of just like these staples like the Aphelios as well that just get through a lot, and you just watch the same matchups play out over and over again. I actually think top and even bot lane a little bit, once you get past Aphelios, does have a fair amount of diversity in there.
I agree, and I do think that there are champions right now that do well versus the Azirs and does well versus an Aphelios, but we just don't see because, at least I think a lot of the times those are niche champions. Like we saw Xerath being picked by Fnatic in the LEC. Now it was lost, but for the majority of the game, the Xerath was putting in work.
Yep.
You're like, oh, this is great, but people are just not putting in the practice because that's a niche champion, and you kind of have to push the player. And also right now, we don't have much scrim time with the change in schedule to have 3 days of games a week. So a lot of those champions, or Ziggs bot lane, or Karthus, or something like that, that can spice up the meta.
Ziggs Trist, baby.
There it is.
Yeah, I've seen so much Ziggs Trist in Salt League or NACL. I can't wait
Need
to
more
see
from-
that. It's like one of those things, right? It's like for the first game, you're like, oh, cool. And then you realize you're watching Ziggs Trist.
Yeah.
It's awful.
Sign me up. I was saying one thing I'm sad about, because the other thing that got changed here with the static shiv, it's still a fine item for a lot of like marksmen, but it's like all the abuse cases that got, because it's the AP ratio that really got hit on that.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm sad that it's going to hit AP Varus, who
Yeah.
also got tweaked a little bit anyways with his on-hit ratio. Like the on-hit base damage has gone up, but the actual chunk from proccing the Blight stacks is down.
Yeah.
And he's one of the pure AP marksmen that you can go in the bot lane right now, which opened up some drafts where you saw all physical top side. And without a consistent bot lane AP, you get really limited in where your magic damage has to come from.
And it
which
was
is-
just easy to slot because the mechanics were still 80 carry mechanics. Like you could, in theory, like slot in a mage.
Yeah.
But that's like,
Karthus.
you're learning this whole new skill set, which is what actually makes it really difficult to slot in a player that can do those things.
Yeah, we've all seen 80 carries Vladimir's, and we're like, all right.
Tactical Ziggs is pretty
Rise.
good.
Yeah?
Is Balulu's Trist any good?
Cassio's
not.
bot, no.
No, I haven't seen it.
We've hit a snag.
But that's always a challenge, especially if you have limited time to practice those things.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough.
Which is why the AP Varus was nice, because
Because it just naturally
Yeah.
did
you
it.
just play
already
it.
can do
Yeah,
it.
it's the same thing. AP Kaisa as well is probably gone. We saw a little bit of that.
Yeah.
There's all these like kind of AP marksmen that are now probably dead. Anyways, that's gonna do it for the patch. A lot
I
of
like your line of thinking.
I want more
Get
diversity.
him back in there.
Make
get
Corki
Ziggs in
viable
there.
bot lane somehow.
Oh, wow. That
No, I don't think we want that ever.
Not mid. Mid Corki is bad, but
Yeah,
bot
yeah.
Corki,
I like it.
fine.
Magic
Anyways,
marksman.
that's it for the patch discussion. We'll see what changes come through. It's on to talk about the teams right now, and we're gonna put on our teaching caps,
Woo.
hats or something. I don't know.
Report cards.
Report cards. Indeed. Emily, you're
I'm
up
up
first. Get up
first.
there.
Get in
All
there.
right.
Professor Emily, please.
Okay. So obviously, we have this cool new thing. Jat discovered presentations earlier on the LCS.
We have a clicker.
Yeah. So improvement on existing strengths.
What's the grade?
Let's go. We don't know the grade yet. So this is actually their gold leads. Snatch this up. Gold leads in spring, and then gold leads in summer. Look, they're still at the top of the LCS, but they're
It's
doing
bigger?
a lot larger gold lead.
Wait, go back to the
Obviously,
first one.
Smaller sample size.
Oh, we're testing the mechanics.
It's a
Oh!
thousand more.
Look at that. I
It's
can flip back and
1,000
forth.
more.
Per game. That's 9,000 gold more at 14
Yeah.
this year.
So in all seriousness, obviously TL, they were a really great early game team already. They've become, I think, even better, which is awesome. They also have improved in some of their opportunity areas, I think. I think you can still kind of criticize them for losing some of these early game leads, or more importantly, if they don't have an early game lead, not being able to get back. And then, Jat, here's something you're gonna love. My next thing, it just says why. And this is when they actually decide to go chase for kills over here and do not end up
Oh
picking
no!
this
I
Herald
forgot
eye.
about this.
Yeah, and previously in this game, they'd also, I believe, dive top tier 1 to chase after kills as well. This is a very aggressive team, and I actually really appreciate that about them. Sometimes, though, it does not work out. I'm giving them a B+, because I actually really like a lot of the improvements that this team has made. They're in 4th place. They're still looking like a very strong team, especially in the early game. I still think they have some things to shore up in the mid to late game, and more importantly, if they don't get those early game leads, what happens? I don't even want to necessarily knock this. I kind of like it. I like that they're this aggressive. Maybe it's just the LPL in me, but like when this happened, I was just laughing my ass off. I thought it was great.
That's amazing.
How valuable is the Eye of the Herald really?
Exactly.
If you got those kills, it would
It's
be
more
roughly
valuable
the
than the
amount of
Eye of
the
gold, that you would have gotten anyways
Yeah,
from the Herald.
I think the thing is they didn't get enough kills on the other side of it, right?
Yes.
I don't know who's next.
It says Jat in the
Jat for
prompter.
sure.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
I also
I'm
next
going to talk
sec.
about it a little bit more.
Oh, go for it.
Oh yeah. Actually, this is the worst. It doesn't add anything to it. I was just saying you're the type of teacher that I would hate because I would read the teacher's notes and I'd be like, oh, I did really well. B+. Where's the criticism?
This happened, I think, the last time I had to give a team a grade, and they were like, wow, you said like some really good, like positive
Yes.
things, and I was like, you still didn't do well enough.
C-. It's like,
It's because you're 5 and 4. If you were taking
Yeah.
tests, you would have failed half your tests almost.
True.
well, yeah.
Because you know, good to her point,
Yeah.
good participation, good improvement in these areas, these sorts of things. You're really good at this thing, but you're still not passing the assignments.
Fair enough.
Is what?
Yeah.
that's fair.
Winning games is all that matters at the end of the day.
I'm just saying when I'm trying to sell myself to my parents on like how well I did in a report card, I'm expecting a higher grade with this thing. It's not doing
B+
not
is
doing me any
fine.
justice.
That's not bad. I mean, honestly, if I went home to my parents with a B+, they'd be like, why didn't you do better? So,
There it is. See? There it is.
They'd be like,
That's
you didn't
fair.
get expelled today. Good job, Mark.
Yeah, as long as I keep it above the C line.
Yes.
Man, I
Yeah,
had
yeah,
harsh
that's where you get
parents.
problems. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Mine's TSM. I got to clear your screens. So I'm gonna start with the grade.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
It's C+.
Oh.
Like it could be a lot worse.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
They're still here. They're not getting expelled. And I think the majority of this, since they are coming off a 0-3 week, is looking at the positives of the split. So I'd say I really love the effort that you, TSM, are putting into your practice. They are doing double blocks each day. They are scrimming on match days. Although I have heard their coach in an interview with Digon Esports say he was disappointed last Wednesday when 2 of his players, unnamed, were 30 minutes late to their call time to go to the studio. And then they lost him. Maybe that just set off a bad week. But anyway, overall, I still love the effort they're putting into practice. And also, I think that your mid laner should play less Azir and more Graves. Because it was working before, and you've been distracted with this Azir thing.
Is it the champion though, Jat? Or is it the person piloting?
I don't see nameplates. I just think the mid laner should
You only
play
have 2
more
notes?
Wait, this
Yeah,
is
that's it.
You don't have a
There's-
third note?
No. Do you want a third
Wow.
note?
You want a third
To
note?
I
Raz's
think I'm the
point.
better teacher.
Yeah, to not many feedback for a C+. Like, what should we do better, Jat?
Yeah, I want
Just
points of
Graves.
improvement.
Just
More Graves.
More Graves. And keep up the effort. Like when you have a student who's not necessarily super skilled, you have to give
I like
them
how you're like,
achievable goals.
I like that.
You haven't been expelled yet. You might be dropping out.
Yeah. I mean, you can't just lay on the negative. You can't give them too much at once.
They might fold. All right, so I actually have Dignitas.
All right, clear that screen.
And mine is I liked the. I wish you had some other things stuck on there, Jat, but you didn't. Mine will be a lot more referential. If we can
Okay.
get to Dignitas, please.
No, you should continue
You
to
have
talk
to
about
click to it,
TSM.
dude.
Oh, this is all one slide. No one told me that. There's like
No, you should just know this.
All right. I thought these were separate things. Anyways, so for my first one, it's Rich is the class leader. So this was. This is more like a story arc where you're watching a movie about like all those educational movies about schooling where there's like this teacher comes in and revitalizes the class, like
Okay.
Dead Poet Society, Stand and Deliver, Freedom Writers, like any of those kinds of ones. Like Rich comes in and suddenly he's busting his ass, playing weird stuff, 1v1ing on Cassante, and he's gonna become the class leader. And slowly over time, the rest of the class is gonna start believing in themselves more.
Oh,
On
interesting.
the table?
Yeah, yeah.
Have you not seen Dead
they're
Poet
having,
Society?
Like an
No.
Oh Captain, My Captain.
Oh, Captain,
mode,
My Captain to
and,
Rich.
And Rich is the captain.
Yeah, so
Got
instead of
it.
being a teacher, it's more of another student doing
How
it. But
old is
part-
this movie?
It's like
It's pretty
90s,
old.
but it's a
Yeah.
classic.
Okay.
You need to watch it. Participation attendance has gone way up since Rich started playing well, because this last week, Rich was kind of muted, actually. He wasn't even that great, but Jensen and Santorum were
But the
having their best
overall
week.
effect of
Yeah.
Rich inspired
Yeah.
his teammates to do
By
well.
showing them what they could be, they strove for more, and that's what Rich brought to the team. Finally, they're on track to attend college, which is like Worlds. Might be a late acceptance, might have to go through the 4th seed and like earn their spot through there, but they are currently tied for 4th place with Team Liquid.
5 and 4.
5 and 4. So I think it's very possible. I agree with Emily on the B+ note. I think that they can continue to get more consistent with their carry players. But overall, everyone is starting to do a lot better on this team. I'm very happy with the student of Dignitas.
Can you write a B again?
You want to see how he writes a B?
That's
Oh,
disgusting.
up from the bottom. Wow.
I can do it any way you
That
want.
is
I
disgusting.
got skills.
Erase it. Clear the
Let's
screen.
see more.
Oops.
Hey!
What's wrong, buddy? What am I doing?
Stop it!
Who do I have here?
Stop this. You're
like
gonna
my-
spoil.
Did you like my narrative-driven approach
I
of like
did.
it's a
I
movie?
I think it's
I
fine.
liked it.
At first, it felt like a Rich report card. Like, Rich is the class leader. Like,
Yeah.
your kid is the class leader.
But I was giving the story of the whole team.
Yeah.
It was a nice one.
Good.
Actually, I should have probably.
You need a prop?
What is this?
Oh, Captain, my Captain.
you hate Rich. You would be the guy in the movie who is just like refusing to get on board with
True.
everyone
That's
else.
true. I'm that PE teacher that says like, look, he is already a failing student. Just let him please play the game. Like, I have no faith. That would be me. So we're doing Cloud9 here for myself. I would probably give them. I'm gonna start with the grade initially, and I'm gonna go A. For me, there are multiple reasons, and I only need one slide to show it.
7 and 2.
So my slide is they're obviously they're competing. They're doing quite well. So they're doing the winning poses, but they're also diving quite well. So I think their dives have been exceptional. We saw that versus Evil Geniuses. Also here's the problem. This is why they're not an A+. This is why I won't add an A+, is because they're also experimenting quite a bit. So their experimentation, as you can tell, summer themed day, looking like they're in Cancun sometimes. We heard from the interview from Blabber that they're trying new things. Rakan, Nautilus, like basically playing things that they're not really comfortable playing, experimenting, vibing, seeing how that goes. They know they're gonna succeed, so maybe trying new things. This is the only slide I need. Any questions?
Yeah. Well, how are you gonna neg any of our teachers'
what?
notes and bring
This
this?
tells me nothing.
This is terrible feedback.
What do you need to tell
The grade
someone
is
who's
correct
succeeding?
because they're 7 and 2.
Yeah.
The grade is fine, but your notes are terrible.
What do you tell your most
Yeah.
successful student?
What are they doing?
Keep
You
attending
have a
class?
GIF and you're like, oh look, their dives are good, but it's not even a good diving GIF.
That is a great diving gif.
He didn't commit. He never dove.
You want him to dive into this little kiddie pool.
You
should've
committed.
just
You
pulled-
cannonballed.
Yeah, you should have just pulled footage from their EG game.
Oh, you what? I'm trying to showcase that they're vibing. How is that Evil Genius game gonna showcase that? Anyways,
Better than
all
this,
over
man.
Bob.
you guys are tough critics. I will say this is a great example
You brought
of
it on yourself, bro. You made fun of Emily's and
skewed
ours,
all of our presentations.
and then you're gonna go in here with no notes and just like a mid GIF.
You didn't even use words.
Yeah.
That I used a lot
I
of
did like the
words.
GIF. I would have loved Emily's image to be a GIF, but then that would just be gameplay and it would be better. Yours
Yeah.
is.
Look,
Actually, Raz.
the
Actually,
toughest
should've
thing for
gifted it.
any teacher is trying to find more feedback, written feedback for their best student. I don't think you can.
Yeah.
And also,
Is that true? Do you know any teachers who have said that? My sister's a teacher. I don't think she's ever been like, oh, it's really hard to give good feedback to my best students.
do you have an example of a feedback that she gave to their best student?
Yeah, you just say the things they're doing well. Like, they're
Yeah,
really.
keep attending class. You're getting straight A's. As long as you show up, you'll
Wait,
keep
what?
doing
No.
it.
What are we even talking about?
No, I don't know.
I'm just disappointed.
Yeah.
I want to know what
I'm
kind
not
of
because I
teachers
didn't have the
Raz
worst
had.
one now. So yeah, I'm pleased.
Mine was
we
dynamic.
can move
It was
on.
a GIF.
My only complaint was you could put a little. You didn't have a third one because you got sent templates.
This is about the teams, Mark.
He's tenured. He's already on his way out.
Yeah,
as teacher,
Jet's
you know?
milking it. Yeah.
That's fair.
That's our report cards. If you guys like this segment, we might do more. If you didn't like this segment,
It
we
was
might
better
still do
last
more.
time.
I think
I had a good time.
I like this one. I like having
Yeah.
the clicker. I like
Okay.
being able to stick our own gifts
Yeah.
in there. And
Yeah.
stuff.
Mark, can you cross your feet the other way?
Why?
Why?
I heard you had a surprise for us.
Huh?
A little bit more.
What is this?
You
dude?
put something
Front
on
of
the
the
you have
camera.
tape on
Is there
the shoe
something on
again?
your damn shoe?
Oh.
What is-
I guess so.
Show the camera.
Well, I don't just tell me.
It
to
just says his name?
Yeah, I guess they've labeled my shoes. Thank
Did
you.
your mom put that on there? Do you forget
If-
what shoe you have?
we have a wardrobe person. I've said this many times. I don't dress myself. People always tweet at me. I get DMs. They're like, Mark, where'd that sweater come from? I don't know. I don't buy my clothes. I don't dress myself. Prediction records from analysts. I'm glad we stopped down for this one.
Thanks, Raz.
Sorry.
That was
It just
great.
reminded me of Toy Story, like Andy. The Andy shoe.
Wait,
Ooh.
how am I ahead?
Oh, no.
What?
Oh, this is
makes
tough.
sense.
Oh, no.
What?
Oh, no.
Shout out to the LCS Discord.
Why are you saying, oh,
Yeah.
no?
You're 22 and 23?
I'm having fun, dude.
Sure. Agreed.
I'm
having fun,
struggling
too.
versus the Discord channel.
I see a bunch of...
So, for what it's
Tryhards.
worth, none of us thought these were getting tracked, but then we got a new stats guy this year, and he's good at his job, so he
Liam
tracks
is
things.
insanely good.
Yeah.
And he is tracking everything.
What is LCS Discord like? Is this
That's
fan
the
voted?
overall fan vote.
Yes.
yes.
Okay, okay,
The community
okay.
votes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. I thought so, but I was making sure before.
Yeah, but I also heard that we're like, there's also individuals that have been tracked from Discord that are most likely better than Emily and I.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
would assume.
Let's take a look
been
then
most
at the top 5 predictors.
So we were at 30. So actually, 9
wow.
dots is
So,
just smurfing.
Oh
But
my
only by
God.
2 more than you, right?
Yeah,
You guys
Yeah.
are 30?
I
and
was expecting like a
and
35 or something.
Everyone in second is tied with me and Jet.
Damn, now I'm going to start trying more on my predictions, and,
Not me.
and they're going to make it
I'm
worse.
not.
The problem is,
I'm still
have
just
to
yeeting
keep
them
not
out
trying.
there.
It's the only way you turn it around.
Well, yeah, I had one of our producers predict for a day for me. Clearly, I've been trying my hardest.
That was not your problem.
Just blame Graham.
I'm
Graham
gonna
under the
milk
bus.
that 48% as that's all the producers trolling me. I would be so much better if not for that.
yeah, I feel like what pissed me off the most is the fact that Jat is pretty high after I'm pretty sure you've had days where you just phoned in your predictions.
What are you talking about?
I will say it's impressive that you have the score that you do while also doing occasional trolling.
Yes, he occasionally trolls.
He was like, I'm going to predict FlyQuest until they lose a game
Yeah.
or finally win a game. And then they immediately won that game.
I'm only predicting FlyQuest to win for the rest of the split.
I can't believe this.
Because they were really good last split. They're due. They're due to win more
They're
games.
due.
And you're just winning out.
I will say for the people who do have good prediction records, it was a tough first round robin.
Yeah.
With Dignitas
Yeah.
being surprisingly good, TL being surprisingly good, EG, FlyQuest being surprisingly bad. Like, I think for some people, if you're at 66%, which you guys were, it was pretty good.
What team killed you guys the most in the predictions? For me, it was NRG.
Ooh.
I feel like I
Yeah,
kept voting
same.
NRG in instances where they lost.
I think NRG was surprisingly bad.
I lost a lot early with Energy,
Yeah.
for sure. I lost a lot early with FlyQuest, obviously.
Yeah. I think Dig also destroyed me.
I think I've been crushing it on the TL predictions, though.
Okay, there it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I think I've been nailing
TL
those. Like
connection.
I even predicted FlyQuest to beat them like the first time it happened. Like I know when they're due for a drop off.
Hey, I now know what you're doing in your next life. I'm losing out, guys. This is not good.
If you want to participate in these predictions, join the LCS Discord and join the conversation. Speaking of which, we want to hear your questions as we'll answer some of those in Friday's waiting room. Drop them in the Discord or on the Twitter thread.
Sounds good to
Scan
me.
that QR code.
Bang. Oh, where's my phone?
Nope, it's gone.
Damn.
Can't leave it out that long.
Yeah.
Gotta be quick about it.
Damn.
Well, if you're all watching on YouTube, you can scroll back, or the Twitch way. It's a little
There you go.
convoluted.
We helped you guys out. Get your phone out now and do it again.
Yeah. If you
Are
missed,
you
like,
already in the Discord?
I already closed my phone. And yes, I am. In
I feel like I'm one of the only people who like watches Twitch VODs as they're live, so I can see the chat. Again.
Oh, I do. I rewatch
But I
all
really
the
love
time.
the feature. Like right now, if
Yeah.
you're on Twitch, you can click on like the LCS profile, go to videos, and it'll be like past broadcast, but it's actually just this broadcast from when it started.
Yes.
So you'd be able to see the Twitch
Oh.
chat reactions while it's happening.
I only watch
Even if it's like a
VODs on
minute ago.
YouTube,
Yeah.
so
You're
I
a
do not
secret
know
Twitch
this.
troll.
It actually has very close to the same functionality of YouTube.
Yeah.
You just have to find the video as it's uploading.
Yep. All right, well, that's going to do it for all this random stuff. Let's get into talking about Game 1. First, let's take a look at the schedule to show everyone what's coming up next. We are going to be starting with IMT versus TSM, then 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest, Dignitas versus EG. That's actually a surprisingly good matchup. Then GG versus C9 is the big one for everyone. Finals rematch from spring yet again. Then our NRG and Team Liquid 2 round out the day. Let's go ahead and talk about that Game 1. IMT versus TSM. Some big news for people who might have missed it.
Dun, 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 dun.
Going to our head correspondent, Raz, to break it.
Yeah, I'm right out here at the LCS studio. There seems to be news here, rumors that it's going to be Insanity starting this week instead of Ruby.
Oh!
Wow.
He's already in. He's already sat in the chair instantly. The rumors have been confirmed.
They were confirmed basically on a Sunday night or Monday when
Yeah.
Dunk on the TSM subreddit mentioned.
Exactly. Dunk mentioned on TSM subreddit. Also, their head coach, Revan, did an interview a week ago with Digon Esports, but released it yesterday. so we get like some backwards context of why they're at least saying they were doing it. And I watched the interview this morning. He did say, in his idea, his idealistic view, it was going to be one of those 6-man rosters where they can have different skill sets. And he said Ruby's like basically exclusively a mage player, and Insanity is a lot more fluid about the game and is willing to play stuff like Graves or kind of do whatever Revan kind of wants him to do. And it would be very unfair to Ruby if he just never got a chance.
Yeah.
So he wanted to give Ruby the chance, and he did also say that the mid laners themselves and the other players on the team don't really work that well with like a 6-man. So obviously this was done on Wednesday after their first loss with Ruby. They had 2 more losses with Ruby, and now Insanity is back in, so we can kind of draw our own conclusions. I feel like we're going to see Insanity for a while unless their losing streak just continues.
We'll have to see if they can start picking up some wins. I feel like Insanity brought a lot to the team in the early game for playmaking. It's something where we had stats guy Liam digging in there about how a lot of their things were actually pretty comparable. The big difference was 4% in kills and assists at 14, because Tenacity with these kind of pushing champions could go ahead, move forward into lane, force action with Boogie, and then get some kills and kind of be this pressure point where it was like Turtle would just be focused up on scaling and Haas would just be playing weak side for team fighting, and it gave their team this identity. But without that, they kind of all just sat back and didn't have much of a game plan, it felt like, in the early game.
Yeah, I feel like the real winner of when Insanity was playing, and obviously everyone's going to say it was because of the Graves. He did have good LeBlanc games, which I'm glad we pulled those highlights as well. But the forward percentage is huge because it allows for Boogie, who is a jungler who much would prefer, instead of farming, going to his lanes, trying to get them ahead, especially his side lanes. It just gives him so much more agency across the map if they have a pushing mid laner. And to me, that was the largest difference in games with Insanity versus in games with Ruby.
Yeah, and I think it's just a really tough decision. I mean, everyone knows it's a really tough decision when you initially promise a player coming in. This is the whole Ayla discussion. And it's happened throughout esports because visa issues have always been a thing, right? When you have the person coming in initially and you're like, wait a minute, this person is just playing really well, they're vibing well, they're communicating. Like, the team is functioning properly without the intended player. But when the intended player comes through, it's like, I am of the opinion that you should always give the intended player a chance. Now, there was a week, I remember, that Ruby was here and was scrimming, but they didn't play him initially because they wanted to give him like a longer time, right? Just basically acclimate, being able to scrim with a team. And now he got his chance to play. The worst thing is, like, did they screw up their momentum? Did they screw up their chances by...
I'm of the opinion that it was doomed to fail because they were playing well before they put the intended player in.
Yeah.
I feel like as long as they were doing well with their player that's playing, they had to ride that out. If they started losing with Insanity and then put Ruby in, Ruby has way more chance of success.
Well,
that was my opinion at the time.
And sample size.
You can check the VODs.
Ruby had some tough competition. Insanity's coming back in against the 10th place team in Immortals right now, so hopefully he can kind of pick up where he left off. We'll have to see if we predict that to happen today. Let's look at these
Immortals is on a 7-game losing streak. Will it break today? Probably based on our votes.
I'm still a 100 Thieves believer, but you know, I'm a sub 50% win rate, so 100 Thieves fans, you should be sweating when you see me predict in your way.
Oh, Mark, we're overcorrecting, aren't we here?
30 of 25 possible games, one is like different.
Yeah.
25 possible predictions.
Wow.
You guys are boring. This is why I have a 50% win rate, because I got to pick one to make it. Otherwise, I just go with like the herd mentality.
What changed
But this
your
is why
mind?
you go with the herd mentality, because otherwise you're the loner.
The two, I mean, there's 3 actually. A lot of these could actually flip. I'm surprised it's this close because there's a lot. If I just flipped all of them right now, I feel like I still have a pretty good chance. I don't think anyone's going to 500 today.
could win, GG could win, and NRG could all win.
All of these are competitive games. I'm actually kind of shocked that we're that unanimous.
Mark, what made you become a 100 Thieves lover now?
Nothing. I think FlyQuest 3-0 was against not very strong teams, and they were not super convincing in their wins. And I thought 100 Thieves was close to a 3-0 last week.
Yeah, what's FlyQuest record, Raz?
Not great.
Who's got a better win rate right now?
Not great.
With that undeniable logic, we'll go to the casters to get us into game 1. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS. It is summer split. It's week 4. We're into the second round robin. I'm Captain Flowers, and joining me today from the NACL, he was here in spring a little bit, and now we got him back today. Please give a warm welcome to Joshi, ready to join me here for the first couple of games, and we're starting off with Immortals going up against TSM.
Yeah, it's good to be back, but this is going to be an interesting one, right? Both these teams, Clayton, have been struggling a lot so far. Immortals have not won a game since week 1, right? The way that they have been playing has been really rough for so much of it, and now that they're going up against a revitalized TSM with Insanity joining the squad again, it's going to be another tough one because this is one of the teams that they lost to.
Yeah, and TSM, you know, they were going into week 3, sitting on a 3-3 record, feeling all right in the middle of the pack. Obviously, like we heard the lounge talking about a little bit, they wanted to try their intended starter in Ruby. It did not play out the way they had hoped, so now bringing Insanity back, hoping to have some more of those higher level performances from him. Going up against IMT, hey, it's a big deal for both of these teams, because yes, Immortals is in 10th right now. TSM's only barely ahead of them. You got to make top 8 if you want to get into playoffs, and everyone you lose against these guys close to you, they're just pulling that much further away.
Yeah, and if IMT do drop this one, I think it really says a lot about how their opportunities will continue to slide going into it. But as we already jumped into it, it is worth noting, everybody, we are on 13-13 once again. And as we jump into it, I mean, it can be going directly over to the Maokai. It's been fascinating to watch this player's evolution over the course of his career, because we always knew him as a carry player, but it feels as though that style has changed so much this year.
And I mean, it's just one of the things that I think is a structural difference between the top level league of LCS and then lower level play in amateur academy, NACL, however you want to describe it. A lot of times guys who get famous on those carries find that it's harder to pop off with them and snowball the game in a similar way at the higher level. So Immortals happy to lock in that Maokai. It's Tristana, LeBlanc, Sejuani, Nico, Ivern, and Kindred all banned away. TSM are swift to lock in that Renekton and the Nautilus, and Balulu's going to be running his signature pick there in the mid lane with Velka.
Yeah, we're getting a bit of a treat here, Clay, to start the day off, right? One of my favorite champions, also one of the things that made Balulu famous during his time in Turkey. This and his Zoe were the 2 best champions, and I know, listening to people last week, everyone was saying, like, I want to see more Balulu on his signature champ, but he's throwing this one down relatively early before he even knows what Insanity is doing. There's a lot of scary counter picks, but I love the fact that they've already taken off the Tristana. That's the one thing that Insanity has had a lot of success in this kind of matchup.
Poppy also locked in here for Immortals. I like this pick because it can be used as a disruptor so effectively with a steadfast presence. Artillery mages are a class of champion that you don't see a ton
They don't
of,
move,
right?
yeah.
Like here and there, we'll see maybe a Xerath or a Zoe or something, but you don't see him nearly as much as just like a traditional control mage would. And so the thing about him is, you gotta protect them. If they can free fire, they can do so much damage, but as soon as somebody closes the gap, they are in trouble, and Insanity recognizes the need to get in and get out against that pick. I think Yone's a great answer here.
Exactly, right? This is this classic answer that we see to things like Azir, who is the most common quote-unquote artillery mage that we see in the meta anyway. And this is the kind of thing you're going to be diving on him super aggressively every single time. And the thing is, it's so hard to lock down the Yone as well. Even with the Maokai and the Poppy coming through to try and stop him in his tracks, he can just be like, see ya, I will come back later. I am unstoppable. But TSM, they already have this really big dive composition, and it might be a little tough going into the rest of IMT, right? The Maokai, the Poppy, while they struggle to stop the Yone, do a great job at stopping the Nautilus and Renekton.
I think one of the rarest things about the draft that we're seeing in front of us right now, we have gone through the first half of the draft for both teams. Neither side locked in an AD carry. So that just means that AD carries and their supports there in the bottom lane going to be targeted in the second half of the draft. As you can see, the Xayah and the Aphelios banned out by TSM, while Immortals are saying, hey, we don't think that Nautilus is in support because we're banning out Melio and Rakan. And sure enough, it looks like it won't be in support. Indeed, we've got the Kog'Maw and the Braum locked in for IMT. Over on TSM, they're locking in the Jinx for Wild Turtle. This has been a pick that he's found some success on so far here in summer. I would love to see Chime lock in the namesake. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself here. I know that it is just such a pocket pick for him, but Lulu's so much more likely. So there we go. Lulu locked in, and it's going to be that Nautilus in the jungle.
I gotta say, Clayton, if we are looking at this game, this might be one of the best opportunities for IMT to find a win so far going into week 4, right? They have all the tools. They have the Braum, Maokai, Poppy. You could not ask for a better front line for the Kog'Maw and the Vel'Koz, because these guys, if they have the opportunity to stand still, like we were saying, they're just gonna be doing so much damage. Haunter's not gonna be able to get into them easily. Boogie's not gonna be able to get into them easily, and that means there's missing damage in order to get Wild Turtle's resets.
Wild Turtle is going to want to provide some of that long-range threat of his own, most certainly just trying to punch through these frontliners, this solid tank wall that you're talking about. But I'm also looking at Chime on the Lulu, because you're going to have two possible lines of thinking here, where if Turtle gets to pop off, if he gets ahead early, hey, maybe we can play Protect the Jinx. Otherwise, if it's up to Insanity to break through that front line and get to the back, Lulu's job is going to be buffing up Yone and making sure he can get that job done. So I'm going to put you in the hot seat here. Which draft do you like better now that we've seen
I like Immortals. I like Immortals, right? This is the kind of thing where we have seen them, right? Both Tactical and Balulu have historically been at their best when they are able to play with this front-to-back style of composition, and this is exactly what Immortals is actually going for. And now we have to see. Wild Turtle's a player who loves to play really aggressively, but the thing is, Jinx, before you get a first reset, you're okay. When you get that reset, you become the best champion in the entire game, and so we need to see a more patient version of TSM than we've seen throughout summer so far.
TSM and Immortals looking to start off this second round robin with a nice win. Balulu running the first strike there on Vel'Koz for the extra poke. A little bit of extra damage. Tactical on that Kog'Maw, going to be having similar range to the Vel'Koz once he gets enough levels in him. Boogie on the jungle Nautilus, too. I'm looking for a lot of gank potential out of this one. We already know what Maokai's capable of. And speaking of the Maokai, I think when I look at Immortals, Kenvi is one of the players that if I'm looking back at their games through the first round robin, he's one of the guys I'm looking for the most improvement from. I think he had a lot of games where the team would have liked to get some more out of his performances, and hopefully he's sharpened up and ready to go here now that we're in the second half of summer.
And it's worth noting that he's playing up against Boogie. I first knew Boogie from his time in the LGL, where he was playing with V3, and at that point, Boogie was the best player on the team, bar none. He got so much pressure. He basically solo carried the team to go to Worlds in the first place. Did a similar thing when he went down to Latin America as well. But Kenvi is this big player that needs to showcase a little bit more play. It feels as though when IMT starts falling behind, they don't talk as much. They don't move together as a unit in the same way that they do in their few wins they've had.
Gotta have comms, man. If you don't have comms, you're just playing some solo queue. Treats having the exhaust this game, something that I want to point out there as a difference in the bottom lane matchups. Gotta make sure that they're ready to stop the Croc or the Yone if they do manage to break through those lines and find one of these two valuable carries. Also worth pointing out, Tactical, no cleanse on him compared to Wild Turtle running that one, being a little bit more respectful of all the CC their opponents have. Treats with the instant flash into the exhaust. Wild Turtle popping the cleanse, just walking this one off. Treats with a very aggressive double summoner. Tactical even uses his own ghost. Immortals spent a lot there, and honestly, TSM didn't have to use a whole lot in return to go even.
Yeah, I mean, their wave was pushing towards Wild Turtle and Chime now as well because of the number of minion auto attacks that Tactical and Treats were taking. This is a really tough position unless you continue to be aggressive.
Turtle now going to be forced to flash back. That's what you like to see. They have to keep that going if they want to make this worthwhile.
And already we're starting to see Boogie cheating towards the bottom side of the map. Nautilus is a character you can go for some of these level 2 ganks on. He just throws down a ward. Not as exciting as I was hoping for here, Clayton, but still already action flying down here in the bottom lane. Most of these summoners down means that both Kenvi and Tactical can come down.
And I like the ward place from Boogie there because he's probably thinking, hey, if Tactical and Treats are playing this aggressively, there's a decent shot that their jungler might be looking to do something similar here. So just wants to make sure that he doesn't get caught off guard. Up top side, Renekton's taking over the early lane. Who would have guessed? That's probably going to stay about what you would expect as Tactical continues trying to play aggressively, utilize that range. Trade with Turtle here, but Boogie's ready to make an entrance. The dredge line goes out. Remember, there is no flash available on Treats. This should be an easy kill. One more auto attack will do it. The zap is sidestep. Boogie needs a little bit more damage, and Riptide gets some.
And there he goes, a great read, right? We were saying you'd be super aggressive on this champion early on. He doesn't go after the first camp, he goes after the second camp, really interrupts a lot of the timing and an unusual angle. You see that the wards were already being there in the river. A beautiful read coming out from TSM to put one of the major damage dealers in IMT's camp behind to start the game.
It's one of the fundamentals of League of Legends, man. If you are just going to play complete, like, full aggro, go after the guy, blow summoners level 1, shove the
fight him
lane.
back.
You gotta be ready for the jungler to show up and say, hey, cut that out. And that's exactly what Boogie does, getting down there and punishing Immortals, who, yeah, they had a nice little bit of a farm advantage because of the pressure, because of the aggro way they were playing, but they're gonna have to be respectful and make sure that Boogie can't just keep coming down here for free.
Yeah, and the other big thing is, like, you're giving up some farm as this Nautilus, but it's like, who cares? You're playing the Nautilus,
Yeah,
right?
you're Nautilus,
You play this champion in order to have no money. You go lane to lane. It's jungle surfing, right? You go bot lane, get a kill. Try and go mid lane, get a kill. But so far, as he moves himself towards the top half of the map, it looks like he actually picked up a lot of the CS down the bottom side. He's only picked up a couple of his own camps.
Well, Solo up here on the Poppy in this top lane. We were talking a little bit in the draft about how this guy is going to have a pretty important job of denying engages from Haunter, from Boogie, from Insanity for these carries as the game goes on. Yeah, it's a 1-0 lead for TSM, but everything's still relatively close. And the big factor here, just because of the way that these champions are with these long-range artillery picks in the Kog'Maw and the Vel'Koz, can that gap be closed? If yes, Immortals is in trouble. If no, they're feeling great. And a big part of that's going to be Solo. I think he's come up clutch in plenty of times before. The guy's fine playing weak side. He's fine just being that interrupter, being the role player top laner, the meatball, and that's exactly what the team needs from him this game.
Yeah, and they're both classic TSM top laners too, right? These guys are used to playing in that regard. Neither Haunter nor Solo have been used to having a ton of jungle pressure going in their direction at the same time. And also, Kenvy's a player, he normally has been playing towards mid. When they have found some of their success, it has been a lot of pressure coming out of the mid lane, right? When Balulu is having a good game, he can move with Kenvy. But so far, right, you've already been talking about it. This Yone is going to be putting a lot of pressure on the mid lane to start the game, but I gotta say, Blue's doing a really good job actually maintaining his CS in this lane. We get to see why it's been one of his best champions.
Yeah, these guys are dead even so far, 46-46. Insanity gonna go ahead, go back to base, purchase the fully completed boots there with the Berserker's Greaves up against Vel'Koz or any pure skill shot champion like that. Rushing those tier 2 boots is always gonna feel good for a little bit of that extra dodging capability and gap closing power just to get on top of him and guarantee that you can chase him down for the all-in. Kinvy's in bottom lane, but he walks right over a ward, so TSM's gonna be aware of this. They'll fall back underneath the turret. They know that Boogie's coming down, so even if Immortals tries to force a dive, Boogie would be able to be there in time, but instead, Immortals decides to back away. Kenvy's gonna head back into his own jungle to farm things up. Level 6 available for both of our mid laners. A lot of times you'll see Yones try to use that Fate Sealed to engage and just find a really aggressive trade onto the guy if they feel like there's not anything else available at the time. But Insanity could also have an option to try to go down here and make plays in the bottom lane, considering Turtle and Chime are dealing with the tactical entreats that aren't afraid to push.
And I really like the pathing coming out from Boogie so far as he's waiting around. Tactical entreats are going to be backing up, but we've seen that Boogie is putting a concentrated effort to taking down at least one of these major damage dealers. He's only level 4, and Kenvy is coming around trying to find exactly where this diver is.
Kenvy level 5, so gonna have that bit of an advantage here. Boogie gets tagged. Tactical's lagging behind the rest of the team, though. He flashes forward into the enemy jungler as Tactical's putting the damage into Boogie, who may drop first. Insanity jumps in. Fate Sealed, and Tactical's down. Boogie is short a drop here in a 1-for-1 trade, but where else is it gonna go? A double kill for Insanity. Turtle tries to escape away from the Vel'Koz ulti, and he'll do just that. It's a 2-for-1 trade for TSM.
And those boots you're talking about, Insanity, he got the pressure in the mid lane. He runs faster to the fight. He picks up Tactical on the backside. That fight was looking a little bit rough at the beginning for TSM, right? There are too many members, so much damage coming up from Tactical, but as soon as Insanity's able to come out, they're coming around on back. It looks like TSM hasn't dropped a beat.
Man, Immortals, I could see what they wanted to do. They wanted to chase after Boogie there, but watch how this starts. Tactical is lagging behind and has to flash so early just so he doesn't get turned to Swiss cheese by Jinx autos.
He even has to ghost here, right? He has to get
Somebody
so
get
much
the
space.
dog.
Somebody help out this little Tactical. He's whooping his way all the way over, but he gets popped. By the time he gets in the fight, Clayton, he's already polymorphed. He doesn't actually get to put damage down to Boogie this entire time. And eventually, the two tanky guys, it's Treats and Kenvy, who end up picking up the kill, but not before Wild Turtle's already found another one.
And tragedy for Immortals on the back end of it, too. Just barely missing out on enough damage from the Balulu ulti to take Wild Turtle down and make the trade come out even. But hey, if you're TSM, you're happy to see it. That play ended up going pretty well. Both kills on the Yone, too. This is exactly the guy they need getting fed, the guy they need getting paid to find his way onto those backliners like we've been talking about for the first 10 minutes here and get those team fight wins immediately.
Something we haven't even touched on at this point, Clayton, is the fact that TSM have better tools to try and go for a 1-3-1 kind of composition, right? This Yone is unmatchable by the Valkos later on. And Balulu, just as a mana champion, is not going to be able to hold Insanity for forever. And so the fact Insanity already this strong, I've seen some crazy things already coming out from the Yone this season. We know Insanity, once he gets in the side lane with this low cooldown ultimate, he just starts looking. He's like, oh, are you going to flash my ultimate this time? Yeah? All right, well, I'll be back in 20 seconds when it's back up.
Exactly. Cooldown trading and constantly providing pressure. Because, you know, you're thinking about Yone, you're thinking about Renekton. Both of these guys exist fine on their own. Kog'Maw and Vel'Koz need dudes around them. Yep. They need a bodyguard to succeed. As Insanity chases after Balulu here. Goes in for the Q3, does not find the knockup, but still continues. Just putting as much damage as he can in there before he has to snap back with a Soul Unbound. A little bit of a roam away from the bottom lane for TSM as they went for their reset. Means that Immortals now gets to crash a massive wave into this bottom turret. They'll take down the first plate. Tactical may even be able to pick up the second as Turtle and Chime are trying to be respectful. They know the enemy jungler was around. They don't just want to int this away. That second plate stays standing. The Turtle... excuse me, the armor not able to reinforce in time as Turtle can clear out some of those minions. Insanity, get on out of there, buddy. 300 HP left. That Vel'Koz laser hurts like crazy because it stacks up the passive. Before you know it, that thing's just getting that true damage proc, making it really hard to get out of it. And so at least for Insanity, yeah, you're going to get the ulti cooldown out. He still has his ulti available, but health is way too low to continue trying to lane right now, so he's got to take the back.
And now we also got to start looking at, right, when Insanity gets back, what items will he be on? He's already got the Vampiric Scepter. He's basically full build at this point. And TSM, they've been spending so much time trying to come down towards the bottom half of the map, right? Insanity's got some kills. Turtle's got some assists. They are strong on this part already. And Balulu, he just committed his ultimate as well. TSM, gotta be careful with Boogie.
Okay, Solo's gonna disengage the enemy top laner, while in the bottom, it's TSM having their jungler just get melted here at the very beginning. Immortals brought more dudes, and TSM needs to get out. Boogie's already down. Nothing else gonna be traded back just yet for IMT, who are happy to pick that one up.
A little sloppy, honestly, from TSM, right? They just have Boogie super far forward. He's on this Nautilus, which, like, yes, you are a tank, but you don't have the money yet. You're not actually tanky at this point. And like you said, IMT, just have more friends. Power friendship, baby. You just bring that all around. They take down Boogie. I was just setting up to say, TSM, they should be looking to start fighting for this dragon. But now that Boogie's already gone down, he's got camps on the top side, and he's sacking them once again in order to make sure that his team can start stacking these objectives.
And I like how at the very beginning of that fight, we got to see the Solo disengage onto Hanser there, just knock him away. They know that Hanser doesn't have a teleport or anything like that, so if Solo can get rid of him, you can see Solo just now teleporting back up there. He could have been useful. But
he could have been useful.
If they needed it, he could have been useful and joined up and made a play, but then recognizing, hey, I don't need to do that. Everything goes fine. Rip Turtle, sum it up down here in the bottom. Just trying to put some more money in Wild Turtle's pockets. That Jinx currently about 300, 400 gold behind the Kog'Maw as Insanity trying to outplay here in the mid lane as Kenby goes after him. Balulu throwing the laser around, but over the wall goes Yone. He's so damn slippery. The plot armor gets him out.
That's my boy David, find his way out of that one. I thought for sure he was gonna die, but the slick moves get him over the wall. Doesn't even need to flash at that point. He finds his way out, he uses the ultimate. But still, we are already looking at IMT. They're starting to fight back kind of across the board. Even with the Rip Turtle being dropped down in the bottom half of the map, giving Wild Turtle a little bit more money, it is still IMT scrapping it all through. Despite the extra kill going over, it is IMT starting up this dragon, and as Chime's going to be backing away, it's only Boogie here once again.
All right, Boogie, I don't think it's a play you can make, buddy. Just gonna have to step back there with the dredge line. Immortals will take this first Drake. This is a slow first Drake, 12 minutes in the game, so don't be expecting any fast soul stacking, even if they can go 4-0 on that score. As the dragon is secured, they fired off the Super Mega Death Rocket just to see if they could get some sort of a cheeky steal. Maybe Kenby miss-smites it, but Immortals will happily take that one away, as it is plus 300 for TSM thanks to just that one kill they have. And that kind of tells the story of how close this game has been. Insanity going in for the dive, snaps back with a Soul Unbound. He does not have Fate Seal to get that last little bit of damage he would need, so Balulu survives.
But you're continuing to see the same game plan playing out from TSM this entire game, right? Boogie has... His top camps, they've been up since 9 minutes at this point. He does not care about the Raptors, the Krugs. They're all fake news. We're all about trying to make sure that Wild Turtle is going to be the strong one down here. He's finally moving up, and Wild Turtle's getting caught.
Turtle getting jumped on immediately. Has to flash back. Also gets the wild growth from Chime just because Treats and Tactical had such a good angle on him there. The Glacial Fissure forcing out that defensive summoner spell. And now this is a big old flare being shot up into the air. Junglers come down here. If it's TSM, Turtle's going to need some protection. If it's Immortals, this dude is vulnerable. Kenvi has the ulti ready. He's hovering behind. He does not want to walk on top of any vision. If they could open this up with a nice Maokai ulti coming around from the side, they'd feel great about it. Kenvi going to step over the ward now. The sweeper revealing that one, so TSM knows he's nearby. TSM, you know you don't want to be caught out from this. There's no Lulu ulti. There's no Jinx flash. Even if it goes into a 3v3, I think Immortals win these.
Yeah, and it's kind of crazy. I think this is the closest game to a tri-lane I've seen in a long time, right? Both teams are saying, all right, we'll send our jungler to go clear out some camps every now and then, but Boogie coming all the way back down. Those topside camps are still up. That is how committed they are to this. He needs to make sure this bottom side is actually going well. They will get some shove. But as you're kind of talking about, right, IMT, they've been doing a good job with some of the early aggression that Treats had with some of these fights going over towards IMT. Tactical and Treats are still up about 4 waves already this early on in the game, and that is with the attention that TSM has put down their side. I'm really already looking yet again at how TSM can try and adapt their strategy, because we said they will do well if Insanity's ahead, because not only can he die, but also he can split push.
Yep. And you can see that total gold on the left side of your screen right there. It's Insanity about 500 gold ahead of either AD carry, who are swapping back and forth based on whoever cleared the last minion. And then Balulu right behind them. Hanser right behind them. Solo lagging a little bit further behind his counterpart here, but you can see Hanser also having a couple waves of advantage there in the CS department. They're connected in with the Gore Drinker. This is going to be another one of those big players that's looking to break through that front line of Immortals, find the value targets on Balulu, on Tactical, specifically going to watch where and when he decides to use the teleports as this game moves on. Now we're 15 minutes in, so plates have fallen. I'm expecting to start seeing some bigger fights here soon.
It's really going to be around Balulu and Insanity, right? We've been paying so much attention to the bottom half of the map, but it's Insanity trying to get onto Blue and Blue trying to avoid it every single time. As we got another dragon spawning in about 2 minutes, that is probably going to be where TSM kind of stakes their claim over the bottom half of the map. Because right now, they're going to be taking the Rift Herald completely uncontested. IFT don't want no smoke, they want Wild Turtle.
Wild Turtle trying to step back here a little bit with Chime having the wild growth. Turtle pops the cleanse, and Tactical pops his health bar. Nicely done from Immortals there. That's the punish I was looking for.
And that's beautiful. Solo's still trying to play a bit of a blocker on the Rift Herald, but even after Rift Herald gets dropped bot with so many ganks coming out from Boogie, it is going to be Tactical and Treats who should be able to pick up first brick in this game. They're finding yet another one, and I gotta say, this has to feel a little bit good for the IMT bottom lane. I got a fun fact for you, actually, Clayton.
What do you got?
Did you know that there are only 2 players in this game who have never played for TSM before? This is one of their old bot lanes coming out and taking down their new one.
Well, man, they're definitely making a statement down here with this one. 2-1-1 for Tactical, having that plus 35 CS. Dive into mid lane, and Insanity just wipes Balulu off the map. Man, he made it look easy. 3-0 now on the Yone.
David, brother, you're looking pretty hot today. That is exactly what we like to see. Going between the darts, trying to take people down. We said that was going to be where the play was around. And Insanity, his ultimate, it's going to be back up for this next fight. Balulu still has to play super far back, and now he's got a Gale Force as well to contend with, because Insanity has been popping off. He's cut Balulu out of enough waves. And as we start moving towards the bottom side of the map, Kenvi, he's gone for a relatively squishy build. We said this was the ideal front line, but oh my god, they're going to melt to Insanity.
Tactical and Treats roaming up to the mid lane now, just trying to get some extra push, rotate that strength around the map. Now that they've broken through that first turret in the bottom lane, you can see if they keep this rolling, Tactical could absolutely be the wrecking ball that Immortals needs to continue building this lead up to something meaningful. Because right now, it's still plus 500 for TSM, but item spikes, when we're looking at them for Immortals, are about the same level. Insanity going to get some more money in TSM's pockets, bring that up to a little over 1,000, taking out the tier 1 on bottom side. A little bit of that split push power you were talking about, but Immortals will not be able to make it down in time to collapse on him. Insanity just going to commit the TP to join back up with the rest of TSM here in the mid lane. Utilize that Herald, knock down the tier 1 there. Treats loses half HP, Insanity disengaging again.
TSM are just going to take all 3 turrets at this point, right? They are saying, yeah, go ahead. You already got the first dragon at 12 minutes, and now Solo's got to run for Insanity's ultimate's coming up.
Insanity goes in for the Q3. Trench line brings Boogie up close to him. Wants to pop the ultimate there. The depth charge finds the target. Solo's ready to try to disengage him. Only hits a minion, but he stays alive while the rest of Immortals are able to claim the Drake. 2 Drakes to nothing now for IMT. Ocean Soul is going to be the name of the game here as the map transforms, and Hanser takes out that turret there in top lane. Brings TSM up to a 3-1 turret lead, plus 2,000 gold over Immortals.
We do got to say, Immortal, this might be the biggest high roll on Dragons they could have possibly gotten, right? We already know they want to take these front to back. They want to take these slow fights. They want to slow down Wild Turtle's ability to reset as teleports come through.
Insanity off to the side here, finds Kenvi and Balulu thrown up into the air. Fate sealed, interrupts the Vel'Koz ulti, and now Balulu could be in some serious danger. He tries to get back away, but Turtle's got the damage. Treats is next in line, and it's a double kill back over to Jinx. Kenvi and Solo with tactical head for the hills, and Boogie's gone fishing and landed him a big one. Solo's got no way home, and he'll be sliced and diced by the Ruthless Predator. Boogie picks up that kill, and TSM get a swift 3-0.
Who cares about Dragons? We have gold at this point, man. They are getting everything. They're just finding one. They find more teleports coming through. Look like IMT trying to make a play. They catch out Insanity, but once again, this guy's got the magic shoes on. He's slipping and sliding, making sure nobody can take him down. And TSM, well, yes, they lost the Dragon. Look at how this teleport comes through. Insanity caught off on the side initially. They almost burst him out, and Haunter completely separated, right? This starts off as two separate one-man units from TSM, but it turns around because Insanity, a clutch ultimate stopping the ult from Balulu, and then on top of that, he just stays alive this entire time. He's got the shields. There's no damage coming up from Tag because he has no W.
Man, that was tragic for Immortals. The game was so close just a couple minutes ago, and now with that on top of the plates and the turrets that were already acquired from TSM knocking down all those tier 1s, they're up 3,500 gold. IMT has got to be careful here, man. You have one more fight like that, I feel like you're pretty far out of the game unless TSM throws it. Insanity now continuing to play that split push game. Steadfast presence from Solo is not going to stop anything. Insanity sees it. He waits it out before using the Q3. That's 40% of the Poppy's health there in a swift trade that he doesn't really lose anything for.
No. And it's going to get worse, right? It's going to get way worse for everybody in the side lanes. We were saying that Insanity would be uncontested going up against Balulu, and it looks like it might be uncontested going up against Solo as well. And Solo, unfortunately, right, he was just left in an island all alone. Going up against Hanser has a small deficit, but it's become a really big deficit because the rest of the map has started to go, you know, bell end.
This is trouble, man. Second item completed now for Insanity. 20 minutes in, he goes for the Bloodthirster. Extra sustain there in that side lane
Extra
split
AD.
push scenario, and so much AD, exactly. As long as he stays over that threshold, which he pretty much permanently will, just healing up off a minion wave should be more than enough. You can also see second item completed there. The Black Cleaver was recently put together by Haunter. Very powerful two-item combination there from the Renekton, and it just makes it that much harder for Solo to be able to play the game. The biggest issue for Immortals right now, fights are very difficult when you're on all these 1.5 item power spikes and your opponents have the full 2 items ready to go.
Let's start looking at exactly how IMT can try and turn this one around, right? Because you already painted the picture. It's looking pretty dire. You don't have gold. You don't have a lot of ways to go for the split push. You don't have a lot of ways to necessarily go for a straight up fight. But who can actually make the plays? It's got to be Solo. It has to be Solo trying to find some of these flanks in order to get on top of Wild Turtle. You need to be able to put your Steadfast presence on Insanity to start off the fight, because if you try and save it until after he's leaving already, he's not going to do anything at all. IMT then you start getting some deeper vision in order to try and upset the balance of power, because if TSM chooses when the fights happen, IMT are never winning them.
Haunter's keeping that pressure on bottom. As you can see, the rest of TSM up here in the top side, maybe looking to see if they could find a pick. Boogie throughout the dredge line, but it does not connect on Kenvi or any other members of Immortals, and this is what we were expecting to see. It's a 1-3-1. Yone's up in top side, Renekton's down in bottom, and Lulu and Nautilus play bodyguards for Jinx in mid, just clearing waves and making sure that there's no Immortals presence anywhere past the river. You can look at the state of the map right now.
That's so scary.
You've got a couple of Scryer's Blooms at the entrance to Baron Pit and the top lane Tribrush. Everything else is on their own half of the map. It's TSM who are always playing aggressively in this.
And it's like looking at a horror game too, Clay, and you see that as you were talking about, they have no vision at all. When there's nobody on the map that you can see, you have to start asking, like, are they hitting the Baron? Right? They've got Insanity. He's already very fed. He got the Jinx. There's going to be shredding this objective as well. It's not unrealistic for TSM, if they are convinced that IMP is not going to challenge them, to just start hitting objectives. Now, you got 20 seconds left on this Ocean Dragon. IMT, if they can get to the Ocean Soul, that's an alternative win condition. But how do you even walk up? There's no tools for you to walk forward. You have to face check every single bush, and you never know which one's going to have a boogie in it.
It's hard to face check and get to that third Drake that you would also want, and there's always the concern too, hey, if we go for the third Drake and we can get there, what if they're just doing Baron instead? TSM, you know they wouldn't mind trading away a third Drake for a Baron at 23 minutes into the game. They're not on it just yet. Immortals dropping another Scryer trinket into the pit to make sure of that. but it's Chime and Turtle, again, just constantly pushing up this wave mid. TSM's in no rush to throw away the lead that they've built, jumping into anything silly, and they'll just be Haunter and Turtle starting up the Drake. Scryer's Trinket there in the back brush of that pit. So TSM, they're not afraid of this whatsoever. Immortals know that they cannot go into neutral territory. They cannot walk into this fog of war, and they cannot continue stacking those Drakes right now. Still plus 3,500 gold for TSM. Things aren't really going anywhere right now, but TSM are happy with that.
TSM are very happy with that, right? They put IMT's potential win condition 5 minutes further back. And look at this. Tactical already starting to build the Warden's Mail too. He knows he needs to stay alive. That is priority number one. Balulu also with the Zonias. These guys have cut their damage by so much. So they just know they need these fights to go as long as humanly possible. And so, as we continue to look forward, like, we got to look at what this actually means for the rest of TSM, right? Because they did have a very rough last week. They went 0-3, but now David's back. They are on a 4-game losing streak, but Insanity was only part of one of those. And Haunter, you do got to be a little bit careful here.
Yeah, he's scrapping a little bit long here with the Poppy, who has that Jack Show plus the Sunfire Cape. Very scary items, as Boogie eats a lot of damage there from the Vel'Koz. Zonias plus Leandri's. The Zonias is an absolutely huge purchase here for Balulu, who's going to have that extra get-out-of-jail-free card to try to survive some of the dives coming out of Haunter and Insanity. So let me ask you this.
Yep.
If you're Immortals, how confident are you feeling right now? Because obviously, Solo's at least able to hold his own down here in the bottom lane matchup. You're scaling forward and TSM's not accelerating the game. Does this feel... How winnable are we feeling?
You know, you're mostly waiting on a mistake at this point, right? If I'm on Immortals, I'm just like, well, we can't make any proactive plays. This is when I start yelling at my jungler, hey, I just need you to just like face check something and hopefully live for as long as possible. If we can do it in a choke point, if you can get TSM to over-engage somewhere, that's going to be your big opportunity to try and come back in. But TSM, they don't even feel pressure to try and make anything happen. They're saying, yeah, we are going to wait. We're going to get Insanity onto a third item. At that point, he's going to be able to rip through every single person. And Kenvi, right, he's the one who actually has to try it and make some space because TSM are the ones hitting the Baron.
TSM going after the Baron as Kenvi leads the charge. Boogie's stuck here in the front, and Balulu backs him up with some artillery fire. Insanity's into the back, but he's about to die.
Oh,
the damage flies out. Turtle's going to take down the enemy jungler, but they've lost Insanity. Immortals come out on top here in this trade, and it's exactly what you were talking about. TSM overdive. They send Yone into the back, but he's alone, and he's focus fired down.
Yeah, and he does it in this choke point. Uh-oh, Haunter got him careful too. All right, he doesn't have to be that careful, all right. But still, the fact that IMT find the one thing that they needed, they had Insanity go too far forward. They didn't have the Boogeyman also trying to jump on them in the backside. Just meant that Balulu and Tactical could focus fire. And Insanity, even though he's able to get out of these fights pretty effectively, he needs to make sure he has the health to do it. But that gets worse. I got bad news, right? Insanity will be able to do that in about 5-10 minutes when he has another item to play, has even more life steal to play with. And TSM, I mean, even though the first time didn't work, you just try it again. Oops.
Okay. I didn't see that.
In chat.
F in the real game, he's got the summer spell. Anyway, a little bit unlucky there, but yeah, TSM may have overplayed that one slightly. Immortals, I like the way that they commit with only what they have to still stay safe, right? Balulu's not shy about just opening up there with the laser, keeping himself very far back. The rest of the team ready to protect those carries as Insanity tries to jump in and blow them up. It still seems like Immortals is ready to fight this one out. They were ready to immediately engage when they saw TSM going after the Baron. They weren't shy about firing off the Nature's Grasp. Now they're grouped up as 5 here again. We'll see if they can find anything. They don't have a ton of over-the-wall engage, except for Kenvi's Twisted Advance, so Boogie can walk away from that one. Insanity shrunk down to half. Nature's Grasp looking forward again. More burst flies out, always aimed at the Yone. Haunter looking for a way into the back, but now they've got to be careful still. With Boogie and Insanity both injured, TSM does not want to disjointedly engage. Haunter just trying to walk this one off. No damage is nearby for Immortals. It's a very big deal for Immortals, too. You're not going to get a kill unless Balulu or Tactical is with you. Even though Haunter's walking away from a 3v1, the 3 was Treats and Kenvi and Solo. There's not much damage there. He's not really worried. But Insanity is struggling to find his interest into some of these fights.
I'm a little bit surprised that he's spending as much time with the rest of the squad, right? We know that he's really going to be powering up with every single item he completes, and by moving with the rest of the team and crucially not going for a flank engage, he's always going to be in a position where he's just trying to go right up the pipe. We said that was the most difficult way to play against this Immortals composition. You're trying to get through Poppy, you're trying to get through the Maokai, trying to get through Braum, and now we actually are seeing Insanity. He's starting to go off to the side, has level 16. That ultimate is basically going every single time you have a new wave, and we are going back towards the side lanes, creating a lot of pressure and making sure his waves are pushed 10 seconds before the dragon spawns.
Observers, is it possible to see the current cooldown on Fate Sealed for Yone?
It's like 5 seconds.
I think it might not be 5 seconds, but it's probably
like
something
40.
pretty short.
Yeah.
But that's what we got to see. We need to see that pressure either in the side or in the team fight somewhere. If nothing else, just having enough control over the map to guarantee these objectives. And sure enough, they can do that. Immortals is saying, all right, let him have this. We got the first 2. It's not like they're anywhere close to Soul. Yeah, we're not moving ourselves forward, but this isn't worth setting ourselves back for either.
The danger, though, if IMT just allows these dragons to continue going over, is that TSM also has the Ocean Soul as a win condition because of how much damage IMT does, because it's so much over time. The Ocean Soul is at its maximum efficiency. And so TSM, they're okay taking this game a little bit longer as long as IMT are not starting to pressure them on the sides. But we are starting to see, yet again, this top lane lead, even though Hanser was losing the fight up against Solo last time we actually saw them interact, he's starting to build a larger and larger CS lead, and we've seen him. He's already hunted. He's hunting for all the different angles.
Boogie over the wall. Are we going to see an engage here? They go in after Turtle, but it's only Treats who gets grabbed over the wall. Tactical is safe, and Balulu's ready to provide covering fire. Immortals pick up another one, and it's the enemy jungler. I think this might just be the Baron angle, Joshi.
It's Baron time. It's Baron o'clock. They're already coming through. Insanity trying to get it back off, but that was TSM trying to go for a fight 3v5, and Hanser misses dash over the wall. They know exactly where he is.
TSM need to stop this. Insanity's coming in here with a teleport. Immortals still on the Baron. Hanser wanting to get away before they can burst him down, burn him down. Baron is so incredibly low. They want to try to burn it and make sure this one drops before TSM's able to contest anything. Keep your eyes on Turtle. The rockets are firing off and Treats is low. The Baron has still not been brought down.
No.
Immortals are scattered. This is not what they need right now as Hanser is exhausted, but he goes to the back line looking for Balulu. Insanity's found damage onto Kenvi. Solo. Hanser drops before he's able to find a valuable kill. They're still looking for a little bit more on TSM's side, but they've stopped the Baron, and that's good enough for now. It'll be a 1-for-1 trade.
A hero play coming out from Solo to keep Insanity off of that fight, even though Hanser got in, and he almost was able to win that 1v3. Solo kept Insanity out of it the entire time. And so TSM, they do stop the Baron. They get another turret here in the mid lane. Yone continues scaling up, and TSM, their gold lead has remained the same after everything that has happened so far, but they're starting to move towards another dragon again, right? 3 instants until the Ocean Dragon actually comes up. Take another look at this one. Watch how Solo keeps Insanity. Even though he misses that, he gets on top. He knows he's never going to win this fight. He knows he's never going to kill Insanity, but as long as he keeps him out, he and Kenvi can make sure that the rest of his team can take down Hanser. As Hanser starts to dive in, the stopwatch comes through. Insanity once again grounded. Kenvi turns around, keeps him out. And even though Hanser, even through the exhaust, almost wipes a couple members of IMT, he's just short on damage.
Man, what a chaotic fight there. I was so concerned for Immortals because Treats was very low there at the start. If Turtle would have been able to find a get excited proc right out the gate, you were talking about it back in draft. Jinx becomes a much stronger champion once that passive is turned on. TSM would love to find one of those situations, but Immortals have been doing a pretty good job of trying to play around their limits and play around their range so far in this one. You can see Insanity with that Immortal Shield Bow, double lifesteal items, plus that Geoforce. Yone is a problem, but Horizon Focus also completed for Balulu. A little bit of extra power on either CC or long range, which Vel'Koz can provide both. Exactly. And then you can see more items, more defense coming in for Solo and Kenvi, both having the Warden's Mail there. Randuin's Omen already fully completed for Tactical, needing that extra defense power. And it's TSM starting up the Baron now. They don't have Hanser here, but he has Unleashed Teleport. They do this very quickly. It's already almost dead. Immortals is just running into a situation where they're not going to get it done. Kenvi tries to go in for the flash steal, but no, he's all alone. Solo already disengaged for him. TSM just walked up and took the objective.
I mean, that's what it takes, right? We called that out 10 minutes ago. TSM, if they ever feel as though IMT doesn't have the vision, can just start up, and they are not done. They are still remaining on the map. They're not spending any of this gold. They're trying to make sure they can get as much pressure as possible. By getting this wave pushed out far enough in advance, you know that it's going to be bouncing towards you later on. And these turrets are worth so much money. They're already here. Solo's the only one to defend.
This is a bad turn of events for Immortals. They were trying to stay even for so long. Boogie wants to engage here on Tactical. Treats does a good job frontlining. Tactical fires back. Boogie's down to 1/3. Treats got to be careful. You don't want to allow Turtle to get excited. Super Mega Death Rocket nearly finds the kill, but not enough damage there to seal the deal. Hauntzer just continues to apply pressure back in mid. Make sure Immortals always have something else to think about.
But you can see exactly how strong IMT's defenses are, right? Braum sitting here with the shield. Wild Turtle was wailing away on him for 5-10 seconds. Didn't even take him down to half at that point. It had to be after the shield was already down. But TSM, they're moving out in force. This is an opportunity. IMT knows that they need to start looking for some of these plays. But at the same time, who's going to be matching Insanity? There's nobody that can actually deal with him. And Insanity's teleport will be up in time for the Dragon. And he can still create pressure. He's going to be taking this inhibitor turret.
Oh, yeah. Immortals just doesn't have anybody nearby to try to deal with the dude at all. They know Solo's the only person who might be able to even breathe in that 1v1. So he'll go up there and try to deal with it. While the rest of Immortals want to take control of this, but Hauntzer's on the flank, man. Immortals are in the middle of a TSM sandwich, and they are about to have a bad time. Lulu gets engaged on. Boogie's ready to find his way onto the Vel'Koz now. Haunter fighting too. He's on to Tactical, but he won't get the kill. Immortals might be able to turn it back around now as Boogie dredge lines into his own demise. Chime and Turtle barely escape. Insanity ready to join back up with these guys, but Solo's gonna do the same. Lulu, he has no Zonias, and Solo missed the ulti. Insanity's looking for the backline here yet again. He tries to lock up 3, but he won't get anything. The flank goes over to the side of TSM. It is stolen away by Wild Turtle.
It's a goddamn rocket once again. I thought that we were done with the Jinx steals after last year, but Wild Turtle gets another one with an auto tag this time around. But TSM over and over again, well, they get bailed out right now by Wild Turtle with that one auto attack. They are fighting over and over again without their most crucial member. We saw this is the second time, even though Insanity catches so many members, he does so much damage in this play. He just leaves everybody on a sliver of HP. Imagine if he was there when Haunter was there too.
Oh man, that Jinx steal. It looked like Immortals were just getting away with the crime. Everybody was so low, but that doesn't matter, man. Wild Turtle and Tactical both doing over 7,000 damage in that last team fight. Actually, the second highest damage scorer for TSM was the Renekton from Haunter, who was just buying so much time, putting that pressure on Tactical in the Immortals backline. You already commented how Insanity didn't make it until the end of the fight, so naturally the numbers on him are going to be a bit lower. Blade of the Ruined King done for Tactical. Has the Tiamat in inventory looking towards the Hydra, so he's going to be a wave clear AoE splash machine once that one gets done. Man, oh man, we are getting close to some full builds here, my friend.
We are. Multiple members. You already called it Tactical on 4.5. We see Insanity, similar spot, has 4 done there. I need to see one fight where TSM either commits with Insanity with them or commits to Insanity off the sideline. He should be able to beat up Solo all on his own. It'll take a while to get through it, but you will eventually win that with all of the lifesteal. And TSM, I mean, we get to see some of the shades that we got before, right? I remember talking to some of the players who were screaming up against TSM, and they always said, you know, it's not even that Ruby is not gelling with the team. It's just that Insanity's been better the entire time. Insanity's been a stronger player, and now he's trying to make these big plays all by himself. He's had a couple slick escapes, but he just needs to be with the team.
Well, Haunter and Solo are set up there in the bottom lane, both on full push duty, both level 18, both with their teleports ready to join the fight. So again, as so many games come down to with these top laners in split push situations, it's all about who gets the better angle, who gets the better timing there with those teleports to join up. Haunter does not have a super high damage Renekton build. Sometimes you see him go for stuff more like Blade of the Ruined King.
Yep.
This is a very stock standard. Two bruiser items into some tank stuff. He's not going to do any serious damage to Solo, so Solo's pretty fine there, sitting in that 1v1. We've seen that go fine for him throughout this game so far. Rabadon's death cap completed for Balulu. This is where Vel'Koz can start 100-0ing people in one ulti. Solo backing away now. Recognizes more TSM players are heading down. Does not want to get caught in the middle of a 1v4. Even for Poppy, that one's pretty tough to deal with. Immortals continuing to concede the territory that they should own here in their own side of the jungle. It's a lot of TSM vision being placed down. as the TSM players decide to go for a recall and get ready for the next fight. Baron's up in 45 seconds.
That's going to be where IMT needs to draw the line, right? They know that in 2 minutes there's an Ocean Soul for them to fight over. They know that in 40 seconds they're going to have to deal with Insanity. They are not going to be making the same mistake a third time in a row. They're going to be bringing him. He's going to be trying to find an opportunity. And look at all these teleport wards he has right behind the lines. He gets on top of one of those. We saw what Haunter was able to do. Haunter doesn't have the damage build. You know who's going to be doing all the deeps? It is going to be Insanity. He gets one reset, Wild Turtle takes over. And IMT, they're trying to clear all this out, but I don't think they're going to get the one in the Wolf Pit.
And the big thing I'm looking at here too is where are those big one-time use items? Because I'm seeing them on the side of TSM. There's Guardian Angel for Benekton. There's Stopwatch on both Boogie and Insanity. There's Mikhail's Crucible purchased for Chime, so Turtle has 2 cleanses now instead of just the 1. Over on the other side, lots of powerful items coming through, but none of those one-and-done game changers, right? It's just like more firepower. It's Rabadon's Death Cap. If somebody stands in Balulu's ulti for the full duration, you're gonna die. But TSM has been pretty good about trying to interrupt it so far. Turtle is the man with the plan, though. This is the guy you got to watch out. If TSM can keep him protected, he's got the DPS to win the fight on his own.
And IMT, they just don't know if they're hitting at any given point. Now they see where Wild Turtle and Sandy are. They know that there's no threat on the Baron. They're going to be able to reclaim some of this vision, but Hunter on the far side, we saw a big flank from him before. Insanity, he's grouped up. It's IMT hitting.
TSM are going in for the play. Let's see what they can find here. Insanity gets chunked a little bit, but Solo gets chunked more. Now Insanity locked down here, but Nature's Grasp goes into the back line of the main field, but he won't find a good target. Boogie now focused out next. Stopwatch keeps him alive. Insanity and Solo fighting off to the side as they lock down Envy. He tries to use his grasp back onto the Baron, and he stays alive for now. Balloon won't get the kill. They need him with TSM. Turtle's unstoppable. He's excited, and he just can't hide it. The Jinx shuts down Tactical's Kog'Maw. Insanity takes out Balulu. Immortals, they were so close, but no cigar.
Oh my god, so many people on blinking health bars on both sides of the fight, but TSM are the ones that come out on top. They're going to continue putting IMT down, and this might be the turnaround of their fortunes, right? TSM, 3 games down with Ruby. They lost one Insanity before. This would be a 4-game losing streak. Now they're coming around. They get their old mid laner coming right on back. He brings something out a little bit unique, and he is picking up exactly where he left off. Even though they got the 1 player, he and Hunter finally teamed up that fight.
TSM should just be able to march this one in now. Solo and Treats do not have the damage to prevent the destruction of this base. Treats throws up the Unbreakable, but it won't live up to the name today. Insanity cuts him down. Turtle's excited from taking out the turrets, taking out the champions, and taking out Immortals. TSM take the game.
A big turnaround for TSM, right? Improving to 4 and 6 here in the standings. This is a big play for them. We had a 3-way tie down there at 7th place with a bunch of teams with the same number of wins. Now they're starting to separate themselves a little bit from the pack, guaranteeing they have a little bit more opportunity to start playing for the playoffs. And you got to start the second round robin off strong. You know this is a must-win for you in order to improve.
That was a close game at multiple points. You pointed out how the gold lead stayed very static from about, what, 18 minutes till 30 minutes?
Yeah.
So we just kind of had the same game state chilling there. Both sides seemingly okay with it, trusting in their own scaling. And so many of the fights just came down to these slivers of health bars. The amount of times people were walking away with 300 health, 400 health on both sides was extreme. Even in that final team fight that we saw there in that topside river, it was Turtle surviving with what I think was less than 100 HP.
Yeah.
These were going to the wire, and it's TSM who ended up just playing it that little bit better to get themselves the win. You mentioned being tied around 7th. Again, top 8 going to playoffs. And unfortunately for Immortals, now they find themselves firmly down there in 10th. They're going to have some more catching up to do. Let's see one more time how TSM outpiloted them in this one.
Yeah, and this is one of the big things, right? We were saying that we need to see Insanity group up with them over and over again. This is the first time he's actually starting a fight, and it looks so close, right? Another moment that could have instantly ended it, but both Tactical and Balulu just barely getting out of dodge. And I thought the fight was going to be over right around here because I thought Kane was going to die, but a beautiful move to actually get over toward the Baron, heal up quite a bit, puts Wild Turtle in a spot where he can't comfortably join the rest of the fight. The 2 frontliners still trying to get Kenby, trying to get Treats, and it takes that Gale Force coming up from Wild Turtle, that classic aggression coming out from this guy to finally get that first reset before the rest of the fight just blows up.
It was beautifully done, and one clutch thing that you see at the very beginning of this fight, Solo's Poppy ulti does not hit anybody. Nobody from TSM is disengaged and knocked far away from here. If you look at that fight with maybe one less TSM player, it could have looked different. But it's TSM having the patience. You saw when Turtle was walking forward, he sees the Balulu laser and he goes, nope, not walking into that. He backs up for a second. Then it's the Gale Force in as soon as it's done. Then it's going in to get excited and clean up the remaining players. Well played to TSM.
Yeah, good stuff from TSM. And again, I actually feel as though IMT should be feeling pretty good about that. It actually started off really good for them down in the bottom lane. Tactical and Trades had a lot of pressure there. The 2v2 was going well until Boogie decided it was actually a trial lane.
Yeah, that was a lot of focus bottom lane here early on in game number 1 of the day. But hey, a reminder that Fantasy LCS is happening over on Sleeper. Make sure you lock in your picks and bans for next week's games if you want to top your league. And now it's time to join Raz and Haunter on stage for the Verizon post-game interview.
Hey, thank you and congratulations, Haunter, for the win.
Thanks, man.
Quick question. That looked like a difficult one. You guys had a huge lead. Can you walk me through just the biggest difficulty in being able to pick up that win? Because you guys looked like you had to change a little bit on how you approach the fights.
Yeah, I mean their team comp was pretty annoying for us to deal with. We have 2 divers, but they have a lot of peel for the Kog'Maw, and he built Randuin, so he was pretty tanky. It's not the cleanest game from us. We definitely have a lot to work on, a lot to improve, and as long as we're staying on the same page, I think we'll see better results in the future.
That sounds good. I remember you guys came into this split really strong in terms of as a team being on the same page, knowing where you guys needed to be, having the right vision control placements. What would you say is probably the biggest thing you guys have been working on since last week to get better at? Is it just being more disciplined and getting on the same page on that one, keeping that vibe, or what would you say?
Yeah, it's more of the same, just keep working on ourselves, making sure we're on the same page. Yeah, that's honestly just the biggest thing. It's a team game. One person can't carry. If we're all doing the same thing together, we're gonna be playing a lot better as a team, right? So that's just our main focus for now.
That makes sense. How about you though? Because first of all, it's nice being able to see you start for a team in the LCS once again. We all know you could do it, but tell me about something that you've been looking to improve upon. I know the patch changes pretty consistently, but a challenge that you had for yourself throughout the split so far.
Just getting better individually. I feel like my performance is not, what I want and not to the standard that I'm holding myself to. So just improving myself.
All right. And last question for me is more so a question just about the team. Who would you say, do you have any funny stories about the team? Anything that you want to get out there? Or even just who do you think is the biggest troll on the team? Anything just because anytime I see you guys talking from content and stuff, it seems like it's always hilarious, but I don't know. Who would you want to shout out?
I don't know. We got a lot of jokesters on our team. David and Turtle for sure are the most hilarious. So yeah, I mean, those guys have great attitudes, and they keep the team vibe positive. So thanks to them.
That sounds good. Last thing is just a message for the fans. Anything you got to say to them?
Thanks for watching.
That's all I need to hear. Thanks a lot, Haunter. Once again, congratulations on the win, and we'll be going to a break after this. Appreciate you. There you go.
Insanity off to the side here, finds Kenvi and Balulu, thrown up into the air, fake sealed, interrupts the Vel'Koz ulti, and now Balulu could be in some serious danger. He tries to get back away, but Turtle's got the damage. Treats is next in line, and it's a double kill back over to Jinx. Kenvi and Solo with tactical head for the hills, and Boogie's gone fishing and landed him a big one. Solo's got no way home, and he'll be sliced and diced. Sanity and Solo fighting off to the side as they lock down Kenvi. He tries to use his grasp back onto the Baron, and he stays alive for now. Balulu won't get the kill, they need him with TSM. Turtle's unstoppable. He's excited, and he just can't hide it. The Jinx shuts down Tactical's Kog'Maw. Insanity takes out Balulu. Immortals, they were so close, but no cigar.
I've got the Samsung 990 Pro Series. Shall we get started then? This speed exceeds all expectations. Reading speeds are 40% quicker than before, and writing speeds are 55% faster. Through the in-house controller, the per-watt performance has improved up to 50%. The 990 Pro's nickel coating controller for its smart thermal solution technology controls heat. Playing computer games? Obviously the best.
Welcome back to the LCS for FlyQuest versus 100 Thieves. You may have seen this tweet from FlyQuest Prince recently explaining the physics behind the team's recent descent. Now, while a lot of people make fun of the American education system, at least we know what momentum is. Watch what happens when mass and velocity trade places. As a man of science, I believe what's actually been happening is FlyQuest has been charging up or channeling this entire time. Just like Vi's Vault Breaker or Fiddlestick's Crowstorm, science can explain this via elastic potential energy, which is energy stored as a result of applying a force to deform an elastic object. Like these toys, FlyQuest have simply been storing up energy and waiting until now to unleash their true potential. Bam, that's them beating 100 Thieves. Ooh, there's Golden Guardians. There goes IMT as well. But I believe the best way to show you is to take this theory into practice. So we'll see you on the caster desk.
Okay, that's good.
Nicely done. Welcome back. We need to check in again, speaking of FlyQuest, on the percentages chart, but we're going wider with this percentage.
We didn't have enough numbers last time.
We didn't have enough numbers,
That
so
was
we
the
got a
feedback.
screen full of percentages.
All right.
The feedback
Yeah.
was we needed more
That's a lot of-
numbers.
The most percentages. So
That's a
what
lot of
this
probability.
Is, it's the percentage of scenarios of a team at least tying for the place. The way it works is 45% of scenarios, Cloud9 will finish first. And the scenarios would be if you flipped a coin for every single game an infinite number of times, this is what it will come out to.
It's the Doctor Strange explanation. I've seen every universe, and in 45.34% of universes, C9 is first place.
Yes, for some reason, production was obsessed with this one, this cell. I don't know why. I think it's what they selected when they took the screenshot. Dig finishing 4th and 18%. But anyway, it's interesting because 100 Thieves and FlyQuest are playing right now. You can see their percentages align actually fairly closely. FlyQuest has changed their percentages for the better with their 3-game win streak. At the start of this, when they were 0-6, about 65% of their percentages fell below the playoff line. So, Emily, you're the one who flipped the coin 45 times this morning.
I actually wanted to see what a coin would say, like what the scenario would be. So I flipped a coin 45 times. This
How many
is
times?
The sped up version of it.
It's for every single game left in the LCS.
You can also see how bad, for how much I watch the LPL, I am at actually phically flipping a coin.
And you just let it land on the
Yeah,
screen.
yeah.
And we did blue and red for whichever
side-
team had
sides.
side select
Yep,
for the game.
Yeah. So we'll
See
see
a lot
the
of reds.
results.
Or am I just
Yeah. So
blind?
I kept like turning it at the top because I was like, oh, does it matter? Is this like weirdly weighted? It's a coin that I got from the Boston T system when I bought a Charlie card.
So the coin said
this is what the coin
That's a
raw
pretty good
prediction
second round robin.
for FlyQuest.
6 wins.
Yeah.
Wait, even like the
Yeah,
prediction.
they'll finish 9-9.
Yeah.
And even the
That's
predictions,
pretty good.
100 Thieves, GG, and EG as the teams you lose to are kind of believable, right? Like
Yeah.
those are pretty good teams. You can see them losing.
Yeah.
All right, what
and
did
then,
what did
yeah,
100
maybe
Thieves
you
get?
catch Cloud9 in one of their weird drafts. I don't know.
Oh, you did it for 100.
Well, we did every
Yeah,
game, so we could
did
technically do this for
game.
every
so
team.
this is what the coin predicted.
Oh,
It's a lot
no!
more weirdly
Oh.
straightforward.
This is the reverse from last
They're
split.
streaky.
Yeah.
They're going to win for a little bit, get fans to believe in them heading into week 5, and then they're going to chain int.
Yep.
Something's gonna happen in that
Apparently.
Cloud9 game.
I
Yeah.
think this
Yeah.
will still make playoffs.
So, yeah, this will probably make playoffs.
We
8
should
wins
have a
would be pretty close.
standings.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this would be the standings because basically we flip for every single game. The percentages charts said
Yep.
one thing. If you just flipped it,
Wait, you flipped every team's remaining games, Emily?
yeah, 45
So I did
flips.
only one scenario, but I did it for all games,
Right.
right? So I didn't like multiply it.
It's still
This
a lot
is
of time.
It
shockingly
is a lot
accurate.
of coin flips. But yeah, this is what the coin has predicted for the LCS summer ending
Ooh, Team
standings.
Liquid's going to drop like
Team
a rock.
Liquid's gonna drop.
Oh.
It's
This
a
is-
big
Also,
TSM fan.
FlyQuest shooting up the standing. Like
Yeah.
after an 0-6 start, that's actually really good.
I'm a little scared that the coin is gonna be fairly accurate. I wanna.
It probably has better predictions than me.
This is.
Well, we'll keep track of it now because we have all of them. Our stats guy Liam recorded all of them for us.
Yeah. Just one more look at the percentages chart. That's if there's an infinite number of scenarios. Well, not infinite. You just run stats.
Yeah.
I don't really understand it, but the percentages make sense.
Numbers, big numbers scare Jet.
Casters, you got this.
Those are good probabilities.
Don't worry, chat. I don't understand probabilities either anyway. Welcome back, everybody. I'm still Captain Flowers. That's still Joshi. And this is game number 2. FlyQuest going up against 100 Thieves. 2 teams that have not quite lived up to the expectations that people had for them coming into summer split. Both would have liked to have a better performance in the first round robin than they did. But hey, it's time to restart. Play everybody again.
Yep.
You get to start off with one of those other squads that everybody was expecting to be at the top of the table.
And it's also important to know exactly how much energy FlyQuest have been storing up this entire time. They spent the first 2 weeks, just deforming themselves, trying to find an opportunity to actually play up with the maximum potential with all that elastic energy. But now they have to try to deal with gravity because 100 Thieves are going to be the ones who try to take them down. Say that was just a flash in pan. FlyQuest are not what they were in spring.
And when I'm looking at 100 Thieves, like I've been reading a lot of the community comments and everything around the squad. A lot of people are talking about like, man, somebody get Double Lift a team around them. And it has been feeling like Double Lift has been doing a lot of lifting, but it's the other roles that have been coming up a little bit shorter. Particularly, my eyes are on Closer. Closer is somebody who for a long time has been one of the top junglers in the league. Like the guy who when he pops off, 100 Thieves pops off. And I think for the first half of summer, these first 3 weeks so far, he's not been popping the way they want him to pop.
Exactly. And we have to remember, it's not just the first time that Double Lift has been having a good split. He had the most player of the games in spring, and it was one of the performances that I think a lot of people were a little bit surprised about. He just looked so strong, and this is an opportunity for the rest of the team to continue stepping back up, going up against FlyQuest. This is going to be an opportunity for Closer, and also I feel as though someday was going to have a chip on his shoulder to make sure that he can also take down one of his longtime rivals in NA and Impact.
All right, let's see how they go about it. We got 2 support bans for 100 Thieves, the Melio and the Rakan, alongside a Sejuani there in the jungle. It's Zaya, LeBlanc, and Ivern
Get that
banned
tree
out
outta
by
here.
FlyQuest. Yeah, they don't want him in there. Zaya's also been incredibly powerful lately, especially now they're on patch 13.13. You know that Double-Lift being the type of hard carry player that he is, having a champion like that would be great for him, so they want to remove that. 100 Thieves will lock in their mid laner first and foremost. They're going to put Quid on Azir this game.
And this has been his most played so far in this play. He's got 3 games on it so far. He's also 3-3 overall for his record since he did join in week 2. But 100 Thieves, now that they're going to be picking this up, have already demonstrated they are looking to play more of a front-to-back style of composition, right? You do not pick Azir and say, hey, we're going to go with a bunch of divers after this. We are going to make sure we can protect this Azir. And I love the fact that FlyQuest, they say, hey, one of the best people you can play in order to make sure to keep your Azir alive is this Maokai. We're going to take that away from you and also make your front-to-back even harder.
And it's a champion that Spica has played plenty of, right? When we think back to spring, we think back to especially that Mimi, Mumu, Maokai, demonic embrace nonsense. He really started picking it up there, and even after that got nerfed, he's still been a prolific player of the champion. So that gets locked in. The Renekton picked up for Impact, just as per usual, that evergreen staple in the top lane. They don't feel bad about locking it in. Pretty safe against most matchups.
And it has been something that Impact has had a lot of success on relatively recently, just because of the way that he creates so much pressure up in the top side, right? As a weak side Renekton, he is able to get some of the most powerful top lanes. He's consistently going to be looking for a lot of these flanks. But just as we saw in last game when the Renekton was played by Hunter, we saw the response of Poppy. It's going to be going over to Someday once again. But a lot of people have been picking this, but this is not the easiest matchup in the world to play for the Poppy. Well, yes, you stop a lot of the all-in attempts that Renekton can go for. You're a mana champion. That means that Renekton will slowly grind you down. The longer he can keep you in lane, the longer the advantage will grow.
Well, we've got the Varus picked up here for Double-Lift. I always enjoy seeing players who know how to play to their limits and play aggressively on this champion, because I think Varus is one of those marksmen where if somebody's bad at Varus, he just kind of seems like a caster minion. But if somebody's really good at him, he can seem borderline cheat code. So I'm excited to see Double-Lift on that one this game. FlyQuest locking in the Tristana. I feel like this is probably mid lane Trist. We've seen Vikla play it a few times already. So probably going to look towards some potential bot lane bans here in the second half for 100 Thieves.
And he also got one of his wins on the Tristana as well last week. But as we start looking at this, it is important to remember again that this is patch 13.13. This is no longer going to be the same kind of AP Varus that has been dominating the meta recently. The static shift no longer has the AP ratio that you really need for the big burst. And so while Double-Lift can still go for a lot of the AP because the build is still viable, it's not going to be having the same kind of burst going up against the Maokai, going up against the Renekton. And it really signifies that 100 Thieves a little bit more focused on either going for the full range and the lethality or more of an on-hit crit style build to burst through all of these tanks.
Nautilus banned out, Cassante banned out, no copy pasta, sorry Twitch chat, we're gonna have to wait for the next one on this one, as Heimerdinger also banned away by FlyQuest, respecting the Heimer and Varus bot lane combo that just completely makes every matchup miserable to play against.
Miserable. And as we start looking at it, right, one of the big things that FlyQuest is going to need to do is I want to find one more diver, one more engage tool coming out from the side of FlyQuest, mostly likely coming out from Vulcan, to ensure that they have the tools to come out a different angle, to ensure the steadfast presence is not going to be able to stop everyone. That's part of why the Nautilus has already been taken off. That's part of why the Silas has already been taken off, to put Vikla off of one of his divers.
So if we're talking about divers, Rel immediately comes to mind.
Oh yeah.
What is one of the biggest counters to Rel? It's Alistar. I think 100 Thieves is predicting Rel, and then if we take Alistar, they could take Silas, because Silas loves Alistar's ulti.
Yeah.
Just thinking ahead towards that. We aren't going to see a Rel locked in. We're going to see the Aphelios instead. It's Malphite in the top lane for Someday. That means Closer's piloting that Poppy through the jungle.
Yeah, and the Malphite into the Renekton, we have been seeing this become more and more popular, especially when you go with the press the attack style build. You just put a bunch of points in W, and you don't even have to put any points in Q either because of how much mana it takes up. You build up some armor and you slowly beat the Renekton to death as the game goes long. But this is a big tool for 100 Thieves. They are now no longer relying on Quid to go in and just start the fight by throwing himself at the enemy team. You're no longer relying on Double to pick off a squishy member with his ultimate. Now you can just throw something at the enemy team like a Pokemon. It's Graveler, I choose you. You just make sure you lock down all of these squishy marksmen in the backside.
You throw in the Malphite, you throw in the Rel on top of it, man. It's scary stuff. And hey, I actually feel kind of smart on this one because It's Rel, it's Alistar pick
Yeah,
as the
let's
counter
go.
pick. It happened the opposite direction from what I was expecting, but that is the matchup we're going to get here in the bottom lane. Two very tanky supports with a lot of engage potential.
And because these supports kind of neutralize each other, because the Alistar is mostly there to use a headbutt every single time Rel is going to be jumping in, puts a lot more pressure on these two marksmen. Prince was one of the players that was lauded as one of the best imports we've seen in North America for a long time. And Doublelift, the GOAT, the guy who has been around for so long, who is still at the top of the game, he's on a good matchup. He actually has the range to deal with Prince in ways that Prince will not be able to echo, but Prince has a bit more playmaking potential in the lane in conjunction with Vulcan.
Who won the draft?
It's actually really close, but I'm going to have to go with 100 Thieves this time. I really like what they've done. They put Quid on a comfortable champion, they have Doublelift on a comfortable champion, and they have some very simple buttons. They know how to get fights started, and they don't have to think too hard about it.
I always love when I see a team pick Malphite because he's one of those champions where he could be down 80 CS, he's 7 deaths, he's been DC'd for 4 minutes, and as long as he logs back into the game and his R key is on his computer, he will be useful. This champion just always has value, especially when you couple it with something like Rel. If one of those two gets an engage, the other one can immediately follow up, and man, it's nasty.
As we start looking at this one, as we start going on for our second game of the day, I'm going to be looking at this Malphite in particular. We have seen that a lot of these top lanes between Impact and Someday are determined by the long game. You're going to be going for a lot of pressure up here in the top side of the map. Impact trying to push Someday around, and as we talked about with the Poppy, this Renekton is also a mana-less champion. This Renekton is going to be pushing Someday around, and if he can keep Someday in lane, if he can force Someday to stay when his mana pool is low, that's how Impact can actually find the longest version of his advantage. But if he gets to level 9, Someday's doing totally fine. He's got some armor. Well, Impact's going to struggle for the rest of the game.
And man, one way that you can make top laners struggle is some early support roams. Both Alistar and Rel are excellent at roaming early. Leave your AD carry bottom, just trust him to farm and get out there and make plays. They're both taking the Ignite. This is one of my favorite things about having an engaged support meta over a peel support meta is just the aggression that you can see all over the map early on in the game.
Yeah.
I love the double Ignites here. Double cleanse from both of these immobile marksmen as Vikla trades very aggressively onto Quid nice and early here, but not so early that Quid would have the opportunity to go back and heal on the fountain and negate it. So a nice bit of an advantage here for Vikla right as minions collide.
And crucially, it also gets out the double soldiers from Azir really early on. Because it's on that ammo system, that takes a long time to come back online, and it really hurts a lot of Quid's ability to exert pressure in the lane. It allows Vikla to trade again relatively early in the lane. But as we start looking at the junglers, they are going for very different paths. Spica did his own Raptors and has now moved towards the bottom half of the map, whereas on the other side, Closer, I said different, he's doing the exact same thing. He got Raptors, he's going to his own blue.
Yeah, but the difference is FlyQuest has vision on it. Observers let us see that that ward was placed right down there nice and early on. They're going to see Closer making this path, but starting the blue late enough that you should be able to predict that he was starting at one of those other camps a bit further away, most likely the chickens. Now, bottom side, Vulcan and Prince, they're just yielding this early control to Doublelift and Busio. Busio having control over the brush, Doublelift on that Varus. They don't want to scrap early, end up losing some big trade that forces them to concede all lane pressure. And we'll see if we get the junglers involved either as early or as frequently in bot lane as we did in a previous game. Because like you said, man, it was a...
It's a tri-lane, both sides.
Yeah, it was a tri-lane for all intents and purposes.
But here, as we look at it, right, Spica is actually pathing away. You see that he's flipped his jungle path. He's going to be going up towards the red buff, moving towards the top half of the map. Nobody coming down to help out Prince and Vulcan for now. But as we look across the map, Impact doing a good job pushing up there. But the biggest thing I'm actually worried about is here in the mid lane, right? Vikla had the wave pushing back towards him just a moment ago, but he hasn't actually used the opportunity to try and do any damage to Quid. He's got to jump on top of it.
Just going to push out right now, playing it nice and safe. FlyQuest, the big thing I'm looking for...
There it is.
There it is. Jump in. Shoot him. Shoot him again.
Oh.
Shoot him again.
Bang.
All right, there we go. That's a real good trade. Quid down to 100 HP has to pop that potion.
Yeah.
But no, FlyQuest getting those 3 wins last week, not only is it important because, you need to make sure you don't fall so far behind that making it into playoffs just becomes a stressful exercise in itself, but just the things that it can do to boost your mental, to boost the sense of teamwork and camaraderie. Hey, we do have what it takes to get these wins. We do have what it takes to get it done. I'm really looking forward to seeing how much confidence these guys can play with, especially when I look at a player like Vulcan, you know, brought into this team. You're thinking, hey, one of the best supports in the league, brought onto a team that was looking amazing in the early parts of spring. This has got to be a recipe for success. They start out 0-6, but I look at Vulcan as the kind of guy who wants to talk smack on Twitter. He wants to be in the zone. And so if you've got that extra confidence on a player like that, I'm excited to see what it can do for their playmaking.
As a huge Ayla fan, I felt very vindicated that Ayla was not the problem, right? But we are still seeing the FlyQuest as they are starting to bounce back. It is how much will they be able to bounce back? Closer actually come into the mid lane trying to make sure that Quid can farm up. But one of the things that we were always looking at with FlyQuest previously was, is Vikla going to get caught out in some of these early ganks? We have seen him go down to so many of them. You were asking if Closer is going to be able to step up in this one. Goes for a first gank, gets some pressure, alleviates some of the problems that Quid was having, but it doesn't actually solve any of their problems. Vikla can still do the exact same thing when he comes back from the back.
And you were talking a little bit during Champ Select about how Malphite can try these builds where he gets aggressive with Renekton and just smacks him around in an auto-attack battle some. But here early on in the lane, at least, Impact is running the show up in the top lane. Does have a nice CS advantage right now, but plenty of minions, I'm assuming, underneath the tower for Someday to try to collect those. There you go. Sort of alleviated the issue, but it's a nice little lead for Impact early on here.
And that's what we were looking at, right? Until Someday is able to get his back off, teleport back with a couple of cloth armors or maybe a bramble vest, it's going to be pretty good for Impact because of how expensive Someday's spells actually are. We should expect a lead to start it off. It's all about when the tide turns. But we've seen this coming out a couple of times, right? Doubleth moves away, and Busio just trying to hold the wave, and it is preventing Prince and Vulcan from actually going for a reset. They are continuously keeping these guys down here in the bottom lane by threatening to go for a freeze, and because there has been vision, now Spica has to come down in order to try and make sure that Closer is not here for a game.
Exactly. Throw the sapling into the brush, make sure the Poppy's not coming down, and when you see that he's not there, now it's FlyQuest looking to make a move, potentially punish this 100 Thieves freeze angle. Doublelift is low, and Prince is paid. It's first blood over to Aphelios as FlyQuest disengages. Nobody's even close to dead, and they got Someday's TP too. Spica backing away there. Bramble Smash means Busio and Someday can't chase it any further. That was just good for FlyQuest.
That was fantastic. And up in the top lane, right, we were asking at what point does Someday have an opportunity to turn around the top lane? Well, at this rate, the answer might be never. He's losing a bunch of plates. Impact already going to be getting his first back off after getting effectively a kill and a half.
Yeah, Someday teleported to bottom straight from lane. You can see his inventory. It's Dorian's Shield and Cookie. He didn't get to buy anything, so he just shows up as, you know, level 1 poor man Malphite, and it does not have any consequence there for FlyQuest, who made this play nice and easy.
And honestly, the fact that they go for this and they try and get the cleanse out early, the Ignite gets its full duration. Spica only takes turret shots while he has his Aftershock up. A great dive coming through from FlyQuest, absolutely zero risk taken. And we got to see that some of the freezes that Doubleth and Busio were going for ends up punishing them a little bit. Great reactive play from the rest of FlyQuest to bring Spica down, one of our greatest strugglers that we've had.
Spica on to Maokai, always looking to set up the team here as Busio and Vulcan roaming around here in the bottom side. River gonna find each other. Shattering Strike with a nice little stun on it after the Realm Mini rework. Makes it so Busio can just force Vulcan away from there. 80 carries are in Farm Town bottom lane. They're both happy enough with that situation. But Someday on the Malphite at least has the Bomby Cinder now, but Iron Spike Whip plus extra components for Impact. He's loving the state of the lane.
He's gonna be going out and getting some fruit too, right? We were complaining about only the one cookie coming out for Someday, but Impact, you know, like I'll go get some watermelon at the same time. And FlyQuest in the mid lane, because of the ganks that Closer has had alleviating a lot of the pressure, Quid has really bounced back in the lane. Vikla, we see going for this early Vampiric Scepter, will alleviate a lot of the auto attacks that Quid can put down on his side, but also means that his aggression is severely mitigated. He spent so much of that gold on lifesteal. That is not an offensive stat. You're not going to be using it to get your own damage in at all. And it feels as though some of the aggression that Vikla missed out on is going to come back to bite them.
Well, Prince and Vulcan are just going to keep shoving this wave in. If Doublelift and Busio want to keep freezing it, fine, but I would expect Prince and Vulcan in particular to try to make plays elsewhere if that happens. Closer now coming down here into the bot lane, but Spica's doing the same. If Prince and Vulcan could buy enough time for Closer to show his face, maybe they could bait their opponents in. Spica going to set up the sapling in the brush. As Vikla engages onto Quid, he gets out the Emperor's Divide. That's good enough for now, because they could set up a play with Spica to follow.
And you can see there's not a lot of damage coming out from Vikla at all with Empiric Scepter. It is the Emperor's Divide like you called out, but here comes Closer into the mid lane. We've seen this gank so many different times as people come around this corner and they will knock Vikla towards Quid in just a second. You gotta know it's coming.
The important thing to remember is Tristana can use Buster Shot to get rid of Poppy just like that, and then Poppy can't stop your jump, so Tristana can disengage. It's one of the unique advantages Tristana has as a champion with a dash that has to play against Poppy. You don't have to jump away, you just yeet him.
Exactly. You don't have to do the moving. Get everybody else. But it's going to be a play going over to Quid. This matchup is supposed to be really rough for Quid, and the fact that this mid-jungle duo for 100 Thieves is overpowering Vikla is going to help them out quite a bit. We had a lot of questions when Quid first came in, right? There's the whole Quid game, like who's going to get the tug of war. This is definitely one where he seems to be toppling people over the edge. Now he just needs to take the advantage he's already built up and showcase it on the rest of the map, because both sides are bringing a ton of people to the side.
Rift Herald being taken here by 100 Thieves. Spica wants to step up. Okay, never mind.
All right.
Goodbye. It's not like he really could have done anything except try a cheeky smite steal anyway, and even if he does, I don't think he could get the eyeball. They just didn't have enough dudes nearby, so FlyQuest losing out on the Eye of the Herald. 100 Thieves is going to have full plate timer to drop that one, decide where they want to use it. You can see no plates have been taken anywhere except that one in the mid lane that the Thieves have been able to acquire. Meanwhile, over on FlyQuest side, it's mid and bot lane that are still full plates standing, but top side only 2 left after Impact's dominance in the laning phase here.
Yeah, and you can see that Impact walking back in the lane with a whole Gore Drinker is
Oh,
going to
man.
be beating up on Someday until Someday can get opportunity to back and spend his gold as well. But Clayton, we're looking at another really late dragon. I guess people just don't really like the chem tech. Turns out that getting a bunch of stats when you have already lost the fight is not exactly the most valuable thing. But FlyQuest are like, well, if you're not going to do it, I guess we should pick something up.
It's good for like 1v9 TikTok montages, I guess.
True.
But that's probably about it. As the dragon will finally go over to FlyQuest. You pointed it out, Impact has the Gore Drinker completed. Sunday's still got Bomby Cinder, so that top lane 1v1 is going to feel awful for poor old Malphite here for quite a while. Also still needs to wait a little bit longer before that teleport becomes ready to cast again. We are past 10 minutes, so both of those teleports are unleashed, which is a massive advantage for FlyQuest, because if both these guys are showing up to a team fight, I am deathly scared of the alligator. Malphite, not so much.
Not right now. But as you said, right, you just got to make sure your R key is working, and then you should be able to do something in these fights. But once again, somebody's back stopped up on the top side, and there's a potential dive brewing.
Oh, Vikla tried to jump in. He gets shuffled back towards the turret, but not quite in range to take the turret shot. Flash is back on the other side of the Emperor's Divide. Anyway, it's flash for flash traded here in the mid lane. Both of the laners low, but it's Quid that's slightly lower.
Yeah, we've needed this. This is what we need to see Vikla do way earlier on. You take these aggressive trades, put your opponent really low, and use your lifesteal to get back up. That's the first time we've seen him really try and go for one of these aggressive plays since Quid's ultimate was last up. You gotta be a little bit faster with that kind of cadence. And 100 Thieves, I mean, even though they are down a little bit because the top lane is bleeding, because the bottom lane dive did go well, 100 Thieves are technically playing from a deficit, but as I said before, their composition is so straightforward to play, right? You don't have to do anything fancy. You just go for some of these picks, you just throw out some ultimates, and you catch everybody on the map. And I'm going to expect that the next dragon is not one that 100 Thieves is going to try and contest, but Dragon 3, they're gonna for sure.
Well, that next one will be a Mountain Drake. Always feels nice to have some of those extra defense.
You already got one on your
for the
team someday.
frontliners. Yeah. We already got one of those guys. And hey, he's at least got a full item completed now.
Woohoo!
So that's going to help a ton, at least in this 1v1 against the Renekton. And you can see the lane assignments getting shook up here a little bit, as it will be double if sent up into the top side there. Busio shadowing behind him, trying to drop down some vision, I would assume, in the enemy jungle, just making sure he gets that ward placement right so it goes in the brush. But unfortunately, FlyQuest is immediately ready to just sweep it away. Spica, Vulcan, and Impact all moving up in here. Doublelift walking down through the river over top of a ward, but there's nobody close enough on FlyQuest to get much of a punish there. They're just happy to have Vikla putting some damage into the bottom lane turret at the same time. Going to pick up a couple of plates here.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just on a Demolition Derby. You always get that. You get the couple Yordles coming through. There seems to be a lot of similarities, right? You got some themes. You got Ziggs, Tristana. Whenever you leave them alone, oh, your turret's going to go bye-bye. Now we got Poppy and Tristana, the same thing, right? Just as you're talking about Vikla knocking away Closer. Closer did it to Spica, but it is going to be 100 Thieves, right? Someday, he doesn't win that matchup going up against the Croc, but he does against this little Yordle. They're not on a full item, and he can be very aggressive, just walking and slapping her around.
Rift Herald summoned up mid lane. They wanted to make sure they got the value out of that one, get the plates before they fall. So that's FlyQuest not having to worry about that anymore. Still 2 minutes away from the Drake spawning. Everybody just no real pressure to make a ton of moves from either side. They're kind of just content farming it out.
And so as we start looking at this one of the big things that I was thinking about before this game actually started is FlyQuest, we are expecting that the first half of the split was not indicative of what we're actually looking at. You know, Emily ran doing a lot of coin flips. People have been looking like how likely are they to actually start picking up a bunch of wins. This is a team that had a ton of first and second all-pros going into spring. After they come out of it, they go into summer, and you know, they trade Ayla for Vulcan, who is generally considered one of the best supports that North America has produced. And now, I mean, they're still looking for a spot to try and take this lead and actually build it up. And it's got to come later in the game at this point. You're looking at Tristana and Aphelios, neither of whom are on 2 or 3 items. They don't have the damage to punch through Malphite, and they will really need to get to their 3rd item before they're ready to do so.
Vikla going in, but a nice shuffle from Quid knocks them back into the turret. Vikla just sends him a freebie. Quid outplays him and slays him, baby. The Azir just said, what are you doing? Shuffles him back into the turret for free money.
I mean, we basically saw that happen before, but this time the difference is Vikla doesn't have flash. He tried to do that in the mid lane, and he wasn't able to get anything done. That's so much pressure now on the map for 100 Thieves. As Someday, he's got to run, but he's fast.
Run away, Someday. Get out of there. Okay, Impact popped the Dominus. Not a whole lot of value to be found, really. Busio wants to get Prince here, but nice use of the Gale Force to escape Shattering Strike. Make sure there's no CC combo to follow that up.
I said that I was not expecting 100 Thieves to really contest for this second dragon, but that's a lot of buttons. Impact no longer has ultimate. Vikla has no ultimate. There's no Gale Force on Prince. And Someday, he saved his. I actually think this is a really playable objective for them all of a sudden. That's part of why they're already moving down. Someday has a teleport. He's going to be able to spend all the gold and come right on back. It spawns in about 10 seconds, but FlyQuest are on the other side of the map.
Man, that Tristana death felt really bad for Vikla up there in the top lane. He's down 30 farm against the Azir now. He's got the completed item, at least in the Kraken Slayer, but you know as soon as Quid goes back and shops, he should be able to complete his first as well. There it is, Nashor's Tooth, just for some extra DPS. As the top lane tier 1 turret will fall. It's what you said, when Tristana's left alone with a turret, she's going to take the thing out. Impact at least gets his Demo proc on the bottom lane tier 1, but now he's stuck around a little bit too long. There is no Dominus. The Chains of Corruption fly out from Double. If they tag the enemy top laner, Impact is not long for this world. That last arrow is going to find him, and Double It gets paid.
Really clean coming up from 100 Thieves. Great CC layering from Double Lift and Boosty, and I love the fact that they give Someday, you know, a little tap there, right? Just making sure he gets a little bit of gold, because this top lane has not been easy for him so far. 100 Thieves, they walk away with a kill in the top lane, the solo kill from Quid. They get a kill down in the bot lane. They also get the dragon, and suddenly this composition that's super straightforward, you know they can just line up and go for fights, because FlyQuest Engage is almost entirely put on Vulcan at this point, and he has not had an opportunity to really strut his stuff.
Speak of firing off Nature's Grasp, Vulcan right beside him. Closer wants to get rid of one of them. He knocks away the Maokai. Impact now looking for a little revenge here in the bottom lane. Dominus is ready to go this time, and Double Lift is gone. Impact picks up the kill.
Full commit from FlyQuest will get them a kill down there, and Vikla down here. Uh-oh, Demolition Derby ready to go. We got a bunch of big beefy boys ready to go underneath the turret against whoever 100 Thieves is still around. But it looks like it might just be the kill and the turret coming out for FlyQuest. They are only recouping some of the lead they had for themselves earlier on. I'm starting to be a little bit worried. I was expecting 100 Thieves before this game to actually kind of drop it. I was expecting FlyQuest, all the momentum that they had built up might be enough. And the player that we always put the pressure on FlyQuest on is their AD carry. Prince comes in, had so many opportunities last spring to pop up, has started seeing shades once again of the exact same player, doing everything in his power to go aggressive in these fights. And based on the way that we've seen Vikla play, I'm putting even more pressure on Prince. He's got to step forward. He's got to get on top of Double with those good guns to take him down.
I mean, hopefully Vikla can stay in the side lanes and get some more work done there with the Tristana, just constantly pushing on that, because I do have to call his decision-making into question a little bit on this champion in particular. Tristana is one of those champs that You can have really good Tristana plays, really good Tristana all-ins.
And you can have the ones we saw this game.
Yeah, or you can have ones that don't go so great. It's a one-way ticket unless you have the right timing and you get that reset to get back out. Now, 100 Thieves are very happy to have that turret still standing. No more gold over to FlyQuest, but as soon as FlyQuest get any control over the mid lane, it is a single auto attack from pretty much anybody to knock the last of the HP down. There is nothing to fight over in terms of neutral objectives right now, so we'll see where the next scrap is going to be. Again, both these teams have been pretty content playing this as a slower paced game. 18.5 minutes in, only 2 kills for either side. So I don't expect anybody to just be rushing into the that guy has a different colored health bar, let's fight him type of mentality anytime soon.
Yeah, this definitely isn't Pokemon. You don't need to lock eyes and immediately fight. This is League of Legends. As we start looking at it, I feel as though we have a very similar theme this game to what we had last game here, Flowers. In game 1 of the day, we had the red side, the team that really needed to go for the flanks, that really needed to get fights started on their terms, whereas on the blue side, you have this team is like, well, yeah, you can come right on over. We're going to group up as 5, and we're not going to be contesting you in the side lanes nearly as well because we are so much more confident in our ability to team fight. You got your Zero, you got your Bard. They're doing pretty well on these items, and you have these big tanks, but the Renekton's not going to be beating, the Malphite's not going to be beating Renekton, at least anytime quickly, and Quid is not going to be doing well against Vikla in the side lane unless Vikla chooses to go for another adventure under a turret.
Vikla just keeping on that farm train down here in bottom lane. Kraken Slayer is done for both him and the Aphelios now. Big difference is, of course, that is the second fully completed item for Prince, as he will be the first champion on the map to have 2 of those big ticket purchases all the way done. Double still working on his. You can see everybody else kind of telling the same story. Someday farming up, has closed that CS gap pretty meaningfully against Impact. Remember, he was down by 20 CS or so during some of the laning phase, but now, just given the opportunity to exist in the side lane, he's doing all right. Quid versus Impact. Quid having that higher DPS item choice in the Nashor's Tooth compared to something that may be burstier means you don't want to stay in range of those soldiers if you're this top lane Renekton. You're either going to have to go all in or all out.
This is a much better lane assignment for 100 Thieves as well, right? You have the Azir, who's not really under threat by the Renekton. You have the Malphite, who we saw after the full bomb went off, barely just broke Sumday's shield. This is 100 Thieves with all kinds of pressure on the map, and we called out that we were expecting them to contest for the 3rd dragon of the game. This is going to be the tried and true 400 Thieves. They get their backs in now, about 40 seconds before the dragon actually spawned, and then they're going to be in a perfect spot to get to the dragon and actually go for this fight.
All right, boys, somebody give me some PvP here. I know we like to scale up. I know we're looking to, you know, make sure that we don't make any mistakes and all that, but we gotta practice some of these mechanics or something.
Yeah.
All right, Sumday's gonna smack Vikla around a little bit. Nice, he engages. Vikla with a good buffer to get away from it nonetheless. He flashes out. Someday is going to take that as a win. Doesn't want to flash after him, try to hard force anything too much here. But getting that flash, that's big.
That's big, and we got Quid teleporting into the mid lane as well. And FlyQuest, as they start posturing, they are in a better position for the dragon on the map. But now FlyQuest, without the flash onto Vikla, he doesn't have the damage coming through. And 100 Thieves, as they start to regroup, there's no way. I mean, they actually have the damage to do it, right? They actually have the damage to do the Baron with the Azir, but it's so dangerous going up against FlyQuest. And they're still waiting on Sunday's ultimate to come back up. They need to retake some priority here in the mid lane.
Yeah, I'm just waiting on somebody to make the call. I want somebody to call for some action here. FlyQuest grouped up everybody except for Prince. He'll be sent to the bottom lane. He'll pick up that Drake all on his own. Nobody from 100 Thieves is even anywhere in the neighborhood, so he's pretty confident to take this by himself. Closer will get rid of the last bit of the control ward there. You can see Prince just still working on the Hex Drake. Easy enough. As long as you've got the red gun, you can keep yourself perfectly topped off, take no real meaningful damage from the thing. So there you go, second Drake of the game for FlyQuest. Quid's at least going to get something back here in the top side. Take out that tier 1 turret, bring the gold lead back down below 1,000.
It's not PvP.
Yeah, we're in the same spot.
It's more PvE, Clayton.
It is.
Yeah, I know.
It's a lot of PvE, man.
I know that's what people want, but most people don't play jungler. In fact, only 20% of the player base is junglers. The rest of us are looking for the PvP. We're looking for some of the action coming through. 100 Thieves, I think they were actually really dissuaded from going for that fight because Sunday committed the ultimate onto Vikla earlier. They're like, well, we don't have any engage tools. We don't just want to let them start the fight on their terms. Also, we have really good range later on in the game, so if we can keep them further back, it doesn't matter how much damage they do if they can never apply. 100 Thieves just backing away a little bit, getting a little bit more gold onto their carries. But now they have 2 items on basically all of their players. I kind of want them to do a similar thing to what we were seeing TSM do, just rinse and repeat around the Baron, try and force FlyQuest away, deny them vision, because you do this objective really quickly.
FlyQuest gonna shove out some of that vision, just make sure that they're keeping control over this neutral territory. Still, I think FlyQuest is probably playing this more careful than you would expect them to play it, just because they know they threw away a lot of games in the first couple of weeks. You only, I mean, that's just the that's the long and short of it, right? Like you had a bunch of really crappy games, and you don't have a whole lot of time in a condensed schedule like this to make that time up. So if you truly think, hey, we can beat these guys, we just have to make sure we don't do anything goofy, then you're going to prioritize the minimization of mistakes. And now it's 100 Thieves, maybe catching Spica out. You kill that enemy jungler, you could be in a good spot here. They cannot quite find what they were looking for with the entire kill, but they'll get him low enough to start up the Baron at least. Double Lift going to shoot that ward down. Scryer's Trinket is going to see Quid and Closer starting his Baron attempt up now. Spica's alive, but he has no ult in. He's got about 20% HP. FlyQuest thinking about it, but 100 Thieves are the ones doing it. Baron at 24 minutes.
Yeah, I felt like a very confused call coming out from FlyQuest as Spica does end up trying to recall as the rest of the fight is going on. Now Vikla also trying to get a reset off at the same time. 100 Thieves with the Red Bull Baron buff just going to be pushing up the mid lane, and they can play the NA ramp. They are the composition that has drafted more poke champs. They will absolutely just stand here and dare FlyQuest to go.
Someday goes in, and a beautiful follow-up from the Magnet Storm of Busio. They instantly kill Prince, but Impact looks for the entrance off to the side. Oh no, man, that was not what FlyQuest needed. Vikla at least gets one, but he's gonna die in response. Someday lives with a bomb to come out. Yes, it will. It's a 2 for 3, making a 2 for 4. 100 Thieves might have just won the game.
Wow, 100 Thieves someday started that off. You just ult people underneath the turret, says, I don't care, we're not waiting for you. We're getting to start. They're gonna be looking to hit the inhib as well. They're teleporting. What, is the game just over? It's only Vulcan that's alive.
Prince is up in 10. He's gonna have to try to defend this. Quid does have the Emperor's Divide. Poppy ultimate just used as a threat. First Nexus turret dropped. Second
Prince
Nexus turret targeted. Prince coming back alive. 100 Thieves are not gonna end the game just yet. They're gonna err on the side of caution here. This game went from Resident Sleeper for 15 minutes up into a near pick on the enemy jungler, into a Baron, into almost ending right there.
Honestly, I get shades back to like Season 3 SKP, right? You just get one pick, and then you get another one, and then you get another one, and suddenly everything just snowballs into cascading end of the game. We almost got that 100 Thieves. They were willing to go underneath the turret for Prince. That might have been an opportunity for them to just clean it up right then and there. But like you said, no need to take that kind of risk when we just got all of this gold. Let's just go spend it. Let's just go use it. Make sure we can take another fight, because 100 Thieves with this big gold lead don't care that FlyQuest are on 2 dragons. One of them doesn't matter, and the Hextech dragon is cool, but it's not going to be winning you the game until you get the Hextech soul.
Yeah, FlyQuest, time is now working against them. These guys are not enjoying where this game went over the course of the past 2 or 3 minutes. And man, just nearly getting that pick onto Spica, forcing him back. FlyQuest not being ready for it. And this is one of the dangers where I'm talking about if you're FlyQuest and you don't feel pressured to make any plays or make any moves, and you're fine just sitting back saying, hey, we're better, we can just scale this one out. As soon as you choosing not to decide is still making a choice.
Yes.
And so if you're saying, all right, we're just going to let this one go forward here, then 100 Thieves see the opportunity.
Yeah.
They make the move. They get rewarded for it. And now they're pushing down the bottom lane. They've got the Baroned up minions here for another 25 seconds. So they want to try to make as much use out of this Baron as they can. Once these minions go away, they're not going to get much more time. 15 seconds. That next wave is only going to get here right about as it expires. So
But still,
they'll
even without the Baron, this is the perfect position for 100 Thieves to be in, right? You have Quid, you have Double Up, you got so much more range than anybody on FlyQuest. And yeah, Vikla tries to clear away, but he takes a quarter of his HP for it. And now 100 Thieves trying to boot people away.
Yeah, Closer just threatening that ulti again. As long as he walks up with that, the rest of FlyQuest knows that they cannot risk getting engaged on in what would be a 5v4 or even worse if that Closer ulti connects. 100 Thieves also taking advantage of the extra power that Azir offers, being able to raise the Sun Disc behind them, pushing up further, playing and positioning aggressively in a way that FlyQuest can't defend their turrets from. It's now a 2-inhib game for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, they're going to be going back, getting another dragon for themselves as well, tying FlyQuest up in that one. And I know we started off this game, we did the whole thing with the little poppers. How high did FlyQuest pop off? Are they going to continue looking for it? But it doesn't look as though that's going to have anything. Gravity just too strong strong potential energy not lasting as long as they needed to. 100 Thieves, they're in such a dominant position at this point. They just move over towards the Baron spawns here in about 2 minutes, and they just wait for FlyQuest to do anything. And one of the big differences, you touched on this a little bit, Clayton, the difference between playing passively and defensively. FlyQuest were playing passively. You weren't doing anything to prevent these plays coming out from 100 Thieves and just let it happen without making a decision.
100 Thieves now, still not an insane amount of gold ahead. The gold lead feels like more than it is. I'm doing a jat here. It feels like they're further ahead than what the number would say, because 4,000 is nice, but FlyQuest just feels like they have been getting themselves beat to death over the past few minutes, and 100 Thieves ain't done yet.
Yeah.
Prince has to be careful. He's got to know he's the target here. Busio looking for any sort of an angle he might get, hanging out just to the south of this tier 2 in the jungle while everybody else pushes up as 4.
You always got to think of these games in terms of how many fights ahead is someone, right? And in this game, 100 Thieves is about 2 fights ahead. It's going to take about 2 fights for FlyQuest to put themselves in a position of even or better. And 100 Thieves, they know that. Someday it's just tanking up this turret in its entirety, and Spica knows that the one fight that they find needs to be something where they are determining how it actually happens. It's part of why he's been waiting on this side for so long, and here's the ultimate.
Nature's Grasp is ready to go. Closer using that Poppy ulti, but the engage is nice. Falcon finds the damage. Busio's ready to counter with that, keeping the Magnet Storm, and some days into the back line. Vicla's already down. Impact pump of the stopwatch here with the front, trying to survive as 100 Thieves will slam the enemy Croc. They will find a double kill on double lift. And it's Spica and Prince, the only 2 still breathing.
You got Busio, but you still got Double Lift and Quid just free firing from the back lane the entire time. Double teleports, one in the mid lane, one in the bot lane. They want to have both waves going through at the same time. These inhibitors are already down, and this should be the end of the game.
100 Thieves ready to send this one home. Closer's got the ulti. Spica's probably just gonna die anyway. Yup, they'll knock away Prince. They'll kill off Spica. 100 Thieves are ready to start the second round robin off right. Prince won't even stay alive. It's an ace and a win for 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves, we had a surging FlyQuest coming into this week, and it was shut down. Thieves versus trees, the Thieves are coming out on top, and honestly, a huge part of that was just the fact that Quid was outplaying Vikla in the mid lane over and over again. Every single time we saw Vikla try and jump in, Quid was like, that's cool, hope you like my turret, because that's where you're going to be staying for a little while.
Yeah, I felt like we didn't get the pressure we needed out of the Tristana or the Renekton, both of those early picks. You want to see them get a lot done. Yeah, Impact one lane in the top side, that's great, but then we didn't really get to see FlyQuest turn this into anything wild, right?
Yeah.
Again, looking at both supports, I see Rel, I see Alistar. Normally, I'm looking at this, I want to see dives in other lanes, I want to see plays being set up, and we just didn't get anything for the longest time in this game. I was wondering, where's our action going to start from? And then it was 100 Thieves making that attempt on Spica in a game that went a solid 10 minutes without anything huge or tide-changing happening. That was the wave crashing into the beach that just sent FlyQuest heading for the hit.
Yeah. But I gotta say, at the end of it, I feel as though this game leaves us with more questions than answers, right? The question at the beginning of it was, are FlyQuest going to be challenging for the top of the table? And like, we saw some small moments, but the things that we knew FlyQuest for in spring and going for these big fights, Prince really popping off, never even came to fruition. We never saw any of those moments happen again, whereas 100 Thieves, we've known Double Lift is good. We've known Quid can stand up in the mid lane all on his own, and this is going to be the kind of thing, I feel like we already knew everything about both these squads. It's about how they continue to evolve for the rest of the split.
Yeah, pressure's on for FlyQuest now. I mean, you've got a lot of space to make up here, especially now that we're into that second round robin. But 100 Thieves, they're going to hit an even mark after that one. 10 games, they're 5-5. Again, I think a lot of people would have predicted them higher than this, but considering how wild this first half of the split has been, how so many expectations one way or the other have not gone how we expected, I think that that's an all right place to be in, and they're in a solid spot to continue looking for that top of the table going forward.
Yeah, and with so many players on the squad that we know are going to continue looking good throughout the rest of the split, it's only a matter of how high they can actually find themselves. Maybe they're the ones, right? We were looking at Prince, he said he had momentum. I think it's 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and again, I like the fact that you pointed out Quid here, because both of these mid laners on both of these squads are two of the guys, when you were looking at all 10 players on both of those rosters, there's a lot of guys there who for a while now have been top level in their role for LCS or exploded onto the scene with all of this fanfare like Prince did, but both of the mid laners are the guys that people are still asking asking questions about, saying, hey, he's not proven, not sure about this guy. And I think in this one, Quid just played it better. Hey, a reminder, tickets are officially on sale for the LCS Championship in Newark, New Jersey on August 19th and 20th. Head on over to Ticketmaster.com right now to claim your spot. And now it's time to join Jat, Double Lift, and Busio at the lounge for a VOD review.
Thanks very much, guys. Verizon Post Game Review here, Double Lift, Busio. We got the replay up. So I wanted to watch this game because it accelerated quickly. But the thing I noticed, and I'm curious how you guys got the Baron, snuck the Baron, it felt like you had map pressure almost, and I'm wondering if that was something that just happened or was a little more organic. So this is about a minute before you get the Baron. It looks to me like the game is in a very neutral state. But yeah, what happened that allowed you to get this Baron, do you think?
Well, we saw Alistar bot side, so then we can chase out the Maokai, with no fear. We know we have numbers on this side of the map. I think
so
on a ward right here.
Yeah, Alistar goes here, and then you see him.
We see him somehow.
Alan made a really good call.
Yeah.
Yeah, we actually saw him, and then Alan made a very good call that Maokai's alone, play crazy.
Awesome.
Because it's unlosable, and then when he blew Flash, we just knew that obviously there's literally no way for Maokai to get into the steal. So
Yeah, and if they try to fight us, you see I stand here, so we'll engage here. So it's either they give us Baron for free, because Maokai can get in the pit, or they fight and we still have a favorable position. So yeah, just works out.
That's so interesting. It's so hard to notice that when you're watching. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, Alistar showed bottom on a ward. Right?
Yeah.
But that's ultimately what the catalyst was for your Baron.
yeah.
Nice. And then once you get the Baron, sometimes you just reset after a big Baron play. But you guys just straight push mid. What was the decision there?
I don't know. Somebody just said we can. I think somebody might have said we can just go down mid because realistically, AD carries just are perma ego versus Malphite, and some bad things happen to Prince here. Yeah.
Little reaction time test.
Nice
Yeah.
kill.
There's almost no risk either. I mean, if Malphite ults, it's a low chance that it'll die.
Yeah.
So at the worst, it's a flash trade. At the best, it's a kill. We didn't think we were going to end the game there, though. I was just kind of following the call.
Yeah. This was.
It just turned out very good.
What was the risk reward here? Because I had to watch this a couple times to decide if you actually could have ended the game. I'll let you watch it one more time.
I started counting down Aphelios and Aid, and it's I forgot what guns he had. If he shows up with Flamethrower, it could be rough.
Yeah.
Also, he died with literally everything up, right? So
he's going to have flash.
He's going to have everything, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, maybe we could have egoed a 3v2 with, both of us pretty suspicious HP. Probably not worth it.
Yeah.
We could have ended because Poppy was casting ult, so was losing auto attacks during the cast.
That's what I saw too.
But
because he might have been able to kill it a little
still
faster.
be close, and we're gonna win the game anyways next team fight. So there's no point risking it. So you just didn't have to go for it.
All right, I want to talk about laning phase because you're both good and passionate about laning phase. Was there a moment where you felt like you won the laning phase or you lost the laning phase?
Well, getting dove was not ideal.
No, there's two options here when you crash the wave, right? In melee matchups, okay, so imagine if we're ranged champs, we would just be auto-attacking the turret together and kind of ready to fight in our gigantic wave.
Yep.
But because it's melee versus melee, it's more of a ping pong. So you ping pong it off of the turret and usually you base. I stayed because we were playing for a crab. Maybe a mistake, honestly, because now they get to stack the wave on us.
And it looked a little bit, at least the caster was saying, that you were almost freezing the wave here.
We are perma-freezing this, yeah.
It's good to just be annoying.
It's good to be annoying. I know the first, so when you freeze it the first time, the animator will probably be like, man, these annoying guys, I'm just gonna, he's gonna cancel, he's gonna break the freeze.
Exactly.
I think at this point, it's to the point where we could have let the full wave crash, and then both of us just recall. We that's basically you handshake the
kill
recall.
the wave, reset, let the wave meet, and then just go buy items.
And if they count our recall and show up randomly and blow up the next wave, that's a good play by them. Technically, I could tell Alan, stagger your recall with me so that if they, let's say they pop out of the bush after I'm in base and they try to blow up the next wave instantly, maybe Alan could, stay and soak up the XP. So it's a bit of mind games about, if you're going to bounce away off the turret and recall, or if you're going to bounce away off the turret and see what they do.
Yeah.
They did the third option, which I wasn't really thinking about at the time. Get the wave into turret and dive us.
Yeah. And the problem is, you saw we're freezing it and kind of extending the laning phase. But the problem with that is their jungler's bot side with Bomby Cinder, while our jungler still hasn't based. So we shouldn't be making any fight situations.
Previous wave that you froze, but then when you freeze another one, he's already moved on. He can't be permanent.
It's just too far.
Yeah.
I think it was good play. They played well, and then honestly, when I got dove, I felt very stupid. I'm like, oh, that's obviously what should happen if I'm legit perma freezing my lane. They're going to.
They should dive you.
Yeah, they should dive us on 10 creeps. So is good by them, but luckily it didn't seem to matter too much.
Yeah, I have one more, but I want to ask both of you, is there something you want to point out or review about the game? Otherwise, I'm just going to talk about Rift Herald.
Not really.
This game felt so like nothing until we
slow.
randomly got Baron, and then when we got Baron, it was almost like a T1, like just randomly end the game.
Yeah.
But
actually, let's talk about that. Did you feel like once you had the Baron here, did you feel like your team comp had scaled?
Yeah, of course. Like, yeah, in my eyes, like we outscaled them so hard.
Malphite's unkillable.
Close.
How far behind do you feel like you have to be here to like not be able to just win 5v5s? Like Rel, Malphite, great combo, great.
I think it's just based on like how mechanically good their two carries are. Like it's just Malphite versus their carries, and a Zero Shuffle versus their carries. Because I would personally hate to play like something like this where everything's threatening me. If Poppy ults one of us out, if Malphite ults somebody, one of the two threats, if a Zero Shuffle someone, if Rel gets on you, like there's like a 99% chance that if anything hits you, you're gonna die. On my side, it really actually does not matter in any way. Like if Ali combos me, there's like no threat on me at all. So I can basically play fearlessly, but they have to play very, very well.
All right. Anything else?
No, that's all.
I think you guys covered it. I don't need to do Rift Heralds. It was boring.
Boring stuff.
But I like asking about Rift Heralds because you've had strong opinions on it in the past. Anyway, thank you very much for joining me for VOD Review. Next up is going to be Dig versus EG. See you then.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Let's go, Creed! Let's go, guys.
Huge mid gap. Let's go, guys. Sorry, again, that was my bad.
welcome back to the LCS Analyst Lounge. I wanted to talk once again about Rich.
This guy's getting a lot of press.
Raz is already super happy about it. You see Rich up there. You also see Aatrox, because something that you and I have actually kind of been talking about was his LPL and LCK days. So previously, I think it's really interesting that he's been known as this kind of person who's willing to play with a lot of these picks outside the box, because that evolved over his entire career. So he kind of started where everyone was like, he can only play Aatrox. If he's not going to be on Aatrox, it's going to be a problem. And, you know, I pulled some footage of him in LPL. Here's his Crebo box, or a little graphic we have that's comparing him and Revenge. And obviously, Revenge has also kind of talked about his role as a top laner in this league, both what it means and how people kind of see it. And on the other side, we have Rich, obviously playing the Cassante, which is kind of taken over as the champ that he's going to default to, but then some of these counter picks as well.
Definitely a little edgy on the champion pool for Rich. And I do actually think there might be part of it, the fact that he came over to League after playing, you know, he was HOTS Faker, a different game. I would imagine you have a different view on what the meta champions are going to be, rather than having an experience of other top laners you look up to.
When you say edgy, you mean like he has like emo hair and like
Quinn
he's like saying
and
like
Illaoi are kind of edgelord pro picks.
Illaoi is not an edgelord pick.
How many people play Illaoi?
That's an edgelord pick.
Yone, Yasuo, Zed.
Okay,
those are edgelord.
Those are the
Aesthetically
champions
edgelord.
Right, that's what
I'm
you said.
thinking,
Like fringe.
this is not the point of the segment. Keep going, Emily.
Yeah, okay. Well, here, I mean, obviously, here's some footage of the Quinn. I just think it's really interesting because of how he's evolved over his career. And I know when he was on that V5 team in LPL, people really liked that team. And they also really liked some of his experimentation in the top lane as well. So the thing with Illaoi and Quinn that I think are super interesting, and the reason his willingness to pick it is interesting to me, is because these are counter picks that we think of, and when we talk to top laners themselves about why they don't pick them, it's like, oh, they don't go with the team comp, it's just a lane counter, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and it just seems like the team has full confidence in any pick he goes for. Something I've heard about, like, usually when a player comes out and says, I want to pick this, they give out a full reason, blah, blah, blah. Like, I want to pick this because, like, they have full front to back, et cetera, et cetera. When I heard Rich will just say the name of the champion, they lock it straight.
Well, that's the
You know
thing.
why they trust him, Raz?
Why?
He's good.
Yeah, that's actually unironically true. Like when you're not playing that well and you try and convince people of this like sketch fringe counter pick, like people aren't going to be bought in.
He's also, I'm sure, still learning the language, and it's probably so they're just going to default to confidence rather than having a full conversation.
Default to trust.
Doesn't he look confident right there?
He does look happy.
He looks so confident.
All right, we'll see how confident Rafa and Azael are in Rich and Dignitas as they take on EG.
Muchas gracias, Emily, and it's a little castle swapperoo. Rafa and Azael back at it again. It's been 2 weeks since we've cast. I'm counting every single day, man. But I'm glad to reunite with you on the stage and not in the games where I'm inting you.
Yeah, well, hopefully you're not going to end me here, too. So it's going to be a good one to kick it off. Dignitas versus EG. EG has been kind of on fire so far this split. They're coming off of a little bit of a smackdown from Cloud9.
That was brutal.
So wanting to, maintain their place up towards the top of the table, wanting to take down Dignitas, who has been surging. And is having, especially given the expectations, a really good split. 5-4 start in the first round robin for this team. A lot of people were thinking they were going to be down towards the bottom of the table, so Dignitas has really been disproving people.
Dignitas, especially with Rich in the top lane. I know the lounge was hyping them up. I mean, this guy has been on fire ever since he came to the split. We heard rumors in the scrims that he was monstering everyone in the 1v1s. Are like, oh, well, scrim bugs, you can't really put that much stock into it. But he's shown up on stage, and that's what really counts.
Yeah, absolutely. At the end of the day, it's great to be doing well in scrims. That can be a confidence builder. Pick Nico. Oh, the cannon flank. We got some C9 fans, MNS fans there. But at the end of the day, you got to show up on stage. That's where it really does count. And I think Rich, that is why he's really kind of building a big fan base for himself here. A lot of people have been excited to watch him play. He's been showing up on the meta picks. He's been showing up on some of these niche picks that he has been bringing out. I am hopeful that he's going to continue to have success with the niche picks, just because selfishly, I want to see more of that in the league.
Oh, yeah.
And I do think when you have someone who can really be one of those players that is respected by other people in their role, that can showcase, hey, some of these solo queue picks actually work well in pro. You should be playing them too. That forces people to learn. That forces people to adapt. So that's my hope of what we could get from some of these cool picks coming out.
Yeah, and it all depends on EG's playstyle and game plan going into this. If they focus more on the bot side of the map and leave Revenge up, you know, more by himself, that can expose the top lane to something where Rich can have a good counterpick matchup. Now, Dignitas is on the blue side, so the likelihood of that happening is probably not high, but one of the champions, we are on a new patch, 13-13. The Lounge was covering it a bit earlier on in the day. Tristana has risen up, is one of our top 5 champions in presence, just based off of kind of the game information we've gotten. We're the first major region on the patch, but the only other league in the world that has played on this patch is the ERLs, and they have been spamming the Tristana.
Yeah, there have been a lot of different changes on 13-13. There were mostly minor changes, but a lot of them were targeted specifically towards pro. If you look at the patch highlights, they always denote, you know, is this for low elo, elite, mid, whatever, or pro? And Annie got a pro nerf, Felios did, Nico did, Vi did, Wukong did. So a lot of these hits are really targeted specifically towards pro. So it'll be interesting to see, you know, how much is this actually going to shake up the meta? There were some small buffs as well for Lee Sin, for Nidalee, some of those kind of early game aggressive junglers. Not expecting to see a lot of them, honestly, though.
Yeah.
But Armeo going to be bringing out the Ivern in here. So Ivern Rel coming through early on. The Tristana obviously has been popular. I like it a lot as an early pick on blue side because I do think it's flexible. Yes, it has been played mostly mid, but I do think you can send it bot depending upon the matchup. We're going to get Poppy, which is rising in priority as well. Again, another flex pick, mostly jungle, but it has been seen top. Really strong against a lot of dash teams, can be great potentially against something like the Rel.
Yeah.
We have the Nautilus to answer. You know, yes, it is not the Alistar or some of those picks that people do talk about, but it's pretty easy when the Rel is going in with that W to actually just hook him out of the air and look for that as an answer.
Yeah, and then the nice thing, going back to the Poppy point, is that Rich has already shown that he's capable of being able to use the Poppy. Jace lock-in for Jojo Pyun has been one of the stronger champions that he's used the split so far, and it's a great answer if it is into the Tristana, but as you already pointed out, since we don't know if this is going to be Tristana for Jensen or for Tomo in the bottom side of the map, it's a great blind pick to answer. Now, we're heading into the second round of pick and bans. This is where things get interesting for both teams because EG has already shown their jungle and support. I don't think we're going to be seeing an Ivern in any of the solo lanes. It should be pretty cut and dry, but whereas Dignitas, they still have a lot of flex potential, so EG has to pick and choose where they think Dignitas are actually going.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, EG do as well. You know, it only has been Jojo to play Jace for them this split, but Jace is the third most played for Revenge all time, so that could also be going top depending on matchups. Of course, we are kind of expecting it to go to Jojo, and I'm also expecting the Tristana to go mid lane as well, even though I wouldn't say that's a Jensen-style champion, right? Jensen is not known for these kind of picks. He's much more known for the mages. He often does kind of stay more in his lane. He doesn't really go out into the AD carries, unless you want to count Corki, but Corki is kind of more of a poke mage than really an AD carry in the way that it functions through mid. So, you know, I will be interested to see if he's going to branch out a little bit, show us something new, as we are getting some more bans coming through. The Gwen ban at least showcases that they really are thinking about sending the Poppy top or sending him some sort of tank top, because that is really a matchup you want to avoid. If you're going to be playing a tank, Gwen is just a nightmare.
You do not want to be on the other end of those scissors come late game. And especially after the second item pickup, it feels like Gwen is just unbeatable in the solo lane, and you have so much split push pressure. But for Dignitas, if they want to still limit down other top lane champions, if you want to look at specific tank counter picks, there's plenty of champions that Revenge can look to, whereas Evil Geniuses, they already sniped out the Azir pickup from Jensen, where it's going to be the Varus. Now, Evil Geniuses, more than likely, they're going to be saving their top lane counter pick for Revenge, so it's going to be an Aphelios pickup more than likely from Unforgiven, unless he changes it up and goes more aggressive.
Yeah, they do end up banning out the Varus. We have seen Unforgiven go 2 out of the last 3 games he played the AP Varus. Yes, Shiv did get still nerfed, but Shiv is not destroyed. It's much more nerfed towards, you know, like the full AP mages and whatnot playing. It's still good on AD, so they took that away from Unforgiven. Xayah, which has really risen in priority quite a lot over these last couple of patches, is going to be coming in here. It's great against the dive. It's an easy answer to the Nautilus. The point and click ulti comes through. It's super easy to actually time that Featherstorm with it, be able to avoid that. And you are just expecting more dive champions to come through. If it is Tristana mid, you know, he can be jumping in on you. That can really dissuade it. This would be interesting. Oh, Ziggs.
Yeah!
So this is actually still flex, because this could be Ziggs bot or mid. Ziggs actually works really, really well in the bot lane. You can just have non-stop shove if you're comfortable playing it. Some of these passive trades, you know, with the auto passive is actually surprising amount of damage. You know, when this had been really meta before, there is such variance in how well players could pilot it. So if it is going to be Tomo playing it, I'm really going to be excited to see how good he is. This is a really interesting draft, though. Okay, no wonder you're banning Gwen.
Yeah.
Ain't no way you want to play against Gwen with Malphite.
Yep. And this is a good call out from Dignitas right now, because Evil Geniuses, their two main damage dealers in the mid lane and the bottom lane, are both physical damage. So Malphite, you're just stacking armor. This is going to force Revenge to say, hey, are you going to pick another tank for the goodness of, you know, having a solid team fighting composition, or do you want to have a little bit more lane priority? Do you want to have an answer? And you know what? Rumble is a great answer for both. You have team fighting power with that equalizer, and you are magic damage, so you get to pretty much get the shove in on Malphite every single time.
I mean, it is a horrible matchup for Malphite. Malphite in general really struggles into a lot of AB champions. Just the way that the kit works, you want to be stacking armor. That is really why you're picking this. And especially when you see it is Jace and Xayah coming through, you're wanting to be stacking that armor for the team fights. But if you go pure armor, if you're just trying to ignore the Rumble can heavily punish you, has really good push. You know, it's resourceless champions, so you're not going to be taxed on mana the way that Malphite is. When Malphite is locked under tower, you really start to have to actually spend a lot of spells to lasso correctly, which makes you go It's super easy to time the scrap shield on any Q that's actually coming out from the Malphite to shrug off a lot of that damage. So it's a really good answer into this pick. I was for a second wondering if they were actually going to do the flex of Rel jungle and Ivern support, because both of those are actually pretty meta in solo queue right now. But it is not going to come through, so it is mostly the expected roles. Ziggs bot, very, very cool. And I think that the Rumble answer here from Revenge is a great pick for him. He has really been set up for success by EG in this draft. So now he's really got to showcase what he can get done with it, because this is, you know, his counter pick on 5 on red side. A great matchup. You want to see him really get ahead of the curve of the game and make the job of Tomo and Jensen very, very difficult, because Rumble from ahead is just dropping equalizer on your face in every single team fight. You're getting locked up by the Rel, and that can become a nightmare for a 2-carry comp when one of them is pretty much instantly out of the fight every single time from just equalizer and something like Shock Blast.
Yeah. And the other thing that Dignitas have to be conscious about is a lot of these champions only want to go in. I mean, Ziggs has the flexibility of being able to fire bombs from a long range away, but Nautilus, you go in and you don't get out. Poppy, you go in, you don't get out. Malphite, you go in and you don't get out. There's a pattern here. And if you're all locked in and you're committed, then the great punishment comes in from laying the equalizer right on top of you guys, and then no flash means you are just dead.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, there's powerful dive on the Dignitas side as well, which is going to be pretty interesting, because there's a lot of lockdown to guarantee skill shots from the Ziggs, right? We have Nautilus ult, we have Malphite ult, we have, you know, Poppy just popping someone up in the air, signing them into the wall, and you can throw, you know, from long range that Ziggs ulti over the top to assist those frontliners who don't usually have enough damage to get that 100 to 0. Yeah. To the point where all of a sudden the Ziggs on a couple items, you know, that's a Jace potentially that gets, you know, stunned up by that Malphite. A Ziggs ult on top, you can just be dead. EG though, getting aggressive here, threatening that invade, gonna walk in, at least get the ward down, but we'll just retreat back towards their own side. I'm surprised. Did Diamond, I don't know if it's actually worth it. I mean, Diamond probably, he hasn't scaled the point. You can just level W there and kill the ward at level 1.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's worth it or not, because then you are W star, and I'm sure that he does really want to have the Q. But it would really depend on how they feel that this lane is going to play out. So, you know, probably something I would have done and felt smart about, and then walk to lane and be like, oh, I can't play.
Yeah. So I want to get your opinion on something. So for both of these compositions, we've talked a lot extensively about how we imagine teamfights are going to play out, but we're still about 10-15 minutes away from this point. We're in the early game. We're looking at the 2 jungle matches between Santorn and Armeo on this Poppy and Ivern. How do you expect, you know, Santorn wants to play? We know that you have a little bit more aggressive agency, whereas Ivern more looking to just try and get as much camps as you can to start ramping up.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Poppy, you're not going to be able to pull off, you know, ganks that easily unless you can actually get behind people. You know, Poppy early on, you know, if people are really pushing into your laners, you can sometimes just walk in behind, get a tackle, push them into a bad spot, and look for a kill in that way. I think barring that, it is going to be relatively difficult for him to really find much. Ivern can really succeed in these kind of matchups because Ivern can struggle against early pressure, right? And Poppy's not someone to really be able to get in there and duel you and kind of really punish you on those early clears. So I do think it's going to require pushing lane for EG to punish, but the difficulty then becomes if EG are really on point, when they do have those pushing lanes, they should use that pressure to get wards on where the Poppy is. Then the Poppy really starts to lose options, and that's why in a matchup like this, I do favor Armeo's side.
And it's also so difficult because once the Ivern starts leveling up and the passive timer on getting those cams up ready for him to take just become faster and faster, it just feels like you get choked out of the game as Poppy. So even though it's hard to get things done, I feel like Santorn still feels the pressure to get things done early.
Absolutely, and this is what I was talking about when you are playing in these kind of matchups. Look at his mana. He's already you know, we've laned for a minute and a half, right? The minions don't even spawn till 1:30.
Yeah.
So he's gonna have to go back to base here already. That is the struggle. You know, you do want to start D-Shield to be able to shrug off some of the poke, but then your mana is so bad. And it's a great invade here from Armeo. Still has a smite charge, so he just walks in. He has full push in mid, full push in top, and JoJo could potentially even look for a kill there. Got Jensen incredibly low. Has been playing these trades out well.
Cascading effect. You have the pushing solo lanes, and that means the Ivern gets to do whatever the hell he wants against this Poppy jungle matchup. You have no solo lanes that can help collapse in with you in case you get invaded. And the fact that it's happening early on is already spelling very disastrous things for Dignitas.
Yeah, I mean, it's just great stuff from Armeo, but it is going to be tough for Dig. JoJo, how he's been playing out these trades has actually been really nice, right? You know, because generally speaking, if Tristana is able to free fire during the explosive shot, as Santorin going to be spotted, Armeo's down here. I think it will just dissipate, but we'll give it a moment and see. Is that, you know, if you're both just trading autos during the explosive shot, Tristana wins like every matchup.
Armeo landed the Root Maker. Tomo is forced to flash, and they've already committed multiple members, but Ayla might just go down for the punish. This Ignite and Santorin flashing in, but it's Unforgiven that gets one right on back. Armeo now looking for one more Root Maker, connects it, and that is Unforgiven. Armeo on the board for 2 kills in Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, Dignitas do get the first blood, but at the end of the day, it felt like a little bit of disrespect from Tomo. I mean, he saw the Ivern just kind of chilling there, did not fully back off, gets caught by that root, and is going to end up having to flash out. Yes, they do get that first kill, but it cost them a lot. Cost them the flash, cost them off of Tomo, off of Santorin, so they blew way more summoners. They do end up going 1 for 2. Bad kind of moving a little bit towards worse, especially when you consider the fact that Unforgiven picked up the kill. Poppy got one on the other side, so you know, you're not even getting your carries ahead with that first blood. Diamond and Santorin going to move towards mid, but Ayla's already here to cover. They're just kind of anticipating the moves. You know, Ivern, as long as he is here answering the plays, you know, Ivern doesn't even have to make the first move. If you're ever counter ganking Poppy, it's going to be really tough because Poppy is about that first burst of damage, and then you really taper off, right? You're not a high DPS champion, so all of a sudden, you know, you flash in, you tackle someone against the wall, and Ivern just steps out of a bush and shields him, and you're kind of like, oh.
Well, now I'm just kind of dead.
Well, now what?
Yeah, and the only saving grace for Santorin is just the phase rush keystone. You get the burst of movement speed, and as soon as you anticipate that something is wrong, you try to just get out. But so much CC available from Ayla and Armeo in this situation probably means you're already dead, especially with no flash. So we're back again to square one with Dignitas, seeing if they can lane up against Unforgiven Ayla now that he has a little bit of extra damage. And I'm telling you, Azael, Unforgiven just says, hey, we won the first 3v3, and now we get to win all 2v2s.
Yep, taking that 2v2. I do like how Tomo tried to play it out. You know, when Ayla's going forward, instead of using the satchel on Ayla, he's satcheling away Unforgiven to try to really split it up and to make it this kind of like brief 2v1 situation on the enemy support. But they are pretty far ahead. You know, its tier 2 boots were already completed for Unforgiven, so he closes the gap. They chase in. Diamond has no summoners. We talked about that earlier. They'd already blown all those, so can't get away. It's another easy kill going the way of EG. And their laning dominance has really been something to watch throughout this split. Domo trying to move forward. They're trying to see if they can find a play. The Hex Flash is there.
Unforgiven's just going to preemptively flash before the heroic slam comes in from Santorin. That is a flash down for Unforgiven. Maybe Dignitas can look for a repeat gank and try to punish off of that, but if he hits level 6, then Unforgiven will probably be unkillable in that lane.
Exactly. It's a small window, and you can see Rich again just locked under his turret up on this top side. Armeo has used this pressure multiple times, and when we were watching bot, he actually invaded top side again. You can see that there's also a pink ward, you know, over up on that top side, so he has really been trying to keep this Rumble safe on the push here. You know, has the scuttle down on top side, or had it, I guess it just did expire. So, you know, as long as you know where the enemy jungle is as Rumble in this matchup, it's pretty unlosable. Like, you are just going to be in this guy's face. The only thing you have to respect is a jungle gank, because if jungler shows up, Malphite's post 6, you can die. But barring that, there's not much happening. And now Revenge takes his prio, moves towards mid. Jensen is low. Will be spotted by Santorin, but Jensen could get dove here. If you get CC'd, Equalizer is going to get dropped on your head and you're dead.
Yeah, oh, it's so much damage. Jensen flashes away. The Comet, not enough to take him out, but that is so much pressure. A wave is lost from him. He already burned teleport prior, so that means he's going to at least lose one wave on this next crash.
And that's just a great move from Revenge. Take the prio you had on top side. If you can't dive, if you can't deny a lot of CS, you're going to get more out of even just threatening that roam, because it really limits what Jensen can get done. And we've talked about this so many times. I just think Tristana from behind is a garbage mid lane champion. Like, you have no utility, you have no real fallback plan. Like, you're just pure DPS, right? So it becomes very, very difficult if you fall behind. So Revenge, yeah, sure, he maybe can't deny a couple CS from Rich, but you're denying even more from Jensen. Jensen, as you said, no TP, now has no flash. Gonna be really hard to play in this lane because JoJo's already ahead. And with that early lethality, he has the flash advantage. He could find a window, potentially look for a kill.
Yeah, and because Evil Geniuses, the game is not necessarily about farming up, scaling up to team fights. You don't even want to get to that point. If you can break the foundation of Dignitas before you even get to that point, then every fight is winning no matter how poorly you're setting up.
Well, and so much of Dignitas comp is around Siege, right? You're playing Ziggs, Frisk, two of the best turret killers in the game, but if you're falling behind early, you're not going to really get access to that power. It will become difficult. They do have a good wave clear, to be fair, so there are going to be ways that they can potentially, slow down the pace, stall it out, make some things happen later on, but it does become really, really difficult. Your options are pretty limited when you are falling behind early in a comp like this. And I think the scaling is really good on the other side. Yes, it is Rumble and Jace, but Ivern scales incredibly well. The Xayah, I think, is going to be so hard to deal with later on. I think, you're kind of just depending upon wave clear and potentially some Ziggs poke to make things happen, but JoJo is going to be really difficult to deal with at that poke too.
And they get the Q flash into the crashdown onto Tomo. He still has a flash to play with, already used the satchel charge, trying to wait it out until the bitter end, but he realizes it's too late. He's not getting out of that one, and it's another kill for Unforgiven.
Yeah, beautifully done by Ayla. Q flash, as you said, stuns him up. Then you can't dodge the crashdown. That comes in. Didn't even have the Magnet Storm, didn't need it, wasn't 6 yet, but they get the easy kill here as Armeo walks in. And I love how EG are always getting more than the initial play, right? They go for this gank on bot side, they know the dragon is up, so they can turn that into a dragon right after, just like how on top side, they look for these invades, they've turned that pressure into more damage up on top side. They're always trying to turn an advantage into even something more. Revenge shoves in top, gets an advantage there, brings it towards mid, right? This is really some of the hallmarks of a great team, of a team that knows how to push their advantage, and that's how you create these monstrous leads that can make it feel like it's hopeless so early on in the game.
Yeah, so far it's just under 3,000, but a commanding lead like this one, with how the compositions work out, you've already talked about it before. If Dignitas don't get online to lay siege, then what good is this composition? You have some team fighting power, and there's still ways for Dignitas to get back in this game, but the way that EG have just been slowly undermining how this composition works just makes it feel like there's no angles.
I mean, I think you can kill JoJo pretty easily, right? I think you can full send it on JoJo with Malphite ult, Nautilus ult, Ziggs ult, and do all these things, and you can probably kill him off most times. The problem is going to be, what are you going to have left to deal with Unforgiven? And if you full send it on one target, your team naturally stacks up, and all of a sudden you're in an equalizer, the Magnet Storm's coming through, and Unforgiven's untouched, and that's where it really, really becomes difficult.
Maybe a move here in the mid lane. Ayla gets interrupted here. Magnet Storm keeps Diamond and Santorin in there. Tomo from downtown throws a Mega Inferno Bomb, and the fact that Ayla doesn't have flash maybe gets out alive, but the shield, it's still not enough. Santorin gets the last blow.
Yeah, Santorin has to flash in though, so unfortunately Jensen doesn't even get it, and they get the flash with that Ivern shield. Santorin now on the run, and Diamond trying to get out as well.
He has a flash, and he's forced to use it right away so he does not fall victim to Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, so good job. They get a pick off on Ayla. He didn't have his flash. He used it then on bot side, so they commit to it. They do get a kill back. But at the end of the day, the extended trade is not that bad for EG because they force summoners off a couple members. They get the TP out here from Jensen. So it's a couple hundred gold going to Dig, but the lead remains the same. It is still that 2.5k gold lead, and summoners down.
And at this point, I have to hold that thought. Santorin's gonna look for something. As soon as Rich goes in with the ultimate, Revenge has got to know that someone else is here for the play. Revenge still has a flash to play with, but Revenge is gonna wait it out until the very end before flashing away, but Rich is just right on top of him, and he does not have enough damage to fight right on back. Jojo Kyun has teleported in. I don't know if he's gonna be able to find a return kill here, but he punts him right back with the hammer blow. Shoulder and shock blast, and nice auto attack on the last bit of it. Jojo ensures that Revenge does not go down without at least a return kill.
Yeah, Jensen in trouble now though.
And he's gone, and it's just not even a chance. Dignitas make one play, Evil Geniuses make two more advantageous plays on top of it.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get the kill on Revenge. Revenge had no ulti, so it was a good timing to look for that fight. He couldn't turn around without it, but as you said, Jojo TP's in top, gets a kill, and he's also farming plates top. They get a kill mid, and they're farming all these plates mid. So now 2.5k becomes 3.6. Bad goes to worse for Dignitas, and you can feel it. Their hopes in this game are already slipping away here 12, 13 minutes in, and that has been something that EG has been known for in their best games.
Yeah.
They can just run you over early.
And I just want to echo something that you already said at the top of the game. Evil Geniuses were on a tear this summer split until Cloud9 kind of bodied them. They had one really good dive, and it just seemed like unplayable for the rest of the Evil Geniuses. I think that is something that Evil Geniuses took to heart, and unfortunately, Dignitas are now just receiving the blunt end of it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, we saw C9 looked a little bit angry in that game against EG after they had gotten slapped down by TL. So it's just like one after the other.
The vicious cycle continues.
It on. Yeah. So Dignitas now, we'll see if they can slap someone down tomorrow.
Who are they playing tomorrow?
I don't remember.
Well, sucks for them.
Don't ask questions if you don't know the answers.
Fair enough, fair enough.
I'm blaming you on this one.
You know what? Yeah, that's fair. It's like solo queue all over again. 1 minute and 20 before the next dragon. It is only the second dragon of the game, so it hasn't been necessarily an accelerated dragon-paced game for Evil Geniuses, but it's just because their game plan has just been dismantling the structures of Dignitas and wearing them down before all the neutral objectives are up to grab.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you look across the board, you don't need to really be super concerned about the neutral objectives when your carries are so far ahead, right? Bot, Unforgiven, has nearly a 2,000 gold lead. Mid, JoJo's a good 1,000 gold ahead. Top lane is a couple hundred gold ahead, right? All your carries are really far ahead. The Ziggs ult will come through and dissuade them. Maybe you can be able to farm a little bit of Daisy gold, so Jensen gets 50. Not too shabby, but EG will just continue this momentum and can look towards this next dragon, utilize that as a tool to make sure that Dignitas can't just sit back forever, because a team that has really strong wave clear like a Ziggs, you don't want to allow them to stall the game forever and have a lot of opportunities. So EG are really focused on knocking down these turrets. They already crashed one mid with that first Herald. I think you get the second Herald, you just drop it mid. You just make sure that the Ziggs doesn't have a safe place to farm.
Yeah.
Because without the mid tier 1, it's so hard for them to even think about challenging something like a dragon, because they're not going to have this point of safety. If Ziggs walks up to contest that mid wave, you're going to get wrapped on and you're going to get killed.
Yeah, because then, actually, can I ask you to do the drawing thing?
Do the drawing thing.
Yeah,
so make the minimap big, perhaps?
So here's the plan. They drop Rift Herald mid, like you said. This turret goes down, and then point out this quadrant and this quadrant. Those zones become no-go zones for Dignitas, because anytime you try to push up, they can just wrap around and flank you. Equalizer, Magna Storm from across the wall. It's just so spooky for Dignitas at that point in the game.
Yeah, it's really, really tough. And that's why, in a lot of cases, I think they would be happy to just use the Herald somewhere elsewhere, eventually take down this turret mid because it was already low. But since it's Ziggs, when it's Anivia, when it's these types of champions that really stall out games, you don't want to give them the opportunity. So Ayla now waiting on the side here. If Dignitas do commit, there is a really good angle for a turn. Revenge has ulti. Ooh. So does Ayla. Here they go.
He's already in there. Magna Storm on the 2. Jensen is stunned up, and they've got another one. CC lockdown. Ayla's taking a lot of damage. Rich answers back with the unstoppable force under Armeo, but he's got the shield, and the Equalizer's going to split up the fight. It doesn't really do a lot of damage to Dignitas, but it just forces him out. The Shock Blast is what's really going to be kicking Dignitas back, but Jensen still has the teleport, so he can recall, he can come back, and it looks like Dignitas might be able to actually fight for this dragon.
Yeah, Santorin was an absolute hero in that fight. He actually ejected Revenge, so he couldn't get the Equalizer down when Ayla went for the engage, and that was really the big game changer there. As it's a trade of flashes.
JoJo without a flash means he cannot step up as safely anymore, and this dragon just belongs to Dignitas now.
Yeah, it's looking that way. As JoJo's going to go back to base. He does have TP, so maybe, they are going to cancel some recalls. So Unforgiven is staying around. They want to see if they can threaten, but Jensen is back. JoJo's TPing to the pit, so they're going to send it.
That is bold, JoJo. I don't know, but it's enough that Dignitas, they believe him. They're like, hey, we don't want to deal with this guy, and that dragon just goes right on back to Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, it is tough because I do think that Dignitas' composition is so ulti-based. And with JoJo TPing back, he's full health. Ayla's around. Unforgiven's still healthy. He still has ult and flash. There's a lot of tools, and they start to realize, I don't think we have enough to deal with it. Again, they probably could have killed JoJo for sure and made him look a little bit silly. But if they all commit to the pit and kill JoJo without flashes and without ways to necessarily get out, you're probably going to all die for it. So at the end of the day, Dignitas does have to retreat. EG take the extended fight, take another objective here, and it is going to be Hextech Soul, and that is going to be a really good one for them to grab.
The other thing I love about having Hextech Soul on the map is you get portals, and so that just means Evil Geniuses and Dignitas can experiment with how fast they can get back on the map, and that is always something that teams have to kind of take account for. If they look for a fight, they don't get anyone down off of it, and they can still reset in time. Just because you knocked them off the map, it doesn't mean that they can just come right on back,
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ziggs ulti's going to land.
Oh, good God. JoJo's gone! That's a huge shutdown for Santorin. And the Mega Inferno Bomb on top of it ensures that he's got nowhere else to run. But what can Dignitas do with this?
Probably not a lot if the Equalizer comes down mid. I mean, they could just tank the tower and probably kill this with Satchel. Yeah, so just going to walk up. They do get that. But that's what I'm talking about, those combos where if you have one of your frontliners who is going to be able to get back onto the Jace and you have the Ziggs ulti to assist, it's enough damage to 100-0 the guy. So, you know, it is a good combo. I think JoJo is going to die at least a few times in this game because he is kind of really the only good target, right? Like, you don't want to go on to Rumble who has stopwatch. You don't want to go on to Zaya who's going to be able to react with the ulti.
Yeah.
So he's kind of one of those only targets that you can really look for. And Santorin walks up, finds the stun. There's the Ziggs ulti. He was just CC'd 100-0. It's wall slam into the knockup. Just really well played there. A nice pick from Santorin and Tomo showcasing some of the power of this composition. But again, the 5v5 is where I'm really worried for them. They're going to have to find, you know, kind of some big X-Factor type plays where you knock someone out of it with the Poppy ult, or you really, you know, find an ult flash where Unforgiven can't react or something like that. Because I do think with 3 threats on this EG team, when you spend everything to kill a JoJo or whatever at the start of the fight, I don't know that they're going to have enough to win after.
And while Evil Geniuses are preparing for the top side absolute control right before Baron spawns in 45 seconds, gonna go for the turret first, pushing Jensen and the rest of Dignitas off the turret. But no further engage will be had. A little bit of shock blast damage, already showing that JoJo has scaled well into the game on cue and on time. And does Revenge want to look for an equalizer here?
Yeah, I mean, if you try to walk through this corridor, it can get a little bit dicey. Jensen has been poked down very heavily, and he's not going BT second. You know, a lot of people we've been seeing on these Triss mids against poke teams, sometimes just grab a Vamp Scepter and then go to something else and go BT third still.
Yeah.
But he does have a call to it, so he's going to be going Navori very likely, as Rich going to get caught out. No real damage there, but will force the ulti in defense.
That's huge.
Now you just walk back to Baron, right? Like, you just start to threaten this. It's going to be on spawn. With no Malphite ulti, you could potentially start it up, or at the very least, try to make them think you're going to start it up.
It looks like he was recalling out of vision, so they don't know for sure how many members are on this. They've already watered it up with the brush, and the equalizer goes right on down on Diamond, and Santorin is looking for the Keeper's Verdict. He's going to find Ayla, so it prevents one flank of the side, and they turn right onto Revenge, and they blow him up. No chance to use the stopwatch, no chance to use any stasis. JoJo trades one back onto Diamond. Rich flashing in for the Q slow to see if he can land one down for Evil Geniuses to get wrapped up on, but Dignitas just cannot find any more members.
Yeah, again, it's a great ulti there from Santorin. He marked the flank, he knocks Ayla out of it, and that allows them to actually pile in for a kill. At the end of the day, Diamond goes down on the other side. But you're going to need these types of plays from Dig. They have to reject someone out of the fight. They have to get multi-man ultis, things to really kind of turn this game on its head. Jensen moving down towards bot wave. It is pushing away from him, but he wants to at least collect this wave and try to feel safe doing it. If he can get some alone time, you know, potentially could knock down that turret. The gold has seemed to have stabilized a little bit. It was like 3.5K, I don't know, a couple minutes ago. I'm guesstimating 4 or 5 minutes ago. So at the very least, Dig are holding them somewhat steady.
Yeah. And one of the crazy things is just a contrast of how Dignitas have been playing overall the summer split and the spring split. Even though they're down gold, they are taking fights much more proactively and not letting teams just walk all over them. It was something that Jensen was talking about with Travis in an interview. He's saying, yeah, spring, we just kind of sat around and didn't do much, and we just let enemy opponents disrespect us, but now we're trying a lot more in summer.
And I think Santorin has had some really good games over this last week or two, right? You know, even when Dig was getting some wins, I didn't think he was looking his best, but his last Poppy game was massive. This Poppy game is looking really good again so far. Dignitas trying to move in and contest this dragon, but they are getting poked down a little bit, and Unforgiven has access to that mid wave. If they give this up, it can get weird because Tier 2 is getting pretty low already. Again, Jensen has no lifesteal, so he's going to be popping his refillable pots, trying to heal back up. But the longer this goes, it's been mostly poke landed by EG. Oh, they're going to try to threaten a Baron trade.
And it's something that Dignitas are now going to have to answer. Do they want to commit anyone? No, they're just going to send the full 5 to answer EG right on back. Revenge and Ayla are on the right side of this Baron pit, looking again once for the flank. It's 6,000 HP. Santorin, can he get in range? And they're starting to peel off of it now. And Ayla looks for the Magna Storm, but no one gets hit by it quite yet. Toma's able to get out of the way with that flash. JoJo Pion is now looking back onto the fight. The front line of Dignitas trying to get closer and closer to Unforgiven, but they can walk right by past him. They're trying to take out Armeo. JoJo Pion absolutely just destroys Toma and shoves a giant dookie on his face. And the Evil Geniuses now have to look for Jensen on the back turnaround. And Dignitas, it might have looked good at the beginning of the fight, but they completely get eviscerated. Whoa, Jensen turns one right back on Jensen.
Got to dodge the shock blast. We'll see if he can do it.
Revenge is gone now. JoJo, he can't keep up unless he... Oh, but he ends the shock blast of doom. And Jensen goes down.
Yeah, Jensen does go down in the end. And that is the problem with these two-threat teams, is that they put the pressure on one of the carries, they push them out of the fight, they make their jobs difficult, and there's so much time that is being bought for the EG three-man carry squad here to really run over the fight. But Santorin in the area, Diamond's here, they're TPing in on Tomo.
I don't think they can do it. Armeo is forced to flash. He knows that it's doomed.
Okay, never mind. I was wondering if Dignitas could actually get on it and keep it leashed, but weren't able to do so.
You know, Azale, I didn't expect this one to be such a banger back and forth. You know, I thought after the way that Evil Geniuses just undermined Dignitas in the early game that it was just kind of over.
Yeah.
But they're back in it.
They're back in it. You know what I didn't expect? You just say that someone just got a Dookie truck.
You know what? It was the first thing that came to my mind.
I didn't expect that.
I might get a talking to after that one. Let's not harp about it. Look at the fight.
So we can watch the fight one more time. And this is what I'm talking about, right? They go on Tomo. Tomo flashes out to safety, but like, what is his contribution to the fight after that, right? Not a lot. As soon as he tries to enter, JoJo flashes in on him. Revenge on the other side is actually zoning out Jensen, and as soon as Jensen gets his E back up, he has the explosive shot, he starts stacking it up. Revenge just goes into the stasis, buys even more time, right? So it is that chase down. We're back to live. EG onto the Baron here. Dig trying to force their way in.
Equalizer is going to separate the pack. Once again, Rich finds an unstoppable force on a JoJo film, but he goes golden for the stasis, and Ayla answers back on the back of the storm. He gets blown up, but they trade one back on the Diamond. Jensen's off again! This could be a huge moment, but he only gets one kill. JoJo Pyun, is he going to die? No, he has the shield from Armeo, keeping him alive! Tomo is gone! Unforgiven goes into the air! The slam from Sensor! Sensor trades it back! This was a banger, all right! Evil Geniuses and Dignitas fighting until the bitter end!
Yeah, at the end of the day, EG gonna be able to grab the Baron here. That one was really close. And they're trying to pick on JoJo. They know that he is the easiest target for them, but this time he has the stopwatch available. And he's done a good job surviving in a lot of these fights. You know, they look for JoJo. He's stepping forward for the shock blast. He goes into melee, and Rich just says, yep, we're going to send it. There's no flash on him. Into they go. The hook connects, but the ulti comes out from Ziggs as he goes into stasis, so that does not connect. And then again, this is my concern. How do you deal with Unforgiven? They try to go in onto Revenge. They're going to be able to force him down. Jensen finds his window, flashes on in. You know, rather jumps on in, has the explosive shot up onto JoJo. The shield is just enough to keep him alive in the back for Armeo. I thought that he was going to get the kill with the explosive charge because the shield from Armeo expired, but the cooldown is so low, he got a second shield on the same explosive charge, so he's able to get that back up, keeps him alive. And we have two incredibly fed carries here for EG. Look at the damage from Unforgiven. Jeez. It is so difficult to really push the Zai out of this fight. You have to fully dive onto someone on the EG side. It can't be Unforgiven because of the Zai ulti, so...
Oh, Roommaker finds one. Rich finds another answer onto JoJo Pyun. The Mega Inferno Bomb lands a lot of damage, but he gets shielded up, so JoJo Pyun can still stay in this fight. Jensen has already traded back onto Ayla. Teleport comes in. Revenge has now entered the fray. The Dignitas have already gotten what they wanted, and they push Evil Geniuses off of the tower.
Yep, it's a good pick there. They are going to be able to kill Ayla. Again, just trying to go for JoJo. He may have to build a little bit defensively. He does have Armeo trying to keep him safe, and this time he does survive again. You know, constantly just sending it with the Malphite ult, with that Ziggs ult. They're going to look for this 1-2 punch, try to knock down JoJo. The only one they really can go for. So I feel like if I'm JoJo, I probably just build a Hex Drinker at this point in the game, and I feel like you really deny one of the only good ways they have to start a fight. EG, though, definitely in their comfort zone. You can see it's 3 items completed already here for Unforgiven. JoJo's working to 3 very quickly as well. Revenge, you know, had an incredible laning phase. Hasn't been picking up as much gold throughout the later stages of it, but he's still a big threat here too if he can find a good equalizer.
Yeah, the fact that Dignitas are still taking these fights, even when they're down so much gold relative to Evil Geniuses, it just makes them scarier to fight as. And Evil Geniuses have to think twice about how they're taking some of these angles and making sure that Rich doesn't get his combo into Ziggs ulti, that Santorin doesn't find a heroic slam, and Ziggs ulti is right on top of it.
Yeah, and Jensen is doing a pretty good job. You know, he's closing in on that BT. When he completes it, it is going to be a really big spike for him, but he still needs, you know, 1,000-ish gold to be able to actually get that done. You can see the equalizer is just going to be there to try to push him off. Tomo takes 1 shock blast, 1 tick of the equalizer, and he is basically out of the fight. So got to be careful now because JoJo's going to have that accelerated shock blast up here pretty soon.
And he's fishing for it too.
Yeah.
He is in darkness with that control ward. Dignitas are trying to see if they can snipe him out, but now all the wards are completely gone. Tomo has already forced a recall and reset. This next wave should be Evil Geniuses to take the tower.
Yeah, and I think Dig knows it. That's why Jensen is even moving over. He's just going to commit to going bot, going to push out that wave, you know, maybe try to threaten the tier 1 or some sort of a trade. Tomo heals back up, is going to come back out, so they won't lose more than the tier 2 there. but they're trying desperately to get Jensen to his third item and hope that, you know, they can get these carries so strong that they can really make something happen in the fight. They do force the TP out from JoJo as well, but experience is becoming a bit of an issue also. You can see it's a 2-level lead in top lane because Rich is just constantly getting drawn to his squad.
Yeah.
They want to group up, they want to function as this 5-man team, which does mean he's not in the side lanes, he's not catching CS, he's not getting XP. So, you know, it does create more than just that gold lead in advantages.
Now, here's my question. If Dignitas can actually get through the next 5 minutes where Evil Geniuses just have this level lead, and then it just gets to super late game where everyone's level 18, that should favor Dignitas in the end, no?
I don't know. It's hard to say. I just think that they're really going to struggle to deal with Unforgiven. Like, again, I just am trying to problem solve how you play with these fights. You know, I think there are windows of opportunity. I think that there are ways, you know, if you can really, you know, kill off Unforgiven early on, but I just don't think they have a viable target besides JoJo. And if you're going to send it on him every time, that's setting you up to get roasted by the Equalizer and to get shredded by Unforgiven. So, you know, compositionally, I think it's just going to be really difficult for them. You can try to play side lanes with Jensen. You know, maybe if Jensen gets to a certain point where he can deal with the Jace and is getting so strong that no one can really answer him, then you can make things happen. But, like, I just don't know if they're going to be able to get that time because third Dragon's going to be grabbed here by EG.
I mean, at least for Dignitas, they are trading a tower on the top side of the map. The Equalizer doesn't take out Jensen. He's able to live with just a little bit of HP left. But once again, Evil Geniuses are still trading on the up with the third Dragon take.
Yeah, and you can see Unforgiven does pick up the Hex Drinker. You know, I was expecting JoJo to grab one, but Unforgiven is even getting one. So just on the off chance, he can't react with the ulti in time and he gets caught by something. A lot of the burst damage is just going to be magic, right? Because Jensen cannot realistically rocket jump into the back line without just getting absolutely clobbered, you know, with a counter engage. So most of that damage is going to be from Malphite, from Poppy, and from Ziggs, right? And that is going to be vast majority magic damage. So I do think it'd be great if JoJo grabbed it as well. You know, we're going to see Azonia's third likely for revenge. So there's going to be a lot of tools here. And with the null magic mantle picked up by JoJo, I think for sure he's going Hex Drinker. They're just shutting down what are their opponent's win conditions. And I think EG are itemizing intelligently to do that. We'll see, you know, if Dig can get to ultra late game, you know, if Zig gets 6 items, whatever, you know, maybe you can just land a bunch of poke. Like, there's always opportunities, but well-executed fights, I just feel like should always go EG's way.
And now Evil Geniuses are setting up for the Baron play. They don't have vision control of this blue buff quadrant jungle, but they're just going to start it up right away. They're confident that they can make the turn happen. Ayla is setting himself up for a flank position, and there's nothing that Dignitas know about Ayla coming in from the back line. Ayla's finally shown, and he's going to look for Tomo, but Armeo and the rest of Evil Geniuses are going to turn right onto the back line. Jensen is stunned up. Huge buster shot puts them all away, and Jensen gets out alive. Tomo can run away from this fight, but Jensen might not make it out alive. The redemption clips him. Does he have one more jump? Yes, he does. Oh my gosh, he's gonna actually get out alive, but Unforgiven is looking for Tomo, but he gets the flash out. Evil Geniuses are able to get the parry, but Jensen tried to survive, but Evil Geniuses always get their man.
Yeah, Jensen was on the run, but that engage was so good from EG. Ayla gets onto both the carries. The Equalizer lands on them both, and it doesn't even matter what else is happening after that point. If Jensen and Tomo are not free firing, you are not winning a 5v5. It's just not gonna happen. EG have everything they need to close this one out here. We'll see. They're marching forward. They have the man advantage. If they can get another kill, it could just be over.
Rich doesn't have unstoppable force. He can't get out of that one. Unforgiven roots him up with the blade collar. The inhibitor will fall. They have 2 Baron cannons that they can empower, but it looks like they're not confident to end this game quite yet. But Jojo Pyun has the teleport. I could be wrong. They're going to look to destroy as much of the base as possible if it's not the game end altogether.
Yeah, at the very least, they're going to get double inhib. They do TP Jojo in. And now they are, you know, moving forward. They have double waves here. You want to Baron them both up, so someone's got to move up towards that mid wave and really start to keep that pressure piled on. Rich is not up for 20, so I think EG could stay around.
They find a hook on Unforgiven. He has the Featherstorm. Can he get out of this one? He doesn't even need to use it. He just kites it right on backside. Torrent is destroyed by Unforgiven. Jensen falls as well, and that should be enough for Evil Geniuses to walk this one in. The Equalizer blows Tomo off, and he's forced to run, and there's nothing they can do to save this base. Rich is back up. He has unstoppable force. Does he have enough damage to pack it in with Tomo? But no Mega Inferno Bomb, and Unforgiven is just going to flash forward, tries to push him off. They look for the tower. Rich, one last attempt to delay this game, to stall this one out for Dignitas, but Evil Geniuses completely eviscerate Dignitas in the end, and will take the win.
EG get another win here. Gonna move to 8-2 now. A great start to the second round robin here for them. Loved the composition that they went with here today. I think it was really intelligent, got a lot of pushing lanes. The Ivern pick into the Poppy was great. They're able to utilize those pushing lanes, get invades, create advantages around them. And really, it was just so difficult for Dignitas to problem solve the comp that EG had drafted. There just weren't really good targets for them besides JoJo. But killing JoJo, threatening JoJo is not going to be enough to win the fight. And at the end of the day, they only got him twice. Unforgiven, 14-1-4 on the Xayah. They could never deal with him. They didn't really have the tools to do it.
Yeah.
And EG played a smart, clinical game where they just limited their opponent's options.
And credit to Dignitas where it was due. We thought that how the first 15 minutes played out, that Evil Geniuses were just going to close it out in the next 10 minutes. It took them a while to get there. Dignitas were actually throwing blows and finding decent picks. But the problem of a composition that they ran is when you run into multi-threats that Evil Geniuses has. Okay, you blew up one guy. What are you going to do about these other two guys that are just completely destroying your backline?
Yeah, and I think, you know, if this was like an Aphelios instead of a Xayah or something,
yeah,
I think you have so many more options to try to make things happen. But the problem is just Unforgiven is not going to reliably get caught by Malphite ults and whatnot, right? Like, he's going to be able to react to them. So that is really the difficulty, is that you can't dive on Rumble, you can't really dive on Xayah, so you can only go for Jace, but there's such good counter engage that how do your carries even follow up?
Yeah.
You can throw the Ziggs ult into the back line, but if you have Jensen trying to run through and get in there, all of a sudden Rel's in your face, you're getting hit by the equalizer, you're just getting pushed out, right? And I think EG really understood how they wanted to play this out. They did it incredibly well, so congratulations to them. Another win on the board.
Yeah, well, for us, it's official. Drops are back. Log into lolesports.com to watch this week's games for a chance to earn esports capsules, masterwork chests, and more. With that out of the way, we're going to be joining Jan Revenge on stage for a Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, Rafa. I am here with Revenge, and we were just talking about the start to your split so far. 8-2. That's the best start you've had in your career. How does it feel?
Honestly, it's great. I feel like I've been working really hard this split, and honestly, our team just is really clicking. I feel like when we go on stage, we just play really, really well together, and like it's just, yeah, everything just feels like it's coming together from practice, so it's really nice.
Yeah, there's been a lot of conversation actually about the top laner you just played against, Rich. He's played, you know, with the Lowy, the Quinn, he was Hots Faker, but you've been quietly having probably your best split ever. How are you staying focused and continuing to improve?
You know, I've been hearing a lot of conversations about top laners, and I don't feel like people are mentioning me enough. So I think that this second half of the split, I'm going to really come in and show why I'm like up there. And there's a reason that we're a top team. You know, JoJo is 1v9ing, but you know, it is also the rest of us too. And I'm going to show that I'm also a top laner in the league right now.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Revenge. Congratulations again on the hot start.
Thank you.
See you next time.
Awesome.
Nice. Fast.
Cloud9 is, I think, the strongest team in the LCS, so I think it will be harder. C9 play well against our team, Golden Guns always. First week was so bad, I think.
Now he's got to be careful because Fudge has found the flank and River's about to die. They gun him down and M&S goes golden to prevent the same. Licorice tries to flash away. Fudge is in the middle of everybody. Licorice, Huhi, they're all dead. Golden Guardians are gone. Cloud9 just won it.
I think we're improving all the time, and I think that we're trying to become the best team in the region. And I think that we have a solid chance at being able to do that, and we have a really good chance when we play C9.
Forcing the flash out of M&S, but River flashes over the wall to keep him chased down. Licorice ready to fire the Orn Horn! Shut down over to Tactical. He's got to do a lot more work. Licorice pops the Dominus, continues running forward. Now they're going to turn their focus over onto Balulu as Tactical falls back towards the fountain. He'll be the last man standing. A quadra kill over to Gory. Tactical gets out. A pentakill for Gory of the Golden Guardians.
They're like the best team in the league, I think, so I always want to win, and they're a tough team, so hopefully I can play well and show up on the day.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
With Verizon's new My Plan, I get exactly what I want and only pay for what I need.
Now I'm in charge of my plan.
Introducing My Plan from Verizon. You get exactly what you want and only pay for what you need. And it all starts at just $30. It's your Verizon.
Welcome back, and with Cloud9 versus Golden Guardians on the horizon, I wanted to show you a perfect example of how dominant Cloud9 is with their top-of-the-table battle versus EG just last week. And it started level 1. Now, you all saw the dive, the big dive, but I'm going to show you the run-up to that dive and the setup that was perfect from Cloud9. And it starts with just the picks. First and foremost, Ashe is back, right? So you get to see Ashe. Just as a reminder, you get the poke from Volley, the approach velocity, the chase down arcs is alongside with Ghost. That makes it really difficult. Now, in this case, that's something Unforgiven and Ayla have to deal with. There's the support matchup that's kind of unfortunate for Janna. So you can see that Zven is picking up Aerie. And we'll just start this clip off right from the get-go. Starts from level 1. Unforgiven goes for a single trade. And as I kind of just speed this up a little bit, you get to see how devastating it is. The poke that comes down with it, even Ghost being popped by Berserker, and it kind of makes it difficult because with the Cole and Pot start here from, let's just get that going. The Cole start here from Unforgiven, he's not going to be able to regen that HP, and so you can immediately see as we blow up the minimap, the gears start to turn a little bit. Because another point that I wanted to bring up from level 1 is Ward, even before that, catching out the pathing of the Sejuani. And so as we speed this one up, they have full information. Their jungler is pathing towards the bot side of the map. The enemy jungler is pathing towards the top side of the map. And as you can see from Berserker, he fires off his hawk shot going up, and they even catch him on the Raptors. So the Sejuani has full information. And if you look at the minimap one more time, I'll pause this for you to make this quite easy. You even see the Kindred foregoing his red. He was starting it, and then cross straight through to help on this 3-wave dive. And so they know that the cannon minion is starting to crash. They also even zone Unforgiven and Ayla from the minion wave so they can't thin it out. And so it makes it super easy when you have all this information that this dive can go off without a hitch. Now, the one piece of information they have to be able to keep track of is, as I blow up the minimap one more time, the TP solo laners. So we didn't get to see it in this one, but in the broadcast, it kind of showed it that a scrap is happening in the mid lane. Let's get that going. And right now, Jojo is at half HP, and Ahri is keeping tabs on him, is going to chase him down if he ever tries to move out of vision. But it's a little easier for Revenge, who gets the wave pushed in and is going to try to go back into the bush and TP. So he tries that, and it's great for Fudge to be able to go up and catch him and cancel out that TP. In this instance, the dive was so clean that he probably wasn't even needed. But that was the first part of the dive. Now he comes back, Unforgiven gets the wave pushed out, and on the next bounce back, they even get M&S's push to be able to come out and help. And what makes this even worse is that Jojo off the last wave ends up TPing back mid, and you even get to see Revenge, who, of course, expended his TP to help them out initially with no TP. So at this point, this is the dive that you saw last week, and it was a cherry on top of the cake. I don't even need to show this part. Essentially, it was just so easy. Yes, this is the dive that you saw. That was the knockout blow, but it was the first dive, the setup to it, that set play, that made it so much easier to just destroy evil geniuses. This is the C9 that we know and remember, and the Golden Guardians have to be prepping against. That being said, we're heading out to the cast, but before we do that, Mark got a chance to catch up with a historically great LCS AD carry that you'd all know and love.
What's going on here? Oh my god. I hate these, bro. These are so cringe bad. What it's based off of, like, Eric Andre show? Like, I never watched that, bro. That's for 40-year-olds. I get, like, really easy secondhand embarrassment, so, like, when the guest is uncomfortable, I get uncomfortable.
It's jacked up that you can make a whole show about someone, and he doesn't even like it. He just roasts it.
I really thought we were going to be friends with him by the end of it. Now he's, like, emailing my dad and, like, from fake accounts, trying to tell him that he messed up by, like, raising me.
You know, he didn't even show up till the end. Like, the premise of the show was he was actually going to be here every week, and we just were, like, following the ups and downs. He just never showed up. And, I mean, to be fair, we still made a show without him.
It was funny, too, I think.
I liked it. I mean, if he doesn't want to be a part of this, like, we don't need him.
Yeah, we could talk to literally anybody else.
Literally anyone else in the world.
Double lift.
Yeah, that guy. Let's fix this set. All right. Hello, welcome back to catching up with literally anyone other than Double Lift. We got Sven joining us. You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Glad you could join us. How are you feeling?
Dizzy.
Why?
It's Double Lift, man.
Give us your worst Double Lift story. Like, what do you hate about that guy?
Yeah, he suckers.
What do I not hate about Double Lift? I hate everything about him. He farmed me for 2 years. Then I stomp him one split finally in 2020, and he comes back and he wins in a different team. Because of Bjergsen of all people. Yo, bro. What? We're doing interview here.
Sorry. What will it take to make Keria like you, do you think?
Is it raining in here?
Huh?
I swear, I don't know why I'm catching strays from Keria. I'm gonna start crying because I'm thinking about not crying.
It came out of nowhere. They asked me
even at Worlds 20, what was that? The year Jensen, 22. We were like just playing, and he types FF in the middle of the game when we're getting stomped. I'm like, bro.
You beat his ass in 2018.
I don't know him before I play against him. I'm not sure why I'm catching strays in interviews. It's kind of messed up. I should talk about how much I hate double lift to help with the crying, you know?
At the end of the day, you're going to leave this a changed person, I think.
What's wrong?
Just tell me it's water, right? It's not like piss or something.
No, what are you talking about? There's no one up there. How was MSI?
MSI got canceled this year, no?
You were at MSI.
No, I don't think so. It was canceled because of COVID. You didn't read the news?
No, I didn't. Which you somehow did.
I see right through your mark.
Last split, you got into some beef with Jan.
Beef?
Yeah, you guys were like,
what do you call it?
Do you think like apologizing was like a sign of weakness?
I feel like I won the game.
We did win the game.
And then I brought attention to a dying league. I'm saving the LCS.
All right.
I remember watching a game of Phoenix 1, and they won a game, and you guys were doing this.
Oh, yeah. That was cringe, huh?
Yeah, that was just super cringe. I'm already crying, bro, because I'm thinking about not crying, and someone is pissing on me again. Why are you laughing, huh?
No,
I'm saving your job, Mark.
I don't know what's wrong with you.
I got spun around on a chair before this.
What are you talking?
There's something raining on me, bro. I'm not tripping. Okay. Will you?
What's that?
Do you hear that?
What? I'm so lost in this interview.
Yeah, you, Mark.
He was on one that day.
Why did you even make the first season about double lift? It should have been about Sven.
He's catching up with Sven, man.
We'll see if he wants to come back after that. He was just being weird. I don't know.
That was
Unprovoked. Yeah.
Unprovoked.
Unprovoked. Surely.
Yeah.
Unprovoked.
Yeah.
Oh, it's okay. Well, congrats on the new episode, Mark. We are back. We've added him to the TriCast, so now we got a Mark squared sandwich since Azale is now in the middle. We're going to team up.
So you guys are the bread?
Yeah. Isn't it Azale sandwich? Sandwiches are defined by the innards, not the outers.
My bad.
You don't call it a bread sandwich. Come on, Mark.
I mean,
what are you, an idiot?
Yeah.
It's a focaccia sandwich versus...
We are into the draft phase. Picks and bans have already flown by Golden Guardians of Cloud9. One more ban, and it's going to be the Ivern.
Yeah, I do like that, keeping track of the extreme favoritism towards C9 in this quote-unquote rivalry. Someone was retweeting one of those quotes of the NBA players saying, like, it's not a rivalry, they beat our butts every time, you know? I don't know how many times in a row C9's gotten better of Golden Guardians, so hopefully they have a better showing this time around.
Well, still, you have to say that record is a lot better than it first was when Licorice left Cloud9. I feel like he lost to Cloud9. It was something like 14 times in a row or 16 times in a row or something like that after he left Cloud9 initially. So, has been given a little bit better than he used to in the past. And Licorice has been having a really great split. So, Golden Guardians, if they can win this one game, hey, you're tied.
Yeah. I want to flag something. Golden Guardians, this is the first time we have seen a LeBlanc locked in all day. I know that 13-13, this was the post-static shiv nerf. Apparently, there's some people that are still running LeBlanc with the static shiv. It's not consistent, but some people still like to play with it. So we might see it in this game.
Yeah, I don't think you'll see the static shiv anymore on AP carries like LeBlanc, who cheated it by being able to jump forward. You had the AP ratio, which was also buffed on minions. They knocked the AP ratio, removed that interaction, and reduced the extra scaling for the minion damage. So she was able to abuse it quite a bit. You can still just build the regular LeBlanc items.
You can just rush Ludens, right? Like
exactly.
you don't need to go static shiv anymore.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's possible we could see it. I mean, people are still building it for sure, but like, should they be? I mean, people are building
That's where I'm leaning.
People are have some cooked builds sometimes, you know.
Not in the LCS. Only the best builds here. I don't know what region you're watching.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes
all
pro
of them
players don't
actually
even read patch notes. You never know. Now, Golden Guardians are going to go ahead and lock in the Aphelios for Stixxay and the Cassante for Licorice, more than likely. Yeah, it should be at this point, since LeBlanc should be going mid lane. Now, Cloud9, they have their solo lanes already known at this point, so they can either go for a jungle combo or a support lock-in at this point.
Very interesting first phase of the draft where you have all three carry positions kind of locked in for Golden Guardians, just waiting on the jungle and support, which are usually two of the things you see earlier on.
Yep.
Especially, Aphelios got tapped a little bit this patch. You do see...
Whoa!
All right, that is Berserker laying down the gauntlet.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is one of the only ADs in the LCS that really does go back to the Draven every so often. Had some really good games on it in spring that people were kind of popping off about.
FlyQuest Decider.
Yeah, I think it was the FlyQuest Decider. And Sven also had really good plays on Renata. I believe in that game he was playing with the Renata combo. So it would be interesting to see what they want to pair with it. But, you know, if you're just going to keep slapping down Aphelios has gotten even more nerfs on this patch. He's been nerfed a number of times over the last bunch of patches. So, you know, he's not the strongest laner anymore. They were pro-focused nerfs. We'll see if Berserker can pair something really aggressive with Sven and really try to punish this.
That's what I was going to say is with the fact that the supports have been held now, you can actually give Sven last pick if you want it to make sure you get the most advantageous matchup possible to start snowballing the Draven.
Low key, you can also just play any Draven.
Possible.
I actually think it's not a bad kill lane. So there is potential to flex things around, but of course Annie also really good into LeBlanc, so it's not like they have to swap things over. Renata, that was the combo, you know, I called out that they actually played last split with it that really was successful. So I do think as much as people are kind of memeing about like, enchanters are dead, Sven can't play, you know, he's gonna be screwed. There's actually a lot of really good enchanters still. Some of them have been, you know, knocked down a bit, but there are a lot of options you do have here, and Melio I think is actually a really strong pairing with it. Even though people do think about the hard engage supports with the Draven, some of the enchanter pairings are even more oppressive, you know, in the 2v2 because Draven just walks forward with a shield and you can't win the trade ever.
Yeah, and especially if Golden Guardians go for a full dive composition, Janna's really good and just being able to deny a lot of those engages that they would want to look for. Now, we talked earlier about how a lot of the skirmishing junglers like Vi, Wukong, Kindred have been nerfed on this patch, and it's giving rise to a lot of the tank junglers that did not get touched, like Sejuani and Maokai. But Blabber's gonna say, I don't care about the nerfs. I'm still gonna go for Viego because this guy was not touched, and he's still strong in my hands.
Well, I think especially with the comp that they've drafted, Viego's all about getting the first kill. Your first three are Renekton, Annie, and Draven. Like, that is upfront damage, right? So if they can't kill one person at the start of the fight, the problem is not the Viego. The problem is everything else that's going on.
And it's a very early game focused team comp. There's not a ton of scaling built in here. So you are actually looking to run over Golden Guardians in the early game. You can see no surprise given what Azael's talking about, what C9 comp wants to do. GG takes the Braum to provide a bit more frontline, be able to block some abilities, kind of stop that dive as it's coming in. And are we getting... Well, Poppy was banned, so we're getting the River staple, the Jarvan, arguably his best champion since he's joined the LCS.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, staple, like, it was like a staple when he came in on Dig. I don't feel like he's really played it that much, you know, since actually changing teams, but definitely when he first came in, this is what he was picking every single game, and he was running over teams. He was hard carrying games on Dig when they didn't really have a lot going for them.
He does have 24 games on it in his career, 75% win rate. It's his highest win rate champion, basically behind like Nidalee and some
his highest win rate champion besides the champions that are highest.
I thought these were gonna have lower game counts when I looked at the other ones. I'm like, actually, it's 16 games in Nidalee, so he's just good at carry junglers as well. But
he won a lot.
He's won a lot of games apparently. Underestimated that.
The last pickup here for Cloud9 was that Soraka. They were looking to see maybe it was gonna be a Thresh, but instead, now you have healing on top of a very early kill lane that Draven has, and so you have sustain on top of sustain if he gets that early Vamp Scepter in his lane, or if he just wants to go for full-on kill pressure with like a BF Sword back or a Noon Quiver back. And this guy is going to be so oppressive to lane again.
Yeah, Soraka is one of the best laning supports. If you're able to land those Qs, get those set up with your E as well, you can kind of lock people in place and stop them from dodging out during the dive, flashing critical abilities. You just go for that insta silence and then combo it with an Annie stun or Viego when he goes in. It makes it very easy to actually find kills in their turrets.
Absolutely. I mean, it's also just the only thing you really are scared of when you are playing Soraka is hard engage supports, right? So when they blind Braum, it's such a good punish because Braum can't actually take fights against you. You're just going to lose every single trade. If Braum is playing too passively, you're not trying to get poked on, then you both walk up, you both start hitting the Aphelios. Like, that becomes really difficult. So I do think it's a bit of a nightmare lane here, honestly, for Golden Guardians. We'll see how they can navigate it. They're going to have to play super defensive with their runes, with their builds, to really just try to mitigate loss. But that can be a pretty difficult task. And you also have to remember, anytime River goes for Cataclysm, guess what? The silence comes down from Soraka. You can't do anything in that. There's a lot of champions that can really struggle against this silence.
And I imagine that because of how oppressive this bottom lane is from the side of Cloud9, that you're going to be expecting River to hover and look for games constantly on this bottom side of the map. Because if you do not do anything to help Stixxay early on in this Aphelios, he's just going to get run over.
Yeah, it's kind of telegraphed game plan for both teams here, where it's like C9 want to go bot lane. We want to defend bot lane. And so C9 being able to get wards out will be very important to make sure that, like you said, Soraka is not getting ganked, because that is the one threat, is if a J4 comes flying in, you give a jump target for Braum to hop onto, you can chain CC here and kill her pillar very easily. And so both teams have a huge incentive to make sure they get lots of wards out early around bot lane.
Well, it's also my expectation. I mean, I could be wrong, but I feel like Blabber could just very easily go top to bot and just be there and just standing behind them, right? Because it's like getting ganked really is the concern. And yes, you can try to get wards, but you have to get really deep wards. Because if you put a river ward, honestly, J4 can just walk through lane. You know, Huhi just W's to a minion, exhausts you, autos you, Qs you, whatever. Jarvan comes in, follows it up, and that can be really, really problematic for Sven and Berserker. So I'm expecting Viego starting top, pathing towards bot. We'll see exactly where River wants to path, but it is looking like he's going to go opposite. He's going to go bot up towards top. So this could mean it's going to be difficult for GG's bot lane.
I will say, though, River's J4 does not do the traditional path very often. He is very creative. He loves hopping walls early, level 2 cheese ganks, or just doing full clear bot sides to like another attack on bot lane again. We'll see where he wants to go.
And look at those 2 wards already. Is that actually getting swept? Oh, it is. He's sweeping it. I want to double check that. Yeah, he swept the ward. So Huhi started that. So they actually spotted that ward. So I was going to say, because they're actually respecting this, right? They did 2 early wards on bot side, knowing that he could just go red, you know, and come through, you know, over the dragon wall, things like that. But I was going to say, hey, you can't do that because the ward, they're going to replace the ward. So this is really nice. But still, if Huhi can actually get up here and tag them, but he's only level 1, so like this is tough. He's got to look for a Q flash basically, but I just don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah.
I think if he was level 2 and he had WQ, I think then you can make it happen. But Cloud9 playing smart around it. They had an early ward there. They rewarded when it got swept. They're just respecting what their opponent's win conditions are in this lane.
Really good scouting out of Cloud9. The ward to cover the exit from the Dragon Pit, another potential J4 path there. Very big commitment to use all those wards that they wanted around the bot side, but you know, they identified what we did, which is like, this is how you disrupt the bot lane. Make sure we isolate it as much as possible. They cover that one. This does mean, of course, that top lane is probably going to be quite a bit isolated if all this attention keeps going down to the bot side.
But look at Blabber, right? Like, he's going to be way ahead of the pace. So Gory now needs to try to find something mid because he's still on 3 camps. Blabber's going to be done 6 camps before Jarvan starts his 4th. So, like, this is an issue. He's spending so much time here. He needs to find something because Blabber is going to start, you know, getting eyes on it.
This is not an issue. This is his power zone. This is comfort zone, where he wants to be.
It was off screen, but there was a flash for flash traded. River went for M&S. He burned M&S's flash, so now you have at least a summoner advantage for Gory in the mid lane. If River can look for a repeat gank, there's a lot of pressure, but as you two already highlighted, Blabber's really insanely ahead of the curve. He's already going to be looking for vision down on the next cycle of camps from River's bot side jungle and setting up for that bottom scuttle crab.
Yeah, absolutely. He will get this crab. We'll see if he can actually go straight, you know, bot to top and look for double crab start. Nice look there from River. You know, it's an easy flash from M&S, but when you spend that much time mid, you absolutely have to do something, and it is going to be shift from Gory. So he's actually going for it anyway. I am not the biggest fan of this. We'll see if he can actually make it work. I mean, it is still totally fine for poke and prod. He can go Shiv Ludens. You can still do the full kind of old school build. It's way weaker though, definitely. You're not going to be getting those stacks charged up as fast. You're not going to be clearing out waves as fast. It's not that it's, you know, completely unviable, but I don't think it's like some secret tech OP build anymore.
No, it's like, for me, it's if you want to weave an auto attack combo into your trading pattern anyways, you can just go Lichbane or something else, which now has a higher ratio. It's only the wave clear that's like the small advantage over Lichbane, but Lichbane has better base stats with actual AP ratios built into it as well.
And at the end of the day, like, someone needs to kill them, right? Like, you're a 2-threat team. You're playing Aphelios and LB, and Aphelios is in a lane that is going to be absolutely impossible in the 2v2, so Aphelios is going to be behind. If you have Gory going for Shiv, I'm kind of just like, where's your damage, bro?
His name is Licorice. His name is Cassante, and he is up 2 CS.
True.
There you go.
Nice.
You're not wrong.
And during all this time, River finally got a chance to recall, but because Blabber's already been out on the map first with that earlier buy, he's just stronger by a larger margin, and they have the tempo to be able to look for plays on the bottom side of the map first. They do have to be careful about this mid lane since Gory still has flash advantage over M&S. He's not going to have the same lane prio, but Blabber can always choose to influence it since he'll be hitting level 6 before River.
Yeah, absolutely. When M&S does his 6, can become a little bit problematic. You know, of course, you do have Fleet, so you're going to have a little bit of sustain here on the LeBlanc like you do not normally, but, you know, it can be difficult. We know these first strike Annies are just going to drop Tivers on you on cooldown, look to get that chunk out, look to take lane prio, and try to recover from there. Sven has been tagged by quite a few spells in a row, and if you can dodge these Soraka Qs and keep hitting him with the Braum Q, keep hitting him with poke from the Aphelios, eventually he will get whittled down, and that's kind of situation he's in now.
Yep, starting to get a little low on the mana as well. overall, not too bad for Golden Guardians. Just a small gold deficit. This pressure will go to the Dragon to start that stacking for Cloud9. They're the fastest Dragon team in the league, keeping that one up, snagging an Infernal. C9 looking for a contest, but I don't think they're seriously going to do anything. The one thing about controlling the Annie's flash is it stops any potential roams from coming in, so it does buy a little bit of pressure relief around your bot lane, even though it was a gank that went mid. So that is helping control it a little bit.
Also, Berserker has completely free stacks right here. He has 133 stacks, if that counter on the screen is right, in 6 minutes. Like, that is ridiculous. So he's just double axing, stacking basically at maximum efficiency the entire time. And that is going to mean if he gets that cash out, it is going to be a crazy big one. So this Draven, as it often does in games, becomes such a focal point for both teams. For Cloud9, it's all about getting him the cash out. And for his opponents, it's all about denying that cash out, getting that kill, taking off the 75% of the stacks, which can really put him back. But, Draven is so hard sometimes to deny the kill from when he is free stacking like this, because that is adding damage to your ult execute, right? So if you get to a certain point, all of a sudden you just need the guy like 30% HP, and the Draven ult's just going to one-pop you.
It's one thing that the Braum can help with, though, with his ultimate being able to break that, stop that from coming through. You can negate some of that damage, so as long as it's on you, who he's targeting, you can have a bit of counterplay against that, which is another thing that the Braum can do well against this enemy team comp.
Just pointing out now that M&S's flash is coming back up, which means that Golden Guardians never really found an opportunity to punish the lack of anti-flash down in the mid lane. At most, it's gotten Gory a little bit of CS, but
down,
just right before the timer, they get the Cataclysm down. He's got nowhere to run. I may have jinxed it for M&S, but for Golden Guardians, baby, they get the first blood.
Golden Guardians, Rafa pops off!
I mean, that was just right on the timer, right? Was up in a couple seconds there, so it was just about the last possible moment he could go for it. He hit 6, and as soon as he hit 6, he just immediately goes mid. They do get that kill. Unfortunately, Gory was pushed back enough that they couldn't just guarantee that he would get the kill. So the kill does go over to Jarvan, but still great pressure through mid, and Annie, is a matchup that a lot of people do like into LeBlanc, but he's actually down nearly 20 CS because he's missing so much of this wave. Like, not only did he died on a stacked wave.
I'm actually just legitimately surprised that River was able to hit 6 before Blabber. I wonder if just all the time spent on doing the Dragon.
XP as well. He was when you're sitting around mid, you are leeching XP pretty heavily from your mid lane. So I think he actually soaked a lot there.
Oh, the all out, that might have been dangerous for Fudge, but he turns right on back. Then the Topo Strike cast, but it's not enough as Blabber comes in to save Fudge, and they get the kill.
It looks so good for Licorice for a second, getting the flip back, but does get finished off by Blabber's ultimate. 1-for-1 up in the top side. A lot of flashes traded. He lost his, Fudge lost his, but a small advantage going to C9 on the top side.
Yep, going to be able to get that kill, and you get Blabber ahead of the curve here. Already has the Hearthbound Axe, so it's going to be nice. If he can get towards that Triforce really quick. River moving out on the map is going to be starting up this Herald, which does feel okay since he does have some prow through mid, but Licorice has no TP. Fudge is going to be coming back out on the map, so there is some risk to it, and you can see Blabber is moving towards mid. I think they're going to potentially look for a play here, but Blabber doesn't want to spend too much time. His camps are back up, so he's just going to continue clearing down towards bot and getting down to play around this Draven.
Yeah, we talked a lot about how much attention there would be going to the bot side, but you're also pretty happy to leave it isolated, like you said, with the Draven, because of how you can stack this up and get a bigger payout later. You don't need to kill them level 3, level 4, level 5. You can just build stacks up until you get to these Dragon situations and then go for one big execute. And it's something that C9 has definitely done a little bit more this game with just focusing on warding out rather than making plays around the Draven.
Yeah, I mean, the early game has been really solid from Golden Guardians. Honestly, I thought there was going to be way more of a CS advantage down in this bot lane 2v2. In isolation, I did expect that Sven and Berserker will be able to create much more. They're going to look for the all-in.
Okay, Glacial Fissure hits Berserker, but they look for the winner's bite on Sven, so not quite the same target for Huhi's target selection here. Stixxay not going to feel confident about trying to follow the all-in.
Yeah, not really going to happen. It was good silence, gets thrown down. River, though, up towards top side.
Cataclysm on Fudge. They know that his flash is down, and River knows that there's no way out for that Crocodile.
Oh, man, River is feeling himself yet again on the Jarvan pick, knowing all the angles. Gets that one with Fudge's flash down. His ultimate's still not on up yet. Does feel like Golden Guardians doing a very good job tracking timers. People tend to get like a little loose when it's just 5 seconds away. Do I want to lose this creep? No, I'll walk forward. These sorts of things. And right there again, Fudge did not have his ultimate available to survive that kind of burst that might come through.
Yeah, River really nicely done. He'd already used the slice and dice in the trade as well. So River finds that timing, has the Gore Trigger completed. So River off to a great start here on the Jarvan. 2-0, has both their kills. He's going to be looking to continue keeping that pressure up, as you always want to on this Jarvan. He's cleared right back out towards top, but Aphelios has made the swap up towards that side. So likely they're just going to drop Herald and try to make a play up towards that top lane for that first tower.
I really like this macro play out of Golden Guardians. You've done a good job through the lane phase so far, but you do want to start breaking out of this lane phase. 1-3-1 setups, gank setups like this.
Gonna be tricky. Fudge almost goes down, still has dominance, did not pop it, but he's gonna be pushed off the tower here.
That's the important thing, is they're gonna get full tower, right? Like, they're not hard committing to try to get the kill because they don't actually need to. You just farm up the Krugs while Aphelios gets solo gold on plates. Then after Aphelios gets a plate or two, you come, you drop the Herald, guaranteed first turret. Licorice is defending on bot side. Gory's still pushing through mid, is creating the advantage, has that shift done, and MS is nowhere close to his mythic, so Golden Guardians looking really, really good.
Yeah, putting the fleet footwork shift to work in mid lane, the fact that you get to get this free wave clear, get this free poke down, and have a little bit more sustain than the Annie. He's been isolated this whole time, up farm, and now grabbing his own turret plates while you make plays on the top side. Huge stuff out of Golden Guardians here. 3,000 gold in the lead with what we thought was going to be a dominant C9 early game.
Yeah, it's just been great problem solving from Golden Guardians. They answered the fact that bot lane, okay, we can't really tackle the Draven by ourselves, so we're going to look on the top side of the map. Punishing mid lane, no flash, right before the timer came back up. Punishing Fudge as well. And the fact that they shifted Stixxay away from the losing lane of Berserker and Sven, it's almost very similar to what Evil Geniuses did in spring 2022. They would shift the bottom lane ahead whenever it wasn't going well, and they got Stixxay right onto the power curve just fine, so even though Berserker still has all these stacks, he hasn't cashed out yet. And as long as Golden Guardians' first fight and point of contact with Draven goes well and they shut him down, then Cloud9's investment goes to kaput.
Yeah, absolutely. I was expecting, I'll speak for myself, I was expecting that Cloud9, with this draft, with just their early game play overall, that they would be creating a big advantage and that the Draven stacks would be kind of used as that final dagger, right? If he gets the stacks, the game's just over. But now they're in a situation where it's like, he needs to get the stacks or the game is over the other way, right? Yep. Like, they are very far down. He has 340 stacks, which is a tremendous amount. You know, it's 2.5 gold per stack plus the base cash out. So it's a huge influx of gold, but even that is not going to be nearly enough to actually close that gold lead.
And we've been talking about surviving the C9 dive from, you know, the Golden Guardians perspective. Flip it around. There's not much peel on the Golden C9 side. You know, you have the Soraka silence, you have her heals, but look at the dive. Cassante, J4, LeBlanc, even Braum can get in there. Like, you can blow Draven up very easily. And so as you start getting to these neutral objective standoffs, they have to do a very good job marking their flanks and making sure that there's not actually anyone who can blow up the Draven.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that, you know, if you send too heavily on the Draven, it can be problematic. You know, Soraka can keep you alive a little bit with the ulti. Then all of a sudden you're fighting through Tibbers, you're fighting through Viego, you're fighting through an ulted Renekton. So there are tools that I think Cloud9 are still going to have there to turn it around. But their only real advantage is these two dragons. And I think we are kind of marching towards an inevitable fight here at this third dragon. The Cole cash out, you know, is done for Berserker. He has his Triforce. He has his rated Zerk on top. So he is at a really big power spike right now. And I think, you know, 3 minutes from now, we could be seeing what is a pivotal game fight.
Yeah, I feel like so much is going to come down to marking the LeBlanc. If she gets free poke and chip damage onto the Draven, it's very hard to play, but hold on here.
Oh, potentially a knockup from River, but it's not a much damage follow-up for. He's waiting in the shadows before he wanted to commit, but Blabber is able to get out just fine because he has Soraka in his back.
Was he scared of like an anti-flash coming in with Tibbers or something? River flashed out so early there.
Like, Ori might be forced to flash here if he doesn't have distortion back up, but he gets it back up. Down.
C9's bot lane was still in bot side, whereas Golden Guardians had recalled, and so I think River was scared of getting stunned up under turret and ending up in an enemy jungle, and ending up in a 4v2. So
looking for him out. That's his flash gone. Cataclysm, but Huhi with a flash, Glacial Fissure under the tower, and Stixxay with the green gun has the long range to finish him off.
Yeah, even through Sven's ulti there, they couldn't keep him alive. So again, River forced to use his flash, but finds another play around mid. M&S has been pretty heavily targeted. Gory was laning great in the 1v1, and River has been there to slam home those advantages. So Cloud9 really getting into some trouble here. It's starting to look tough.
Yeah, we're talking about all these team fights that might happen. River just keeps finding these isolated targets to jump on top of, and there they get it again. C9 being a little loose with the fact that they just forced a flash. They're kind of going back to their lanes, and they're not ready for Golden Guardians to just force another play.
And it's not like Berserker is like a huge threat at the moment, but the fact that Golden Guardians have been so careful about not finding fights where Berserker is around. They're always finding picks where Berserker is not, and that ensures that they avoid the potential disaster fallout if Berserker were able to cash in.
I mean, his cash in is going to be over 1,200 gold if he gets it, right? So that is a massive influx of gold, plus obviously the kill that he would get. So they are going to have to be careful about this, but they're kind of haphazardly starting this up. Renekton is not there. M&S is not there yet, so C9 do have to be respectful of the fact that Golden Guardians are collapsing and have the extra man until M&S can actually get here.
And he doesn't have ulti available, so the stun would have to be committed from just a Q or something else. Instead, Golden Guardians are securing the Rift Herald. Teleport is coming in from Gory, and Fudge is not committing his teleport, so Cloud9, they just need to get out of there. Heartbreaker from Blabber ensures that he gets out over the wall safely, but you can already tell that Cloud9, they're the ones on the back foot because they're afraid of giving Golden Guardians the huge snowball.
C9 looked like they were just poking around there. Fudge had TP, but actually stayed on the bot side, continuing to push. Gory committed his teleport as well, so one down on the side of GG gives C9 a small teleport advantage for the next couple of minutes. We'll see if they are able to exploit that at all, or if teams just reset and charge right back to this third dragon that's spawning in 10 seconds.
Yeah, it could be a play around the dragon. At the end of the day, it's not a bad exchange of gold, but with Herald in the pockets of Golden Guardians, mid-tier 1 is dead, so Cloud9 are going to lose even more map control. You know, as soon as Golden Guardians does elect to actually drop that, assuming they do go mid. We'll see what the buys are going to be as the dragon is now live, and I think Cloud9, you know, likely do want to fight for this because this is really their only advantage at this point in the game. You can see Fudge moving over. It's Ben trying to move down and get some vision, but it's M&S in trouble.
And M&S still doesn't have flash from before, so Licorice is taking this time. However, it's a stun from the anti-Tibbers, and Blabber's coming in, but he didn't even need Blabber there. M&S fights him all by himself.
I mean, you go all out. You're disrespecting that damage. He still had Tibbers after that. So you're cutting yourself in half health. You're taking away those resistances. If Annie had already spent her full kit, like if you'd already Tibbers and used your spells, then you go all out, you win that for sure. But when you put yourself that low, yeah, M&S is behind. He's not that behind. He can still do some damage.
Bit disrespectful there by Licorice, feeling himself too much, maybe thinking, you know, even if he was able to find that kill, you have Blabber coming up because they were not contesting the dragon.
Oh, Glacial Fissure lands onto Blabber, but he still has a flash to play with and Heartbreaker, so he's not in real danger. It just guarantees that the charge goes undeterred. As Cloud9 maybe teleporting to the bottom side of the map. Fudge could be in danger, needs help taking out Gory here, and M&S is teleport right on in. He doesn't have flash, and he doesn't have a stun available, and Gory's pushed off.
Good restraint out of Gory. I've seen versions of Gory who decide they want that kill, says, I got flash, I got fancy feet, I can make this work. But this time, playing a little reserved. I feel like Golden Guardians is just approaching this game with a level of seriousness that you don't always see out of regular season games where people can play a little faster, a little looser. But we talked about how lopsided this rivalry is. You saw the tally from the fans, you know, was not very sided towards Golden Guardians. So I think for them, this is a bit of a statement game to say, like, hey, we really are in contention. Licorice in the interview was saying, like, we really can be one of the best teams in the LCS, and they need to start gaining that confidence on the Rift.
Absolutely. With Cloud9 dropping a couple games of the last couple weeks, you win this game, you're tied, right? You were tied for second in the LCS. So that is, you know, where they want to be right now, where they want to try to move towards. So we'll see if they can close this one out. The gold lead has stagnated somewhat, and it is just going to be this constant discussion about, you know, can Draven get the stacks or can you shut him down? Because there is still a window of opportunity here for Cloud9 if they can get that massive cash in, you know, get that big injection of gold in Berserker, that they could potentially take over a game like this. But it's not going to be easy. You know, you talk about all the tools that Golden Guardians have to pressure him, and it's just going to be armor stacking, it feels like. You can see Thornmail, Iceborne. The Annie is behind, and that's the solo AP threat. So if Annie is behind, well, you just kind of stack armor and run at the Draven.
He already has a Last Whisper just to combat that, and if he was able to get the cash in, then he would be able to spike with the Lord Dominic's regards on top of it. But if they lose that fight and he doesn't have that gold, then, I mean, you've seen Draven in the late games try to hit tanks. It does nothing, man. It just cannot cut through all the health and all the armor. So Cloud9, they are in a point where they are just desperate to find a winning fight where Berserker can get a guaranteed cash out at this point.
Yeah, and the fact that the dragon stacking has already been broken by Golden Guardians means that, you know, they can back off if they don't like the look. If someone gets chunked out while walking in ahead of time, they're not immediately forced to keep fighting, and they can kind of protect that cash in from Berserker if they ever start getting low.
And it feels like they don't really have a great answer for LeBlanc in the side lanes either, right? Gory was already winning out in the 1v1 against Fudge, and he's forcing a TP as a response. So if Gory can just play through sides, that's going to force Cloud9 back further. You know, make them be late to these dragons, but they are looking for a fight now. Blabber went way too early.
Yeah, and he has Flash and has Heartbreaker, but he still might be punished by it. River waits until he uses all of his cooldowns before committing with the Flash and the Cataclysm. Blabber is gone, and just right before the Baron is spawning, maybe Golden Guardians can tap it and see what will happen from Cloud9.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, at the very least, go look, right? Looking, try to go for a turn. If if Cloud9 want to come and fight, Licorice is moving up. They're very least going to start it. Blabber is down. He has no flash. He has no quick way out. Does have those hex gates to try to get there a little bit quicker, but Gory is zoning who he is zoning, and it's just a two-man start here with River and Stixxay.
Berserker's walking on up. Sven and gets vision into the pit, but they don't have a smite to be able to contest it with. It would be a miracle if somehow Cloud9 stole it, but River, if he has smite, they should be able to take it out. But Berserker cashes out as Hui was trying to give his life so they could guarantee the Baron, but giving a kill to Draven might have spelled disaster for Golden Guardians. Even if they get the Baron buff after they've lost 2 members in the trade, they're going to look for more, and Stixxay's got nowhere to run. That call might have just been what the end of Golden Guardians been, as Cloud9 surge in gold.
Big mistake by Golden Guardians there. They had the kill on Blabber. They were just trying to leave Hui out as frontline to buy space for the Baron, but that actually led them right to cut off the escape of Stixxay as well, handing over multiple deaths, only a couple people escaping with the Baron buff here. You can just see Hui wanting to be a distraction, but gets destroyed by that ultimate out of Berserker.
It says 300, but it was a 1370 on the cash in there, plus the 300. He got another kill after that. So in pocket, after this fight, he had over 3,000 gold. So he's going to go back, buy a full item. But that being said, still, the Baron gold did go to Golden Guardians, and that actually just barely put him ahead of where Stixxay is. So, they were so far down that, again, the cash-in from this point is not like a guaranteed win. The cash-in is what you need to have a hope, to have anything going for you, because Golden Guardians are dominating.
Yeah, there's obviously doesn't win you the game, but it does give you that influx of gold that you were just sitting on, hoping didn't go to waste later. So that is a big dub for C9. Keeps them competitive, and now gives them inside track to start out this Dragon.
And now it is less dangerous for Berserker to die in these fights because he's already gotten the big cash out from the first 20 minutes of the game. Golden Guardians still have Baron buff on 2 members here, but they want to fight this Dragon. They want to push Cloud9 off. 4,000 HP on it already. Blabber has smite available. Can he clutch it out from River? The EQ comes in. Blabber secures it, but a cataclysm on multiple members of the Cloud9's backline. Stixxay surges forward, but Fudge pushes him off. Berserker's already taken out of the fight. It's up to Blabber if he can look for the resets. He's now a prom. He's really taking, but he needs to look for more. Finally trying to find River, but Fudge gets taken out, and Stixxay still lives to take out Fudge, and Blabber is forced to run.
Yeah, Cloud9 trying to fight it out, but can't make it happen. Berserker had no flash, so no way to get out of that Cataclysm, and Blabber did get his first reset, but was not the one he wanted. Stixxay had the Summoners, was able to stay alive, so Golden Guardians getting another win. There's no tier 2 tower here either, so Stixxay's going to be able to take mid. They're just going to continue chasing Blabber, and they can get even more.
Despite the Baron oopsie, Golden Guardians is right back on train, 5,000 gold lead. C9 critically did win that smite steal, so that does give them a potential to get Soul in 4 minutes. When we go back and look at this, though, you have to see the J4 engage, the 3-man.
We can listen into the Golden Guardians comms here.
Just slowly.
Yeah.
I need no flash.
I don't know.
I need no flash. I'm looking to flash on Draven.
Connecting?
Oh.
Yep.
Any dots? Look.
Yeah.
Yo. Draven.
I'm low.
Got
I'm ulting 2.
I have so much. Vega still up.
Nice.
No place.
I mean, you can hear the comms there as we're going to Sven die. We just saw him in the replay have to blow his flash, but they called out. M&S, had no flash. Danny had no flash. The Draven had no flash. Licorice very early said he's looking to flash onto the Draven. When they went forward, Stixxay flashes in. We saw the immediate response flash from Fudge to try to push him out, but he can't actually finish him off. And with Draven down, with Annie, getting pushed out, there just wasn't enough damage left in the tank for Cloud9.
Golden Guardians team this game is very good tracking of summoner spells and cooldowns right there, being able to jump on both backline members of Cloud9 and kill them, and then Stixxay having his, critically saving it from that Baron situation, knowing I'm already cut off, I'm going to die, doesn't waste them. So he has it in that fight to flash over the wall and then critically still be up to land his ultimate onto Fudge and finish off that last kill.
It starts feeling like the last hope here for Cloud9 is now getting Soul, because it is a really powerful one here with the Hextech Soul. If they can grab that, it really does erase a lot of the combat stats advantage. The Souls are worth thousands of gold in stats themselves, so we'll see if they're going to be able to do it. But Golden Guardians is showcasing they have what it takes to dominate these fights. The Draven did not snowball, their comp did not snowball, and Gory is being really annoying on the LeBlanc, still playing that Shiv build, still looking for the poke, the prod. He is Night Harvester, Shiv, and has that Lich Bane completed as well. Yeah. So just looking to constantly chunk Cloud9. And if their carries don't have flashes, you can't really play against the Cataclysm.
And River has definitely been the MVP for Golden Guardians this game, just using the Cataclysm to exquisite combos and timings as M&S is forced to use the Tibbers because he knows that River was looking for another engage. Fissure on to Fudge. He's got no flash. That Crocodile's dead.
Perfect tipper out of Huhi there to catch him right on the end, knocks him up, gets that kill after initially jumping onto Eminez, but you can just see how tanky the front line is. Talking about damage concerns when Eminez has fallen behind, you can see there was very little done to River, so they can kind of fish for these engages. Even if they're not super clean, they're not instantly punished by Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, River is just walking straight at them. Berserker can't walk up and start autoing him, or he's going to be the one that gets ulted, and he's going to have to flash out. So Eminez just has to drop Tibbers really early on. They're trying to clear out this wave with the Tibbers, but it's not going to happen. And now with Fudge down, Cloud9 has got to run here. No way they hold this inhibitor.
Blabber is, I don't know if he's looking for a flank with these portals, and they already lost the inhibitor tower, but they've gotten a lot of chunk down onto Gory if he can look for it, but that's just the clone. As Blabber, does he look for Gory? He has flash, maybe a Spectral Maw.
I think they were hoping to set up a TP play. You know, I'm not sure if he had a ward in pocket for a TP from Fudge, who was respawning with that, but not going to be an angle. You know, wants to at the very least threaten it, so wards were there. So if Golden Guardians overstay, we would have seen the Renekton flank come in, to group up with Blabber, look to make something happen.
That's a very charitable interpretation. I think he was farming. I think he said, my inhibitor is dead. They can't end the game. I'm going for Wolves.
He would have gone topside. Raptors are up.
Blabber,
Jungler's favorite camp.
I don't know. Blabber hates Wolves.
He wanted that lane minion XP. Now Fudge might be in trouble. Still no flash once again. Gets the double slice and dice. Sven is here to provide him some extra healing and a getaway, but we have Baron live. Dragon Soul on the table for Cloud9 in 30 seconds. Cloud9 have to decide, do they want to throw all their tools in for this Baron or just save it for the Dragon?
They can't allow them to get Baron. I think if you give them Baron for free, you're never going to get access to that Dragon. So Cloud9 going to try to make something happen. Berserker is way far forward by himself here, though. This is dicey.
Does have Flash Cleanse this time.
You gotta be careful. I mean, it is taking a while for him to actually put damage into Licorice. It's one at a time. Blabber goes in for the steal, but it's secured by River, and the Cataclysm is gonna seal M&S in his doom. Berserker's still alive. Can he carry this fight? Does he have the damage where River's just frontlining it? Gory just dodges right past him and takes out Sven, and without Sven, there's no healing for Berserker. There's no Berserker. There's no way that Cloud9 wins the fight. Golden Guardians are answering back.
Golden Guardians win the game with an ace at Baron. They have a mid-wave they can meet up with, finally answering back against Cloud9.
10K gold lead, only 27 in. Cloud9 went all early game, and Golden Guardians had all the answers in this one. River playing an amazing Jarvan game, showcasing why he was so feared on this champion for so long on Dignitas.
River popping the GA for good measure because he didn't even need it in that last fight. That's just how huge he was. And Golden Guardians finally answer back, showing Cloud9, you need to respect us this year.
Golden Guardians continue their march up the standings, 7-3 now, meeting Cloud9 in the middle, 1-1 this year as it is the second round robin though. Very interesting developments in the LCS.
And that leaves EG alone in first now, right? You know, because they actually were able to get their win, so they're alone in first place now at the top of the table. You know, it's going to be Cloud9 and Golden Guardians one game behind, but this was a really dominant win here for Golden Guardians. Cloud9 have been so good in their early games. They came out with a really aggressive composition. They were looking to run over their opponents, but River found a lot of pressure towards mid. Gory was doing great in the 1v1. They got an advantage there. And Cloud9 really never established a lead that I was kind of expecting in the 2v2 bot. You know, I thought this Rocket Draven was really going to be able to create, you know, more of an advantage, maybe farm plates or get a big CS edge. It didn't really happen. So even though Berserker on the Draven eventually got this really fat cash in where he got 3K in one fight, it only caught him up with where 6A was. It didn't leapfrog him ahead. It didn't put him to this point where he could hard carry the game.
You can see this last fight again, very close for a second there, but Huki, only one that's going to drop. Split fight, it felt like. C9 was targeting down multiple members. Eminez easily finished off by everyone. And then it's the chase onto Berserker by the backline of River and Gory when they try and get him. And the rest of the team is focusing down onto Licorice and Stixay, but just too much focus onto Licorice, who, as Cassante, is able to sustain so long while the C9 backside was blown up.
Yeah, I mean, 6A is free firing, Berserker is getting clobbered, right? And that's kind of the difference in this fight, is that, you know, the pressure that Golden Guardians were able to put on, I think they did it really, really well. You know, the exhaust is cleansed off, but then that means you're not going to have that for something else. Gory's piling in, Licorice is piling in.
Yeah.
I think Licorice did a really good job of pressuring him in a lot of these fights. Golden Guardians' target selection was really good. When we had to listen in on their comms, that was really clean. So there's not a lot to pick at in this game. Golden Guardians just played clean.
Yeah, I mean, the only cope for Cloud9 is like, well, we're experimenting with our draft since we're already so far ahead, you know, that's just, unfortunately, that one didn't get worked out. But for us, we're going to be joining Emily and Licorice for our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you, Rafa. I'm joined by the victorious Licorice. You guys took down C9. One thing I remember asking you about on the MSI desk, actually, was I noticed how much you all had improved as a team, like during your run through MSI. And I was like, what are the chances that you beat C9 going into this best of 5? And then it looked eerily similar to finals, if not slightly worse. So I was like, oh no, we have a JDG BLG thing going on where like it's just gonna look worse and worse for them. You take out C9 today. I guess how much does it mean for your team?
I mean, obviously, it feels really good to beat C9 because I think everyone's looking at them as the top team in the league, and like now we're contesting them for that. But like as always, it is just a best of 1 in the regular season, and like I think the real match is going to come in playoffs. So I'm looking forward to that.
Okay. I talked to you and also Huhi in previous interviews about how you guys really, really want to shore up your mid-game communication and calls. I actually was really impressed with a lot of the cross-map things you did. When that Baron fight happens, though, is it just like, oh no, we're in trouble, or we're fine, we already have enough of a lead, it's going to be okay?
I mean, I definitely felt nervous. Like I've been in enough games versus C9 at this point where we had the early lead and then like something goes wrong and it starts to go downhill. But I felt pretty confident in like my team and our draft, so I wasn't too worried.
One thing I really like that you guys did pretty early on is around like 10 minutes, I want to say, you initiated the lane swap to, presumably, not only to use Herald topside, but also to get Stixxay out of the Draven lane. So just talk to me about the impetus for that, because I thought it was a really smart decision.
Yeah, I mean, I was laning top, we killed Fudge, and then I really wanted to take the plate, and then Jay was like, oh, it's really good if we swap here, and I was like, oh, shit.
Let me have it, man, come on.
Like, I really wanted the plate, but it was just, I think, Jay and Trevor's call, and I think it was a really good call to get away from the Draven and just get a lot of gold on Aphelios.
I've talked to you a lot about your top lane picks, kind of about the role of top lane in general. What do you think that role is right now in the current meta, and has it changed at all over the past few patches?
I think top lane's pretty open right now. Like, it doesn't seem like you're stuck playing tanks or you're stuck playing carries. So I think you can kind of just play whatever you want as long as you like either win lane or outscale. Like, those are kind of the two things that you have to accomplish with your pick. So as long as you're doing one of those, then you're okay.
All right, awesome. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to catch up with me. On the other side of the break, we have NRG versus TL coming up next.
I had a phase that I played pro mid lane. And I used to play some Victor.
When was that?
Didn't you play a lot
Weren't you
of
the
Victor
ASOL
the
guy?
time you won the
Hello and welcome back to another Golden Guardians 1v1. We're gonna do a series, Huhi versus everyone on his team. So he's already played one against Gory. Gory unfortunately did beat you, but you complained of lag.
Oh, dude, I'm lagging. There's no lag. Yeah, I was lagging, so like.
Yeah,
that
so you never know. That could have gone either way. Anyways, you two, 1v1 map, take it away.
What do you want, Trevor? Do you want to have a matchup or like we?
Okay, well, just pick something that's like not super one-sided. So there's some some skill involved, you know.
But like the players here, there's some gap here, so
yeah, I agree.
Matter, you know?
I agree. Yeah, what if we both hit the random one time and just go?
I like that.
Let's do it.
All right,
actual ARAM.
Actual hard random.
2, 1. Okay. Ooh.
All right.
Not bad. I like this.
You guys see what each other's picking?
No. Everyone was ready.
Victor. Okay, we got Gnar versus Victor.
Gnar versus Victor.
What?
Okay, who's who?
I'm the Gnar.
I'm the Victor. And
I don't like Jay's chances.
Really?
Huh?
The thing is, I have an account where I play top lane, and I've been playing a lot of Gnar.
Oh yeah? I had a phase that I played pro mid lane. And I used to play some Victor.
When was that?
Didn't you play a lot
Weren't
of
you the
Victor
ASOL
the
guy?
time you won the championship?
Yeah.
Weren't you a Victor one-trick back then? You don't remember my Victor?
Stixxay, what's stronger, you playing a Smurf account in top lane, or Jay being a pro mid laner for multiple years?
I have a championship too.
Okay, the thing is, his was like, was it 7 years ago now? So I've caught up, you know?
You've caught up? Okay.
Yeah. If he was playing pro mid lane nowadays, it's like platinum equivalent. To 2016 level? Seriously.
That is true, that is true.
So if he beats you, what does that make your top lane?
Well, I'm currently a D1 on top lane, so
Minions are making it. You're.
Wait,
they
what
came out
item
so
do you
quickly.
buy? Should I buy?
I like this no mirror matchup too because they actually have itemization choice.
yeah.
Whereas normally they just
Are you
agree
building
to-
shift? Wait, there's minion already?
Yeah.
You gotta pay attention,
Oh my
Jack.
God, the mind games by Hoogie.
Whoa, one second. Don't come.
Oh no.
Oh, my mouse is bugging.
I come here.
I'm just
I come
dead.
here.
Wait, why did my mouse sensitivity change?
Yeah, mate.
No, I'm serious. Like,
Yes.
Did you press the middle button and change your mouse sensitivity? There's like the DPI switcher as like the button under the mouse button.
Yeah.
Mouse wheel.
Also, maybe you should just check your.
I don't want to hit. I got a hand warmer in my pocket, just burning my leg.
I like the mind game by Hoogie. Oh no, the minions are here. What?
No, I told you, he has to cheese every time.
What, guys? Like the
He can't
game
play normally.
starts before the game starts. Like,
I was actually going to tell you what I was building. I thought I was going to help you. I was going to tell you what I was building. And you're building shit. Yeah, nice.
boom, baby.
Oh.
Boom, baby.
Wait.
Boom, baby.
What's your damage?
Come here.
That's the Kerche shard damage.
One more.
Okay, I think I need a shot.
I'll do this. Too easy. Too easy. I'll DC for a second.
Actually?
Too easy. That's right. I took.
Oh no.
He's got all.
Death by 1,000 cuts.
It's right here that you're
No.
gonna. Oh no.
He's fast.
Trevor.
No.
Give me that.
Oh no!
Boom, baby.
That's the coward's win.
All right, that'll do it. Hoogie moves to 1-1 against his teammates. Stixa, unfortunately, the first teammate to lose to Hoogie, but maybe not the last.
Yeah, too easy. That was too easy, Trevor. You gotta step up a bit.
What do you have to say about that one, Trevor?
I got nothing. I can't speak after that.
All right, thanks for joining us. Thanks for playing.
Thank you.
Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks? Hmm?
Typical beginner's mistake. Yes, they all start from the outside. So, will we help him? What else? Here, try it with Red Bull.
Red Bull gives you wings. Legacies are forged, one choice at a time. Will you trust in the Force or give in to your passions? Stand for what you believe. Light or dark? The path is yours.
All right, the end sold it for me.
I love that little bit. And oh, the NRG is the Empire. Can Team Liquid take them down? We have an epic lightsaber duel. Oh, he goes down.
Wait, Cortez is evil too, though. He's a red lightsaber.
Or maybe he's the side of the Empire that turns and helps the Jedi win in the end. I don't know. I'm not following
It's
this
Darth
one.
Core.
I love that. Darth Core. We got to use that in the cast. Well, whoever went down is down for the count, and that could just be NRG if TL are in fighting form in this upcoming game.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they're going to be able to get done here today. TL, I think people were super excited about. You know, after their start was really hot. They were coming in looking very, very good. And then the last couple of weeks has been a bit rough for them, right? You know, they started out, I want to say it was 4-0, and then they've started to pick up quite a lot of losses. So, you know, I think it's maybe more even than people would expect.
Yeah.
Liquid, you know, 1-4 in their last 5. So, you know, have been on that slide and are looking to kind of right the ship. NRG on the other side, you know, started out 1-4 and have at least picked up a couple losses, so 2 wins in their last 4 games. So definitely looking to climb their way up to the table, because I think the expectations for NRG were definitely much higher than where they are right now. Right?
Yeah.
They finished in 4th as CLG in spring, so people are definitely expecting that, hey, like maybe there's upgrades in the bot lane. They should at the very least be around where they were.
Mm-hmm. And for NRG, they're just trying to get this energy gelling together and tether. I know that Palafox, chatting with Travis, one of these past week interviews, Palafox was talking about, I felt like we were just indecisive in our mid games. In early games, if they went poorly, then we just didn't know how to translate and get out of it. And some of the games that we lost, like the 10K throws, that was just us being indecisive and not playing confidently. So, but in some of the games that they've won, he's attributed to, hey guys, you know what? We're just remembering to play loose and relax a bit, not put so much pressure on ourselves to perform as well. And, you know, that's what they're going to attribute to. And on the other side of Team Liquid, it's just a team that they've had some big losses and oopsies, but they've also had some big wins like the one against Cloud9.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it has been kind of up and down, right? And people, I think, were really excited about their early game in particular. Has been so good. A lot of TL fans out there today with a lot of cool signs. I'm always impressed by people's drawings when they actually make it look like the real moats and stuff.
Yeah.
I definitely don't have that skill.
Yeah, definitely not in my wheelhouse either. But we are into the draft phase. 2 bans from both teams so far. The Kindred from Pyosha, Kennen as well from Summit. And it's going to be the LeBlanc, as we already saw. Despite the static shift nerfs, it was something that Gory was still using in the side lane for priority, and a lot of teams are still respecting its power. Team Liquid, on the other hand, banning the Tristana, banning the Renekton, maybe one more solo lane ban here.
Yeah, we got the buff Yumi and the pick Yumi signs catching some boos. Brazil down. Oh, I'm down with this sign. I'm down with this sign. Let's go.
I like that too. And the Ivern ban. So it's not a solo lane, but just taking away that jungle power, as Contrax has been one of the prominent Ivern players here in the LCS so far that has adopted it very fast.
I mean, Ivern has been looking really strong as well, you know, both in solo queue and the rare times it does come out in pro. I think it's been really successful. Someone I want to see more from, you know, this split though is Dokla, because I think Dokla was such a carry threat from CLG in spring. Now in summer here with NRG, has not really had a lot of those big show out games, a lot of those kind of monster performances where he's trying to take over. You know, if he could do something good against Summit, I think that would be, you know, that first step to kind of righting that ship.
Yeah.
Summit has been incredible in lane still. I think TL in general have really been good early. And although their first 4 games made me think that, hey, maybe they have actually solved some of their mid-game problems, as they started to go up against the tougher opponents, they started picking up loss after loss, and you started to see a lot of those issues were still there. You know, at the end of the day, their first 4 wins were against teams that were all pretty much down towards the bottom of the table, right? It was against TSM, it was against 100 Thieves, IMT, as well as NRG. So we'll see if they can repeat here and get another win against NRG.
Yeah, and I think the other thing comes to we should be honest with ourselves that Team Liquid were running a very telegraphed composition multiple times. It was the Vi Ahri combo, find one threat, isolate it, lock them down. And over time, I think teams were just getting used to, hey, this is what they're going to be looking for every single time. Let's start building drafts and plans that counters it. And so Team Liquid now have to start expanding what they want to do strategy-wise, as NRG are going to be locking in this Poppy and Melio.
Yeah, Melio coming through. I really like Melio just as a pick in general, but especially against picks like Sejuani, it's so easy to get value of that ulti, that Breath of Life, remove the ulti from Sejuani off of that one target. So as long as you're positioning well, you're just behind your carry, you can always get a lot of value with this pick.
Now the question is, will Team Liquid look for a support counter right away? Not quite. This is the Akali. Now, I am prompted to say that this should be Harry's Akali answer into the Azir. It's pretty damn good. Once you hit level 6 and the perfect execution, you can get right on top of it for kill threat. And now for Team Liquid, they still have a support and a top laner to pick. I imagine that they'll be looking for Core on 4th and then Summon's counter pick of choice on 5.
Yeah, this was his most played in spring, and it was brought out a lot of times against that Azir, so definitely expecting it to be going towards Harry. It is one of those aggressive picks. You know, can look to get in the back line. Of course, Poppy can shut that down, which can become very, very difficult when you're looking at the 5v5. If Poppy can get that W on one of your dashes, on the ulti, on your E, it can make things really tricky for the Akali. So we'll see how Harry is going to be able to navigate these fights, as TL now are going to be trying to focus their bans likely towards FBI. We've already seen the Ashe get banned out. They're looking for another pairing down to that bot lane to try to create themselves an advantageous 2v2. As you said, you know, we are expecting it to be someone to pick on 5. We already see that it's Melio, so Core, you know, on 4 here is going to be able to have his support counter pick and try to create an advantage for themselves. And while, you know, I talked about some of the things that I want to see as improvements from these teams, I will say I think Core is having a hell of a split. He has been really, really good, and it feels like he is kind of back to the old Core JJ form that we really expected. For so many years he was playing at that elite level, really dominating that support role.
Yeah.
And I'm curious to see, is it going to be an Enchanter? Is it going to be Engaged? Because to me, he's just always been better on Engaged.
Yeah, and then it's just right on cue too, in the aftermath of what was, you know, such a disappointing split from Team Liquid in the spring. They didn't even make playoffs, and a lot of them were touting themselves, hey, we should be contending with the very best teams in the league. Now that they're getting that respect from teams like Cloud9, Golden Guardians, Evil Geniuses, FlyQuest, who everyone expected should be a top team, are saying, yeah, Team Liquid will probably be at the top of the standings by the end of the regular season. And Core JJ is forced to lock in his support of choice. My question here is, Zale, a lot of marksmen have been already taken off by the sides, but Melio, I know I've seen a lot of Melio Kog'Maw in a lot of games around the world. I wonder if that is a combination you want to take into the Aphelios here.
I mean, I think it's possible. It's going to depend on what the support pick is. You know, I think if there's a lot of dive, it does get a little bit scary. I think it is an option. The Rakan is going to come through for Core. I do think Melio Cog can work pretty well, especially if you want to draft like a tank top and just play like a 2-carry team. But, you know, there's a lot of options. Jinx is really good, you know, additional range. Pretty much it's like any pick that, you know, can utilize that range really well, and Jinx already can do really good spacing with the rockets. I think can get a lot of benefit from that. So it is going to be Jinx. It's going to be one of those more standard picks, a little bit more safe. You have that mobility, you have that self-heal with the Chompers, you have the resets, obviously, that are going to help you to stay a little bit more safe. Cassante, pretty standard stuff here for Dokla up on the top side. And we have to see what Summit wants to bring out. We've just been seeing so many, you know, of these Cassante versus tank matchups where it is not really a massive advantage created on either side. So I'm kind of going to be interested to see if someone can get something more from this 5th pick, or if it's just going to be something kind of expected like a Gnar, where he is just looking to trade.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, I mean, just throw down the gauntlet. And now you're opening up another win condition for Team Liquid. If you're not winning through the team fight, which NRG have really much built up this composition for, a fortress just to protect the Azir and the Jinx in the backline, Team Liquid can open up that team fight and say, hey, what if we just don't team fight and we have a Fiora threatening your base?
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the ways that you can really dismantle some of these strong 5v5 comps, is peel them apart, make it so that they can't actually be functioning as a 5-man squad. If you're winning in that 1v1, even if someone is you know, pushing up and going to be able to collapse, he at least gets first push, he gets first move, he's able to create advantages from that, where he can then maybe catch catch someone in transition, start looking for skirmishes. Harry can also potentially play through sides with the Akali, so I think TL have drafted themselves a pretty interesting comp. If it comes to straight up 5v5, I think it is heavily NRG favored. So for them, they're going to be looking to force that, through creating these objectives that are going to pull your opponents to them, right?
Yep.
If you can get the early dragons, if you can get that early edge, draw TL to you, that shuts down that split bush win condition. That shuts down the game plan that TL are going to be looking for. So I do think it's really important that TL have that strong early game that we've expected from them. If Core and Yon can be winning bot, if they can stack a couple early dragons, that gives so much time for Summit and Harry to really spread the map and kind of make it so it's very difficult for NRG to find those 5v5s.
And for Team Liquid, it is even more imperative to make sure that Summit is winning the top side of the matchup. Assuming that it is isolated, he'll be doing just fine. But if ever you see Contracts trying to influence that side lane and you put Fiora behind and he actually cannot push the Cassante out of lane, then you've lost a win condition out all right together. And the Fiora offers nothing else.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely difficult. I think you can 5v5 with Fiora, but you have got to be so on point when you're doing it. It is really difficult. You often have to come from surprising angles, and your parry is life or death. Like, if you have a perfect parry in a team fight, you can sometimes make some magic happen. But if you do not, you often instantaneously die and look like a fool. So it's definitely tough. We'll see what Summit can get done. The parry is definitely really good against Cassante, though. Obviously, the dream is parrying the all out or something like that, making him look a little bit foolish. But the Antovo strikes with that Q3, the knockup is so telegraphed. You see that wind swirling around him. You always are going to look to reactively parry that. And generally, Cassante needs to hit that to really go for any sort of an all-in or an aggressive trade.
Yeah.
So you're kind of just denying that. And Fiora is going to look to just slowly whittle you down and be able to take over in the later stages.
Could be a delayed invade from Team Liquid here. They're all grouping up for it on top of this river bush, but looks like it's going to be called off. Harry will return to lane, and Pioshik is going to be starting on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, it seemed like they just wanted to defend Pixel. Maybe they were expecting a potential invade from their opponents, that they would actually go for a late walk in here, try to make something happen, maybe find a ward that they could punish. So TL fishes with their level 1, not going to find much. As Harry just going to try to walk past the soldiers in these matchups. Really, every level 1 Azir matchup is just kind of all about your soldier placement. As your opponent, you're trying to make him drop those soldiers out early, put himself in a difficult position. As Yon and Core get a huge trade onto Ignar already, that is going to be probably every potion gone from Ignar if he doesn't heal right back up.
And Contracts is clearing out this red buff and Krugs, and I imagine that unless there's an angle where Yon and Core JJ are too overextended in the earlier levels, Contracts will not be visiting this bottom side anytime soon.
Well, and there should just be no way, right? Like, they have full info on what clear he's actually going for. They had him warded on Raptors, so they know that he's clearing down toward that red. They know that he's not up towards the blue buff, so the only place he can do right now really would be bot lane. And Core and Yon going to be on the defensive here. There is potential if they can stack the wave. If you can keep Yon and Core at level 1, you could try to threaten a dive. That is a really risky play, but if he's 3, they could look for it. They have to crash the wave pretty much now. TL is expecting this, but TL need to fight the wave and try to get 2. If they can get 2 before this comes in, they can potentially defend this. If you're both 1, you're likely dead. They did just hit 2, though.
Okay, and they pop the ghost from Yon. And if Yon just gets out of there, then there's no threat from NRG from being able to deny them any more than just some CS here on the wave.
Yeah, so that is the critical thing. How much of the CS can they deny? Looks like not a lot. They do get a plate, though. So it is still a nice look. The problem is, Pioshik can steal away your camps on top side. There are pings over there. They kind of know that this is likely to be the response. TL had a ward over on that blue buff. And even if they didn't, Poppy comes in for the dive and has no blue buff. You know you can actually go for that invade and try to make something happen. As Harry gets a good trade there. You hit the shuriken flip. Anytime you hit that E, it's probably going to be a winning trade. So at the very least, will be that blue buff stolen away. And potentially a double scuttle here angle for Pioshik. He can take top scuttle, run straight through mid, where here he already has that push. And Palafox is getting low on mana. So that is going to be the cost. Whether or not it was worth it remains to be seen.
If NRG's bot lane are able to somehow capitalize this, but I don't imagine it's going to be happening anytime soon, as the CS lead is still in Yon and Core JJ's favor. But Pioshik is just going to look to turn the tides up here for Palafox. The permafrost catches him mid-flight, but he holds cool as he saves his flash and not using it.
I actually love this, though, because he's crossing, instead of crossing, through the river, just straight towards bot scuttle, he's going to get Raptors and then be able to get it. Because remember, they had the Raptors warded, so he has the perfect respawn on it, pressures Palafox, He's going to double scuttle, but only after stealing away those Raptors. Harry, though, does have to be a little bit respectful here. Palafox, not much mana, so I think it's very unlikely that Harry would actually ever die in this situation. And it is going to be looking really nice. I mean, if he can take away even more, like if he can threaten a dive, this would be super nice. At the very least, he wants to try to look for the Krugs respawn now. NRG know that with his wave stacked up, there is a chance of this dive coming through.
I mean, there's no ghost from FBI. He would have to use Flash preemptively to dodge out on the knockup. They already used the Mega Fireball kick to stop Core JJ in his tracks, but Core JJ's taking up one more turret shot. He will go down, but First Blood was already given over to Team Liquid, but that's 2 kills over to NRG. So I'm not really sure if that favors Team Liquid there.
Yeah, it definitely does not, right? At the end of the day, because Yon didn't even get the kill, right? You are going to deny some of that CS, but the wave is going to bounce. The kill goes to the Jinx, so really did not work out that well for them. I think Core dying would have been totally fine, and I think Core realized that it was going to be a close one, so he was willing to give up his life. He's going to take that last turret shot that obviously would have killed him, so he does just tank that up, but they didn't have enough damage to get it done cleanly. So really, for this to be worth it for TL, there has to be like a rinse and repeat, right? Where they get down towards bot side and they now punish missing sums. But this was pretty well done overall. The Q was used. Nice sidestep there from FBI onto Core. Core, though, pulls the aggro with the Ignite. He just kind of accepts his death. You can tell he knows that he's going to be going down. I think the mistake there was Yon. That last auto attack onto Ignar after the kill is actually what pulled aggro. So that really is the mistake, because I think it would have otherwise gone to Pioshik or no one, because Core took that final shot. So definitely an error there from Yon. Gonna want that one back, because if he doesn't die, then maybe he actually gets a plate, or at the very least gets a few more CS. So definitely a misstep there.
Yeah, at the very least, like you called out, Yon has summoner advantage over FBI. His Ghost will be coming up soon, but his Flash will not be. And Pioshik still has Flash available. Core JJ has Flash available. It has to be what we imagine a rinse and repeat. Pioshik already beelining towards the bottom side of the map. They're building up the wave, but they're going to use the pressure instead to look for the first dragon of the game.
Yeah, they can look for this first dragon, which is going to be nice. They know Poppy cleared out vision in that side brush around mid lane and was heading up towards top. So with Poppy going up towards top with White Gun here on Yon, it's a pretty easy take for TL for that first dragon. And it is a fast one as Harry's going to get scooped.
But he has the backflip to be able to return to his Twilight Shroud, and he has the perfect execution for the second cast to get out, so it's just an ult for ult trade. Palafox is going to keep himself alive as he fights on back, as Harry still maintains that CS lead over Palafox.
Yeah, Harry doing a good job playing it aggressively in this matchup, as you really have to create those edges. Summit, kind of as we've come to expect, has also established a 2-wave lead. Like, this is looking really nice for him. Has a pretty solid early buy as well. Dokla is going towards the Iceborne, so going more for that kind of dueling tank mythic, but as we see, Summit is ahead in the buy, and it's going to be working towards that Divine Thunder. Nice flash.
Yeah.
Had to look for it. He had to respond with the flash, or he's toast, right? If you get stunned against the wall there, you're definitely dead.
And Pioshik is going to show up for the counter gank and Contracts with no flash. Could this be doomed for Contracts here? Core JJ is also here on the roam. The only way out is to go forward onto Harry, but just not enough damage available from the side of NRG. Harry gets the last blow, and TL are on the board again.
Great response there from TL. They saw the Contracts forced his flash, and it was a flash trade there with Harry, which in isolation is good, but then they find Contracts. He has no way out. Not very tanky this early on. He's just got the tier 2 boots. They're going to try to look for Harry. Oh, he walks into it.
Nice snipe from FBI, but Harry also... Oh, you hate to see it from the side of Team Liquid.
Yeah, it's a great snipe from FBI. That's going to be feeling really good after they actually just had that play go bad mid. And now, Gosha caught out here.
And disrespecting Contracts' respawn timer here, going for Krugs, and is now just losing the flash because he went for the invade.
Yep, and his Q, I believe, was still on cooldown there, or got interrupted by the W. I'm not actually sure which happened, if he just Q'd immediately over the wall, then got stunned, or if it actually got interrupted by the Poppy W. We'd have to see in the replay. But either way, at the very least, they do force out that flash, so good stuff from NRG, getting something back. It's 2 kills now onto the Jinx because of that flub on the dive, then a nice cross-map pickup from FBI. So FBI, all of a sudden, is kind of out ahead of the pace of the game. He's a good 500-600 gold up on where Yon is. And he's going to be feeling really good with Emilio in his back pocket, with really strong front line ahead of him. They can create space for FBI and set him up for success.
I mean, just looking from top to bottom, what tools NRG have to push threats from Team Liquid off. You have a Zero Wall. You have Breath of Life cleansing any stuns. You have Poppy, just steadfast presence or Keeper's Verdict to push any threats out. There's a lot of ways and tools that FBI and Palafox can feel safe in these fights if Team Liquid are just trying to go front to back. You have to look for flanks in the late game.
Absolutely. You know, there are ways that you can maybe maneuver in a 5v5 if you're going a little bit more front to back, but you definitely want to be coming from multiple angles. And one of the things that's really difficult to deal with the Akali is if Akali gets into your backline, she doesn't even have to commit to the kill. She just creates this zone of threat with the Shroud, right? You get in on the AD carry, use R1 on the AD carry, drop the Shroud. Now all of a sudden, you can't actually walk through the Shroud or you'll die. So you kind of just are stuck standing out and acts as like a pseudo frontliner, right? Where you're creating that zone of threat so that hopefully Yon on the other side can be free firing and create that winning fight that they're going to be looking for. But of course, as we know, TL is going to be looking more to play through sides, more to create these uneven fights where they're catching people in rotations because they have to push through side lane. That's what they really want to get done. And Summit has done a good job in this 1v1, but NRG did move Dokla down towards bot lane and getting him out of that 1v1 matchup for now. But there's no one actually catching top. Piotr's going to look mid, not going to catch him.
Darn. Now Palafox is able to just smooth on over with his shifting sands here. And Harry's still creating pressure, but no objective immediately in the follow-up. Maybe Piotr's ultimate will come back up before that dragon spawns.
Dokla now finally going back up towards top. So they, honestly, NRG did lose quite a few minions up there on the top side. Contracts will get a slam, but no damage to follow unless Palafox wants to commit.
Now, Palafox does have first collapse since Harry was pushed into the wave. Poor JJ looking for a grand entrance on Contracts, but still, Harry does not want to commit the perfect execution for a kill.
Yeah, it would be pretty risky to just fully send it in there with Ignar having Summoner Heal, having the ulti, all these tools to potentially stop that from happening. So it is just a bit of chip. They're both playing for this dragon. TL, though, in trouble.
A root from Yon prevents Contracts from getting the heroic slam down, but now he's just going to slam poor JJ into the wall, and I don't think he has Battle Dance because he can't get over the wall.
Yeah, Core, I think, was trying to wait out the W, then try to use the ulti to create space, try to use that grand entrance to create space. You know, clearly he wanted to E over to Yon eventually, but just couldn't make it happen, gets bursted down, and now that may be the second dragon in the game, potentially going to NRG. Dokla pushing up on top side, trying to threaten a plate, sees the Fiora responding though and knows he's not going to be able to go for it now. Summit should have Sundra on base, I would expect, or at the very least be really close to it. So that is going to be a really big spike. You know, Fiora generally has incredibly early, strong early levels, and then from there, when these tank matchups, your damage starts to really fall off until you can complete your first mythic, and then you can really start to kind of run over it again.
And for the side of Team Liquid, it doesn't seem that they're going to be able to actually face much contest from NRG. They're back on the map. Glacial Prison from Piotr's is not quite up yet, but they're committing to teleport from Harry. I mean, if NRG would want this, they would have to also spend a TP from Dokla. He's not going to use it. He is under pressure from Summit. So that is the second dragon over for Team Liquid. They want to look for the play, but great flash from Yon, dodging out on the Emperor's Divide from Palafox. Contracts using his own flash, locking up Piotr's, the Breath of Life, giving space for the rest of NRG so they don't get collapsed on by the rest of Team Liquid's squad as they get a free pick on Piotr's.
Yeah, great pick there. Over on Piotr's, they force the flash off Yon. They get the kill. TL was trying to collapse on the other side, but they have that safety of the Breath of Life. They do force the flash off FBI, so getting something back. But NRG, you know, they won that earlier skirmish. They got a kill, and they decided to reset instead of just going straight into the dragon fight, and that did give the dragon over to TL. So TL have got those critical early dragons here. Now they can decide, do we want to play for Soul, or do we just want to buy time for our side lanes to really create that pressure?
Yeah.
Summit has the mythic completed kind of as expected at this point. So now they can make that judgment call of, you know, are we getting enough done in the side lanes, or do we need to actually collapse for these fights? Because March towards Infernal Soul is also really scary.
And it depends on how well Summit is able to make use of this first spike. You know, both he and Dokla are on curve, but so far he's been able only to get one plate off the top lane, so he's not dominating Dokla in the side lane quite yet.
And we'll see. I mean, it's always difficult because Cassandre has really good wave clear, and as we know, you know, can make plays under tower. So it's tough to walk up and just hit the turret in his face. Nice rejection there from Contract. We'll see if they can move enough members here to actually stop the charge. They do have the added man, but Core is coming up through mid, so it's going to be a 3v3 mid. TL definitely want to push this in, at the very least get that charge, but I think it's just dead. Nicely done.
Yeah. And just great response here.
Come on.
Oh, no,
hit the eye.
That would have been so tragic for NRG. All that work, Keeper's Verdict expended, and just to only still let it get one charge off. But you know, thankfully, they avoid that tragedy.
It was making me nervous when he kept autoing it, but he wasn't hitting the eye there. But clearly had enough damage, so it was okay at the end of the day. And that ult from Poppy does deny the Herald, so that is really nicely done. They had the added man there, and they are able to deny that full push in. Summit just continuing to push on top side is creating a nice CS advantage, but it's not meant more than that. As you said, it's only been the one plate, so it hasn't really been able to turn it into a tremendous amount of pressure or any objectives.
Yeah.
And FBI has gotten so paid. Like, he has picked up a couple really easy kills in these fights.
CoreJJ looking for the grand entrance. He knows that FBI doesn't have flash, but Jan is too far away to really look for extra damage and kill threat zone. The Moonlight Vigil gets a bit of a chunk out, but Ignar is here to make sure that he can still push this wave in.
Yeah, and that's why FBI felt so confident to just walk up and start hitting cores, because Ignar was coming down. He knew the collapse was in. Palafox on the roam as well, and here's Contracts.
And Contracts is just everywhere this game, and when it comes to the bottom side of the map, he forces the quickness out of CoreJJ, and they're going to lose that bottom side turret. But now we have another top side of the fight here. Pioshik and Summit committing all in onto Dokla. The permafrost after he already flashes, committing the stun. And that's going to be a kill for Summit.
That's really big, because that's that tower going to be going down on that top side. And now it's a race. Can Jinx actually get first turret on bot side, or will Summit be able to finish it off? He is taking his time, so I assume that he knows he's going to win the race. Yeah, it was pretty close, but just wanted to clean up that full wave first. And so that is really, really good here for TL. So much gold now in the pockets of Summit. He already had the Mythic. Now he gets a kill, and he gets solo gold on that first turret. He got some plates earlier as well. He is now a good 1,400 gold ahead of where Dokla is. So that is going to put it to the point where all Dokla can do is just kind of stand under his tower, really sit back, and try to collect waves.
And that was the big snowball that Team Liquid were really looking for. Summit hasn't taken over the game quite yet with it, but this is now the foundation for where he can start shoving Dokla out of lane, and it's going to become unbearable for NRG to deal with Summit in the side lanes.
Yeah, and it's kind of become this tale of two carries, right? It's about Jinx and it's about Fiora, and who's going to be able to get done more in these fights. You know, can Summit create enough pressure through side lane that they don't even need to 5v5 and they can circumvent the Jinx in that way? Or will they be drawn into a fight where potentially FBI can take over? You know, could Summit find that incredible flank, get in on the Jinx, you know, make something happen? It's going to be about what you have really spent your resources in, both in draft and in game, and who's going to be able to execute on that, who's going to be able to get more from it.
And NRG still have the team fighting tools built up for success, but Dokla might just be in trouble here. He has no flash from before. He's using the Unbreakable to be able to dodge out on some damage, but it's still not enough. The all-out takes Pioshik over the wall, but it's still Summit's kill to claim.
Yeah, well played there by TL. Great CC chain, locking down Dokla so long, and then not giving him an angle to get an all-out to safety at that tower. So really well played. They do get the finish. They do get another kill onto Summit here. He's working towards that Ravenous Hydra, and once you have the Tiamat, your wave clear really ramps up on the Fiora. You can start shoving in those waves very, very quickly. And this is what you've got to get done, as Harry's going to trade ults here. Has to be careful because that passive tower is down.
Oh, that was so close, but the quick timing on the Proto Belt dodges the Super Mega Death Rocket.
That was actually really slick. The dodge back with that Proto Belt. Would have sucked if he got caught twice like that in the game, so had to dodge that one, was able to do it. But again, no one goes to answer Summit, so Summit gets a solo tier 2 tower. That is another ton of gold. They get the charge up mid, so they get the tier 1. And just like that, TL almost 3k ahead. It was dead even a couple minutes ago, so TL makes some really good plays. And I just love how Pioshik is playing around top. That has not been the meta really for a long time.
Yeah.
But you go with the Fiora counter pick. You can't just leave it in isolation, because a well-played Cassante can stabilize that lane. But a Cassante who's getting dove and is getting put behind is going to be in so much trouble. And now the Phage comes through. Is he just going to go like Hullbreaker?
Hell yeah, baby.
Full commit split push? I think it makes sense from this point where he's that far ahead. Because if you get Hullbreaker, you can start to ignore so much of the damage that comes through.
Yep.
And tanks struggle to kill the cannon minions that are buffed up by the Hullbreaker. So your wave clear becomes pretty trash. And you can just ignore a lot of what Cassante wants to do. So I think it's a pretty cool strategy. We saw Licorice do the Hullbreaker on Yone.
Yeah.
We've seen some more of this kind of mixed in this year. And I think Summit is the kind of player who you'd want to see do the strategy, because he's known for lane excellence.
Yeah, and that's what they were trying to do in spring, but the problem was with Team Liquid back then, they weren't really empowering Summit. They just left him isolated up on the top side of the map thinking, oh, well, Summit can just get it done. And they figured him out, and they bullied him, and they camped him to hell until he was just pretty much useless for all of spring split.
Well, and I think one of the things that also is a big difference maker, you talk about not getting those resources, a lot of it is about how well Pioshik has played, and this game has been largely about him attacking Dokla. NRG are moving down though, but TL again, they buy enough time. Core and Yon threaten the roam. They zone off those NRG 3 that were trying to move down towards bot. So yes, you can't complete the dive, but you do get the turret. And the shuriken flip is going to force out that preemptive ulti there from Palafox, and we could have been in trouble.
And I think that's just the contrast overall of why Team Liquid are doing so much better in Summer Split than Spring Split, as they look for a pick and they just blow up Ignar. No contest whatsoever from NRG.
Pioshik is just everywhere this game on the Sejuani. To me, he has been the MVP of this one, making that action happen, but Core are going to get grounded.
Contracts looks for the Keeper's Burger on the Core JJ, but he still doesn't go down. Harry finds the kill on the Contracts with the perfect execution. Look at FBI, gonna get one more on attack. He's flashing in.
Oh no!
Oh, it's not enough damage. He couldn't find the entire auto, but Yon found it anyway. I don't know how. It must have been from downtown with the green gun, but Team Liquid just forcing NRG to crumble under their will.
Yeah, Harry couldn't find the damage because he missed back-to-back Qs. You gotta hit those. You know, he was feeling himself. The initial kill was great from Harry. And then the re-engage on FBI really made you think he was gonna have a special play here. The initial denial from Contracts was huge. Harry gets into the back line, is able to finish off Contracts. Dokla was TPing in, but we can watch this follow-up play as Harry gets that perfect execution, gets the first kill, and then he connects the shuriken onto FBI, goes forward, flashes, misses 1Q. And then I think he had missed 1Q before that, but I'm not 100% sure. At least missed the one. Oh, and this was already connected. It was already marked by the green gun. So it was already marked by the green gun. You saw the Gravitum flying through the air. I was like, damn it.
Real. I've definitely seen that happen before.
Did he walk up to the turret? Was that what happened? I wonder if that's why he was slapping his head. I didn't actually notice, but potentially he got marked by the sentry. I don't know. No, because he was on green purple, so unless it had just swapped over, I assume he got tagged by the sniper and then the purple gun finished him off.
We just got word from producers that it was the green gun that clipped him in the last bit.
Makes sense.
And FBI being a prominent Aphelios player, probably smacking his head is like, I shouldn't have stepped up.
Dodged that.
Should have dodged it. Team Liquid skyrocketing ahead with this gold breaker. Almost now 5,000, and the hole breaker has been completed. The sick mail grind set has been done by Summit. And he's just going to be hunting alone in this side lane for as long as he wants, while Team Liquid create just as much pressure.
This is the like slash mute all. I'm only playing sides.
Yep.
See you guys later. You know, that's that kind of item. I respect it.
This is what happens to you when I enter late and make a gank go wrong. You're like, all right, Rafa, just don't come top lane anymore.
I'll see you guys in 30 minutes. I'm muted.
Thankfully for Team Liquid, that was not the case. Pioshik didn't enter the lane. He helped Summit catapult ahead, and now Summit can pretty much 1v2, 1v3 raid boss on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, it depends on who the two are for sure, but you know, he's looking really, really good. Dokla is, there's nothing you can do. When you fall behind as a tank into Fiora, you're never really getting back into it. Pioshik needs to be a bit respectful as they are going to stop this Baron take. Harry, though, and Yon looking for a potential play.
Wow. Summit was willing to collapse in onto this fight. They knew they had the man advantage, and Palafox had a teleport available, but had they collapsed quickly, it would have been dicey for NRG.
Yeah, definitely can be. And there are a tremendous amount of just base stats on the Hullbreaker, so it's not like it's that bad if you have to group. I do think people kind of over-exaggerate how terrible it can be, but Dokla is tagged, not going to be the target you want, but look at Summon and Core.
Watch the flank, and FBI could be the target here. He's able to get away to the left side, but Core JJ hunting him down, but no damage follow-up as now FBI is able to space someone out. Super Mega Death Rock onto the back line. Harry does not get enough damage. Yon tries to step up, but he's forced to Gale Force away because the fight has gone bad for Team Liquid. NRG are able to salvage that one.
Yeah, and this is really bad because they could potentially start Baron even. If Dokla TP's back, you just go Baron here. There was just no reason that they had a hard force on this play. You know, you can continue playing through sides. You're hard winning side lane. They force the 5v5. They miss execute. And now TL may have just thrown away their lead, but Pioshik is still alive, has flash, has smite. We'll see what they can make happen because Summit's back.
Yeah, teleport came out from Summit, but Pioshik can't get into steadfast presence. Blocks it. Great execution for Contract. Secures the Baron. Pioshik tried to flash in at the last second, but it's still NRG's Baron that they claim.
Yeah, and this is just one of those things. It's kind of the unforced error where TL didn't need to go for the play. You just completed your Hullbreaker. You're dominating the side lanes as Fiora. Play the game slow. You don't need to force on a 5v5. You started up the Baron. You made them respond. You could just stay bot and just push those waves. TL will move to Soul Point, though. They grab their third dragon here, so just one off the Soul now. They're still in a gold lead, but that is, you know, a big swing of gold here back towards NRG. It's going to buy more time. Jinx is going to be closing on third item. Second item is just completed now for Palafox. He's moving towards his third as well. He's going Nashers with the Conqueror, so it's really good, and that's sustained DPS.
Yeah.
But it is a concern now because Summit is the one with all that gold lead, and Fiora is not the best to make that happen in a 5v5. And it's really hard to split push against Baron because they're going to shove these waves in so fast. Your wave clear is pretty much non-existent. And it looks like they're just going to commit down towards bot side and just say, all right, we're not going to defend the tier 1, probably not even going to defend the tier 2. We're going to try to get some sort of a trade. But racing Baron also doesn't usually go very well.
Let's see what will happen. Palafox doesn't have teleport, so he's just going to use the Baron recall to answer Summit as fast as possible. But Summit, could he just take out the turret before Palafox even gets in range?
Kill those fast. Fiora crushes turrets. Your Q works on it, your E works on it, you have Hullbreaker, you have Sheen. Like, this is one of the best turret killing champions in the game. But they send both to laners bot, so it's a pretty good response. They did lose tier 2 bot, I think. I can't actually remember if that was already dead, but I think he did kill that. They lose both their tier 1 and their tier 2 mid as a response. But if your read as TL is that we can't defend this anyway, then go somewhere else, get something else. Even if it is less than what your opponents are taking, it's still worthwhile.
It's still Team Liquid favored just by gold margins, but the fact that NRG were able to defuse what was a very antsy and rush play from Team Liquid shows that NRG cannot be disrespected when it comes to the 5-on-5, even if you're massively ahead in gold.
Absolutely. I mean, unless you can connect with FBI and Palafox, you're not really going to win the fight. And there's so many good peel tools here. You know, Ignar can be peeling you off. Palafox, you talk about the Zero Wolf, the Disengage. There's Poppy ult, there's Sasante ult. There's all of these tools, right, that you have to actually get through, not to mention the steadfast presence. Palafox looking for Harry, is going to scoop him out.
Emperor's Divide already used. Harry using one cast of perfect. Oh, but he gets clipped by the steadfast presence. Contracts has been on fire, and being able to pick off mobility targets, that's a huge pick.
Yeah, that was really, really big, and they're going to continue the push here. We'll see. Is there going to be an answer from TL? They have no TP. They do have Pioshik and Core behind them, but on the other side, it's just kind of these guerrilla tactics, hit and run here from Summit, trying to get more attention drawn down to him. But Yon is back. FBI stepped up way too far.
And the Glacial Prison lands true, and Ignar was not there to get the Breath of Life cleanse off. That was a free FBI pick, and Yon just wipes house on NRG.
TL come with a huge triple kill there for Yon, but you have to ask, what was FBI thinking? He just walks up, he's hitting the turret, and he's allowing Yon to walk up with the Q, with the red gun, stacks up his chakrams. He's taking free damage there. You can't start fighting the guy because he's under his own turret. It's a great ulti, though, from Pioshik, who has had a really good game on the Sejuani, secures that first kill, and then there's just no shot for NRG. But that's FBI. You know, we talked about he's the guy who has to get it done. He has that gold lead, and he completely dropped the bag.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about when you have a Fortress comp, it's because you have all the disengaged tools, but you only have contracts there, and he gets nailed it.
I mean, Yon just walked up slowly and killed him. Like, you can't allow him to be getting into range if you like that. You've got to be able to respect it somewhat. It just didn't feel like he was paying any respect. He knew he had a couple of members behind him, but Yon is strong. Like, he's on 3 items too. Like, he's going to be, you know, mopping you up pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So, you know, it was definitely a misstep from FBI, but then a beautiful ult from Pioshik is what kind of seals the deal, right? So it goes from a mistake to potentially a game-changing play there as Pioshik capitalizes on that mistake, gets Yon 3 kills, which catapults him to these 3 items. So now he's dead even with where FBI is, right? He was behind, got the 3 kills. Now he has the stopwatch. He's got everything the same as his opponent.
I'm just so happy that we've gotten all bangers today, man. And it just EG Dignitas, then it was Cloud9 Golden Guardians, and now this, that all games have been delivering. There, I'm going to see if, all right, he completes the recall. There's been something about today being the first day of the second round robin, and all teams are really giving it all. You can tell that the pressure is on, the stakes are on, and a lot of the teams have shaken out all the rustles of the first round robin and like, all right, we're playing for serious now.
Well, I think it's hitting people. There's 2 weeks left after this, right? Like, there's 3 weeks left total in the regular season. This split is going to go by really fast. It is the condensed schedule. It's 6 weeks only. So you have got to step up immediately. You know, a lot of pros do talk about how they try not to pay attention to the standings in the middle of the split, but Pioshik caught out now.
This could be a huge pick. He's already used the flash, but they scoop him right on back up. But with Palafox's Emperor's Divide, he's got nowhere to run. They just leave him for dead. NRG, that's huge. Right before what could have been Team Liquid's Dragon Soul.
Yeah, he gets picked off, and TL are in the side lanes, but there's going to be time to respond to them, right? You know, if you were able to delay, FBI in trouble.
JJ looking again, and Breath of Life doesn't save him this time. Yes, he does. He's able to get out with the Gale Force. course, and Yon is forced to flash away from the Keeper's verdict. Harry teleports in behind them, but there's nothing to scoop up. But Summit is wrecking house in the base.
Yeah, Summit just took down the tower in Palafox's face. If Palafox doesn't have ulti, which he does not, there's not a lot you can do to actually walk up to this guy. It's so risky. FBI will be able to help him secure this dragon, though, as it was a pretty good back and forth. They did force the flash off Yon. Contracts on the chase here.
He's gonna try to end the game. I don't know if Palafox can defeat him by himself. And it looks like Team Liquid, they've gotten all they wanted. Summit is able to get one Nexus Tower for free. The rest of the members of NRG were ready to recall, but Summit has pretty much opened up the base, and Summit is going back in. Is he toying with them? Oh my goodness, he just styled all Energy, but Contracts was waiting over the wall. Summit thought he had the play on them, but Energy committed all 5 members. Now Baron is being burned down by Team Liquid. Can they get this out?
This could be bad for DL.
3,000 HP, 2,000 HP. Can it be quick? They need to spite it. Where's the spite? Pioshik! Pioshik gets the spite, and Contracts is there.
FBI.
He's gonna keep Pioshik into the Baron pit. He can't get out. He throws the Glacial Prison, and it keeps FBI away from tagging down multiple members of Team Liquid. Pioshik is lost, but the rest of Team Liquid get out with the Baron.
That ulti from Pioshik was massive, actually, from them, because Yon had forced his flash. You know, he had to use that flash in the previous fight. Jinx is ghosted. He tags Yon with the zap, so he was going to be able to close the gap there and potentially knock down Yon. But Pioshik saves his AD, and potentially even more if they got that reset. Contracts again!
Harry walks up in the blind frog, and he gets punished by NRG. And now NRG, they have 50 seconds before Harry comes up.
This could be it.
20 seconds before Pioshik. Yon and Core, they have to buy time from Summit for 5 seconds. Inhibitor is down from NRG. They don't have Baron on their side, but they're going to try and end the game right here, right now. It has to be this moment. Keeper's verdict winds up, doesn't hit anyone. The Breath of Life. Summit goes golden with the stasis. It's a teleport in. Palafox hits the divide onto Core JJ. And now Team Liquid, they have Pioshik. Glacial Prison is not ready yet. They step up, they lose one Nexus turret. 20 seconds on Harry. Team Liquid are doing everything they can to stall this crash off from NRG.
I think they may have bought enough time. We'll see, though. It's getting a bit dicey. 10 seconds on Harry. They're going for the end.
Hitting the Nexus circuit. Super Mega Death rocking onto Yon, but he's still healthy enough to fire on back. A lot of damage on the Contracts. He trays on a 1, but NRG hits an open Nexus. They just hit it. Team Liquid, they can't defend. NRG save the game and take out Team Liquid.
NRG take down Liquid in a wild one. A crazy final couple minutes there as someone was going for the back door, was looking to try to end it, but Contracts anticipated where he would go. He's lying in wait over by the Wolves, gets the pick for the team there, then immediately follows that up by catching Harry. It's back-to-back picks on the soul lanes there from Contracts that really helped to seal the deal from NRG. Because this one was anyone's game. You know, early it looked like TL was going to run away with it, but they forced this 5v5 that put them in a bad spot, closed the gap between these two teams quite a lot. Then FBI, you know, he overstepped at the base, he got picked off, but the final moments of that game, to me, were really about Contracts finding these picks. NRG pull it together. They're able to march on the base after getting those couple kills, and they're able to close this one out.
Absolute frustration on the faces of Team Liquid. They knew that it was their game to win. They knew that they had it in the bag. And a couple of what possibly was just careless mistakes, not paying any respect to where NRG's position was on the map, cost them a game that is going to be important as we ramp further and further into playoff standings.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's another one of those games for TL that people have kind of been ragging on them for, where we know TL can dominate the early game. We know they have those incredibly talented individuals, but they can't always translate those leads into victories, right? And that is what they have been struggling with all year long. You know, when they're taking losses, it's often about that. We are going to get a comms replay, I believe, from these final moments. We can watch it here.
By the way. If he gives his angle, we can look, no? Can we TP on them too?
We should fight. We should fight.
I can TP.
We should fight.
Yes, sir.
Look, Akali.
Akali.
It's on it.
Yeah. Okay, AD no flash, we can end.
We can end. I will
TP on the creep.
Guys, enemy AD no goes.
Yeah, I will AD carry away, okay?
Okay. Get the tower, bro.
Yeah. I need A to 0 to TP in when the thing.
I will TP.
Turret.
Here is here.
You're up. Doesn't matter. Just go.
Doesn't matter. Hold lane net flashes, okay? Hold lane net flashes. Look, Fiora.
Okay, Kite. Rakan is in. Rakan.
Yeah, Rakan. Rakan's dead. Right side. We need front line.
Yeah. Next wave, guys. Next wave.
Okay.
Yeah, play with me. I will zone Aphelios. Okay.
Yep. I have Shrelia, guys. Shrelia is up. Jinx walk up. I have W up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hit front.
Nice.
Jinx no flash.
Just Wing.
Turret.
Jinx hit down.
Hey, turret.
I W. I'm talking enemy AD.
Let's edge.
Jinx edge. Okay,
I'm dead.
Okay.
Turn. Oh my god, it's a heist.
Oh, no, I'm fucking that thing. Oh my gosh.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Man, you love the comms there, Contra. Oh my god,
God, it's a heist. Oh, that's.
And he's right.
Yeah.
From the positions that they were in that game, they should not have been the ones walking away the victors. But that just shows you never give up in these games. You always keep talking about your win conditions. You always keep thinking about exactly what you need to do next. And I think the NRG, to their credit, really did that well. Contracts, kind of thought a couple steps ahead in a few of these plays, was able to get some big picks and help to turn the game around.
Yeah, it goes back to what Palafox was saying earlier, just talking about, hey, like, we shouldn't be down on ourselves if the early game goes bad. There's always a way to play out the mid game. We have win cons to play to, and the fact that they're always present of mind of that just goes to show why they're able to walk away with this game. But that does it for us on the cast. We're going to be joining Raz and El Contracto for our Verizon post-game interview.
There it is. He's spicing it up right there. Congratulations, Contracts, on the win over there. What was that game?
Man, I'm still shaking from it. I'm not gonna lie. The adrenaline you get from these 40-minute games, something like that.
Yeah.
And these like back and forth Baron pulls. I mean, 2 Barons possibly could have been mine, but I missed the second smite. I mean, it's just kind of chaotic. So, I mean, always fun to play those kind of games.
Yeah, it happens. And what was your reaction? The first one, it feels like that kickstarted that type of game, was their bot lane dive that didn't work out, and you were on the path. What was your point of view on that one? Because it looked like you were booking it, but it didn't get there, but you didn't need to get there.
Man, I'm going to be honest. My first clear was actually atrocious. I mean, I did like 3 camp bot, couldn't dive bot, went back top, got blue stolen, was late for Raptor. No, it was just a disaster. So I got to do some VOD review after that one. But I mean, we were able to recover decently. I mean, I feel like bot lane had a pretty sizable lead and advantage that we could play through. And it's really hard for their champs to play versus Poppy. I don't know why they opted into like 4 dash champs. I mean, they saw Poppy in second rotation and they just still picked.
They wanted to take the challenge.
Dashes. Yeah, I mean, I guess so.
Well, let's talk about your champion pool a little bit, because that's something that I feel like you have been known for, right? Poppy here, jungle here, and you don't see a lot of people in the LCS or just anyone picking it. Last time you were the first one to introduce Ivor into the LCS as well. And that's just something that followed you in your career, the Ezreal and all that. What about you makes you be the first one to try out these champions and kind of excel in it?
I mean, I've always been a player that's mained like every role when I started playing League. I mean, I've been playing 11 years. I've mained every role at like pretty much a challenger level, except for maybe 80 carry. And I also have like probably like 3,000 ARM games in my whole lifetime. So, I mean, I've been around, I play a lot of champions. It's for the Viego practice too. It all adds up. I mean, I've always been a fan of trying new things, and playing the same champs every game is so boring. Like, I have a rule where if I'm playing solo queue, it's win a champ each game, unless I'm like actually like learning a new champ. Like Ivor and I had to play like 20 of them, but
okay,
yeah. Just gotta spice it up. Can't keep it boring.
Okay, I like that. Let's talk a little bit about this split, because it's been a tough one, but if I look back on it, it's probably the most tilting kind of split that I could see, right? A lot of wins, or at least a lot of games that you have monumental leads. We didn't get to catch up with you since the FlyQuest one, where you had a huge lead there. Questions like, basically, what is your assessment of that? Another one is just like, how does it feel? Because it has to feel.
Oh man, it feels awful.
Yeah.
I mean, especially when you're up 10K gold, 5K gold, 3K gold, you have all these opportunities to close out the game and put yourself in winning positions, but you're not executing on that like last few steps, right?
Yeah.
So it's gonna feel the worst for sure when you see your record, you're 3-6, and you feel like you'd be 6-3.
Yes.
So, I feel like our team has been pretty hard on themselves for it, but I mean that's led to more progress, which is what we need. So. We just take it day by day, and I think we're slowly improving on it. I like that. Any message to the fans out there? I mean, I've been playing this game a really long time. I've been a pro player for a really long time, but you guys are always just very kind and supportive throughout all the ups and downs of my career. So I'm very appreciative, and hope you're here to stay. Thank you, Contracts. Sounds like they appreciate you there. Let's go. Thank you. And to end that one, another congratulations on that one. I'm sure he loves you too. We're going to send this one off to the LCS Lounge. I'll see you there.
Thank you, Raz. I was actually gonna make a joke about how Contracts is obviously like exhausted after that game.
Yeah.
And that was really nice, genuine message at the end.
It was. I thought it was also funny that he was like, you know, when you're in these really long 40-minute games, it's like, that was like a 30-minute, 52-second game. It just felt long.
It felt like 50 minutes.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at who got Pog for that game, as well as today's player of the games. Okay, so Contracts did get it. Wild Turtle, Double Lift, Unforgiven, River, and Contracts. River got to point out the J4.
Yeah. We got to pull it out. It's been mysteriously missing, and for some reason he decided to do it today. For what it's worth, it was like a pretty big game against C9. That's their biggest rival in the LCS now. They are now tied with them in second place. And I also want to shout out Unforgiven because he's just been extremely solid in so many games now, and he really dominated this game today.
Yeah, and also another thing I know that initial game, if we think all the way back to the beginning of the day, was really shaky versus TSM, but Turtle did almost 50% of his entire team's damage share, I think, in that game. And it did get to a point where he was going to have to carry or the game was over for TSM, and he ended up doing it. Let's take a look at what tomorrow's schedule is going to be with FlyQuest taking on Golden Guardians.
Ooh.
That is a banger now, as is kind of C9 Dignitas, because I think a lot of us, or at least for me, C9 is still the best team in the league, but they have been experimenting with some draft stuff. So I'm kind of curious as to how that's going to go. TSM versus NRG, EG versus 100 Thieves, Team Liquid Honda versus Immortals.
Yeah, I'm looking at game 4, Evil Geniuses versus 100 Thieves, just because 100 Thieves has been looking a lot better. Quid had some really nice plays today. They seem to be in really high spirits. Kane got here last week, right? They really had a super slow start to the split, whereas EG is just playing angry every single game because they have so much to prove for every single player. But with them being in first place now, now they no longer get to come in as the surprise underdogs. They have to come in as the favorites and perform to that level.
Yep. And then here we see EG are still at the top of the table now in sole possession of first place at 8-2 with their win today. C9 dropped down to second place, tied with Golden Guardians, who beat them today. There is a three-way tie for fourth place between 100 Thieves, Dignitas, and Team Liquid Honda. NRG and TSM tied at 7th, so tomorrow's game will break that tie for us. And then FlyQuest in at 9th, and Immortals Progressive in at 10th.
FlyQuest, they had the 3-0 week, already backtracking, got another tough one tomorrow. It's going to continue to be interesting.
It's tough, but the coin we flipped did say they were going to lose to 100 Thieves. So, as a predictive tool, we'll see how accurate that is.
It's going to beat us. I can just feel it.
It probably is. That is all for us today. The LCS is back tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you then.
Another Wednesday.
Yeah.
Wednesday.
2-1-1 for Tactical, having that plus 35 CS. Dive into mid lane, and Insanity just wipes Balulu off the map. Insanity and Solo fighting off to the side as they lock down Envy. He tries to use his grasp back onto the barrel, and he stays alive for now. Balulu won't get the kill. They need him with TSM. Turtle's unstoppable. He's excited, and he just can't hide it. The Jinx shuts down Tactical's Kog'Maw. Insanity takes out Balulu. Immortals, they were so close, but no cigar.
Absolutely. Just stand here and dare FlyQuest to go.
Someday goes in, a beautiful follow-up from the Magnet Storm of Busio. They instantly kill Prince, but Impact looks for the entrance off to the side. Oh no, man, that was not what FlyQuest needed. Vikla at least gets one, but he's gonna die in response. Someday lives with a bomb to come out. Yes, it will. It's a 2 for 3, making a 2 for 4. 100 Thieves might have just won the game.
Equalizer is going to separate the pack. Once again, Rich finds an ensemble force on a JoJo film, but he goes golden for the stasis, and Ayla answers back on the back of the storm. Gets blown up, but they trade one back on the diamond. Jensen's off again. This could be a huge moment, but he only gets one kill. JoJo Pyun, is he going to die? No, he has the shield from Armeo, keeping him alive. Tomo is gone. Unforgiven goes into the air. The slam from Cesar. Oh, Cesar trades it back. This was a banger, all right. Evil Geniuses and Dignitas fighting until the bitter end.
Can you just...
Just eat.
Any,
no flash, any. The fighting, Soraka.
I'm just hitting front. Help. I can root.
Can you go in? You guys can end. Thanks, guys. Top or mid. Nice.
Very tanky this early on. He's just got the tier 2 boots. They're going to try to look for Harry. Oh, he walks into it.
Nice. knife from FBI.
Ults here. Has to be careful because that passive tower is down.
Oh, that was so close. Hitting the Nexus Circuit, Super Mega Death rocking onto Yawn, but he's still healthy enough to fire on back. A lot of damage on the contract. He trays on a 1, but NRG hits it open Nexus. They just hit it. Team Liquid, they can't defend. NRG save the game and take out Team